The following preview is of a graphic audio production rated for mature audiences due to scenes of intense violence and sexual situations.
Available now from Graphic Audio.
In a world reclaimed from burning skies, man's best hope, John Rourke, sore and bloodied, watches a 500-year-old space shuttle return to his barren planet. But do the seeds of the new world include the spawn of evil?
We shall destroy him, destroy her, destroy them all. And then Krakowski shall return to what used to be Germany and France and Italy. He shall destroy the wild tribes. And I shall be master of this earth, or there will be no more earth.
We can make a beginning here, or we can make the same old mistakes all over again. It's gonna be that way again, unless we stamp it out. Stamp out tyranny right now.
We must sacrifice all to stop these traitors to the new rank! These traitors to honor! These traitors to purity! These traitors to strength!
John Rourke clashes with old-world evil as his new world desperately clings to life in Survivalist number 12. The Rebellion.
And now, our feature presentation. Graphic Audio. A movie in your mind.
Madeira Bay, Florida.
They let him keep his belt. It was the first stupid move Dale Hargis' enemies had made all night, perhaps in days. But with some luck, it could be all he needed to survive. The blindfold he was wearing fit him snugly, but he didn't need his eyes to know the boat was turning landward, throttling down. 10 minutes minimum, a quarter-hour max. Beyond that point, it wouldn't matter what he tried. His hands were bound behind him, but his enemies had used a piece of nylon rope instead of handcuffs. Stupid move number 2. He listened, but he didn't hear anybody outside his cabin. In addition to pure luck, he needed privacy to pull it off. The first part, anyway. Once he was on his feet, a confrontation would be unavoidable, but it was getting to his feet where every second counted. Rolling over on his back, Hargis bumped his way around until his skull made contact with the cabin bulkhead. After that, the trick was pushing with his elbows, using muscles in his back and legs. It hurt like hell as he began to work his fettered wrists across the tight swell of his buttocks, but the nylon helped a little, yielding just a millimeter here and there when handcuffs would have simply torn his flesh. Small blessings. Hargis let his mind drift for a moment to escape the pain, his thoughts inevitably harking back to the dilemma he was facing. He had tried to work it out a dozen different ways the past 4 hours, but he still had no idea how they had tumbled to his act. He didn't want to think about a leak, but it was something he would have to deal with later, if he lived that long. So far, so good. His hands had cleared his buttocks now. The bastards had been smart enough to bind his ankles, which would make things awkward toward the end, but Hargis reckoned he could work that problem out, if he could only get that far. Right now, he felt a good deal worse than helpless, lying with his feet up in the air, his shoulders straining to the point of separation, wicked gremlins working on his lower back with red-hot tongs. He hunched his head and shoulders forward, something like an awkward sit-up to reduce the strain, but his relief was marginal at best. He had to finish now while he had the strength and will to go ahead, or it was all in vain. He let his mind drift free again, as far beyond the pain as it could go. Unfortunately, all he could think of was the meet on Calle Ocho in Miami. He had been waiting at the rendezvous point when Escalante and his men arrived.
Buenos dias. What's going on?
Empty your pockets.
What the hell is... Ah!
Don't fuck with me. I know you're DEA.
Wait! Somebody must have given you... Oh!
Hargis wasn't carrying ID, of course, much less a wire. It didn't matter. Somehow they had lucked into the fact that he was DEA. No matter how he scanned the past 2 months for errors on his own part, Hargis came up empty, wondering exactly what had tipped them off. It hardly mattered at the moment, but if he survived this night, the question would be top priority from Metro Dade to Washington, D.C. A leak. The more he thought about it, Hargis had to tell himself that it was possible. The kind of money they were dealing with, it stood to reason someone would be tempted, maybe several someones. None of it would matter, though, if he didn't get his butt in gear. His shoulder sockets continued to protest, even after he had made it. But the rest was relatively simple. The first thing Hargis did was lose the blindfold, so that he could see what he was doing for the rest of it. Unfastening his belt, he drew the 2-inch buckled dagger from its hidden sheath and smiled. He kept it razor sharp, no problem, but the grip was awkward, and he balanced urgency with caution, trying not to cut himself if he could help it. The smile was back, sardonic now, as he imagined tabloid headlines and TV news teasers. Federal agent slashes wrists on drug yacht. Scandal at the DEA, film at 11. The rope fell, and Hargis rubbed his skinned wrists. He freed his ankles, then staggered to his feet on pins and needles, circulation coming back. Between stiff muscles and the rocking motion of the boat, he almost lost his balance, but he simply didn't have the luxury of falling down. If he was going, it was time. From this point on, his one advantage was surprise. If he could make it to the rail, he had a chance. As far as odds were concerned, he didn't even want to think about it. He thought about the safe deposit box that he had rented in Miami Beach, the 17 handwritten pages he had sealed inside an envelope and left there 2 days earlier. How long before his contact used the key that Hargis mailed him for emergencies? 10 days at least. No mercy there. The cavalry was on vacation. He would have to do it on his own or not at all. The cabin door wasn't equipped with locks, but no one had a reason to suspect he would be up and moving after all. He had no way of knowing whether there were guards outside, but he would have to take the chance. Each second counted now that he was on his way. He held the short push dagger with the buckle tucked into his palm, the curved double-edged blade protruding from between his second and third fingers. He would have to choose his targets wisely, but in haste. A heartbeat's hesitation would be all the time a gunner needed to cancel his ticket once and for all. His left hand closed around the doorknob, every muscle in his body tensed in preparation for the move. The sentry had been turning to face him when Hargis struck. The blade scraped on his jawbone, sliding home an inch before his earlobe. The gunner staggered, grimacing, his right hand still inside the jacket, groping for his hardware. Hargis followed up. Dale Hargis realized his slacks were warm and wet now, but he didn't stop to think about it. He took the guard's automatic, only now realizing that the two of them were all alone. Hargis hadn't even checked to see if there were any other guards, though if there were two, he couldn't have stopped both on his best day. He shifted hands, the blood-slicked dagger in his left now, with the automatic in his right. It was a Smith & Wesson Model 59, which gave him 15 rounds to play with, but he hoped to reach the deck and disembark without a fireworks show. The less attention he attracted in the next few moments, the safer he would be. He moved along the hallway, pistol cocked and ready, just in case he met someone he didn't want to see along the way. No outside view, but he could tell from the prevailing motion of the yacht that he was headed aft in the direction of the stern. Hargis spent a moment at the bottom of the stairs while he tried to reconstruct the layout of the boat from memory. A weekend bash 3 weeks ago, with a ratio of 2 hookers for each man aboard. Coming out on deck, he would be just below the wheelhouse, visible to anyone on the afterdeck. It was a running gamble once he came up from below, but it was all he had. The stairs were carpeted, soundless as Hargis made the climb. There was a window in the door, and he took full advantage of it, scanning the afterdeck for enemies. It was a challenge, with lights behind him and the night pitch black outside, but he would have to take that chance. He was out and moving toward the nearest rail, port side.
Hey!
Hargis swiveled, barely breaking stride, and saw a gunner bursting from the wheelhouse. The gunner fell. Inside the wheelhouse, startled faces pressed against the glass, with Escalante mouthing silent curses. The water wasn't cold by any normal standards, but it still surprised him. His knife was gone, but he had kept the automatic so far, just in case it functioned after soaking in the ocean for a while. How far to shore? He didn't have a clue, but he had fixed the general direction in his mind. 100 yards perhaps, or twice that. There was no way he could make it on a single breath, but he was counting on the darkness for his cover once he put some space between himself and Escalante's yacht. Their destination was a mystery, but he had heard enough before they left him in the cabin to surmise that they were cruising off the southern tip of Florida, intent on dropping him someplace where he wouldn't be found until the scavengers had had a chance to feed. That meant the Everglades, 1,000 different places he could hide from searchers if he made it to the swampy shore alive. His lungs were aching by the time he struggled to the surface. For a moment he was startled, fearing he had fallen in behind the yacht somehow. But then it struck him that they must have changed directions, closing in to head him off. A searchlight swept across the water, still some 20 yards away. Before he dived again, one of the gunners opened fire on some imaginary target off to starboard. The burst of parabellum slugs that killed Hargis came as a surprise and a relief. He sank without a whimper, bubbles trailing after him, mixed with blood. The predators would find him soon, but Hargis didn't care. His final thoughts had been about Miami Beach, the safe deposit box. A time bomb waiting to explode in Escalante's face. His sole regret had been that he wouldn't be there to see it blow. Graphic Audio presents Don Pendleton's Stony Man. Narrated by Terence Aselford, with performances by Nanette Savard, Thomas Penny, Jeff Baker, David Coyne, Christopher Graybill, Richard Rowan, Ken Jackson, Jason Stiles, Elliot Dash, Andy Clements, James Konachek, Dylan Lynch, Danny Gavigan, Joe Brack, Dolores King-Williams, James Lewis, Tim Getman, Eric Messner, Corey James, Elizabeth Jernigan, M.B. Van Dorn, Bobby Aselford, and Mort Shelby. Stony Man, episode number 7.
Owyhee County, Idaho, Friday, 4:02 a.m.
The Nazis never saw him coming. Mac Bolan took advantage of the early morning darkness, dressed in black, his face and hands darkened by combat cosmetics. The terrain was hilly, bristling with evergreens, the undergrowth alive with darting, rustling predators. He took his time. It wasn't far, and there was no point stepping on a rattlesnake if he could avoid it. The warrior's black suit fit like a second skin. A Desert Eagle 44 Magnum semi-auto pistol rode his hip, and a Beretta 93R was tucked beneath his left arm in a custom fast-draw rig. His lead weapon for the probe was a Heckler & Koch MP5 SD3 submachine gun, the model with a folding stock and built-on silencer. Doomsday accessories included hand grenades, garrots, a K-bar fighting knife, and something special in the satchel slung across his back. The Fourth Reich was about to get a wake-up call. As self-styled members of the master race, the Aryan Dominion's brown-shirt troopers left a lot to be desired. The files accumulated by investigators from the FBI and ATF revealed that most of them were dropouts, ex-cons, deviants of one kind or another. 1 in 9 had been arrested on a sex-related charge within the past 5 years. Some of them were chronic drunks, and all of them had bottomed out in life before they found a movement that provided them with opportunities to feel superior and to hate. For $30 a year, they got the pleasure of despising anyone and everyone who had dismissed them as a pack of hopeless losers through the years. The Aryan Dominion had an estimated membership of 750 nationwide, with about 50 of the hardcore haters dwelling in a rural compound north of Gransmere, Idaho. They tilled subsistence gardens, practiced marksmanship, and churned out endless streams of racist propaganda from the print shop. If the reports from federal agencies were accurate, they also plotted crimes that ranged from robbery and counterfeiting to extortion, arson, bombing, and assassination. Of the estimated 50 residents inside the compound, only one held more than passing interest for the executioner. His name was Eddie Kirk, and he was 9 years old. As Bolan understood the problem, Eddie was the grandson of a well-known California congressman. The politician's daughter had no inkling of her husband's mental problems when she said, "I do." It took some time, 6 years in fact, before she fully understood that he was eaten up by hate for total strangers and would never change. Divorcing Eddie's father took another 18 months, with bitter charges, countercharges, and lawyers billing by the hour. Eddie's mom got custody at last, but Dad hung on to visitation rights, one weekend out of every 3. 9 months ago, he disappeared with Eddie, and the search began. A senior congressman has pull in Washington, and it was no great trick to field a team of federal agents to track Lewis Howard Kirk. Uncovering hard evidence was something else, and it had taken 87 days to place the fugitive in Idaho, holed up with his good buddies from the Aryan Dominion. When the Owyhee County Sheriff's deputies and G-men made their search of Nazi Central, they came close to touching off a firefight, but they found no trace of Eddie or his father at the compound. About that time, the congressman began to make some calls. It happened that he had a close friend in the Oval Office, one who sympathized with a parent's or a grandparent's sense of frustration and loss. Strings were pulled and buttons pushed, eliciting the information that Treasury's Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms had a man inside the Aryan Dominion compound, leaking regular reports on weapon shipments, demolition seminars, the works. Said agent was instructed to remain alert for any sign of Lewis Howard Kirk and son, reporting back at once if they were seen. 3 days earlier, the call had come. A double bullseye, man and boy together. The FBI wanted another crack at their target, but Washington had another idea. 2 birds with 1 stone, as it were. Payback time. The Aryan Dominion had been linked with 7 murders, 19 bombings, and at least 24 robberies from coast to coast. So far, except for the conviction of 3 Nazis and the murder of a Kansas City radio announcer, none of the reported crimes had been avenged. If it was possible to rescue Eddie Kirk and take the new wave fascists down a peg or 2, so much the better. It was Boland's kind of job, and he agreed to take it on. A briefing from Hal Brignola, his justice contact, and the die was cast. Whatever happened in the next half hour, there could be no turning back. The compound was encircled by a chain-link fence with barbed wire on top, but it wasn't electrified. This information and a detailed layout of the camp had been supplied to Boland indirectly by the ATF connection. As it happened, Treasury's informant had been chosen for a mission to Los Angeles, a volunteer, in fact, and he wouldn't be present when the hit went down. In Boland's mind, that gave him 50 targets, more or less, and 1 small boy to watch for in the middle of it all. His infrared goggles turned everything greenish, but Boland was used to the pale, washed-out landscape by now. The goggles kept his hands free and eliminated any need for flashlights that would tip off the Aryan Dominion sentries to the warriors' movement through the trees. He used a pair of insulated cutters on the wire, some cheap insurance just in case, and slipped through a 3-foot hole. No sign of sentries yet, but they were bound to be along in time. His job, if everything proceeded in accordance with the plan, would be to raise some hell, grab Eddie Kirk, and leave the camp before the Nazis had a chance to seal his exit hatch. He had the layout memorized and was headed in the direction of the CP Quonset hut, the would-be Führer's quarters. The C4 plastique charge he planted had a detonator already attached, the red light glowing to confirm that it was armed. His next stop was the motor pool. 1 guard. The rap on the guy's skull would keep him out of play for a time, enough for Boland to achieve his goal. The warrior left him in the shadow of a half-ton truck. The clumps of plastique he attached to every second vehicle in line were smaller, but no less deadly. There was a chapel on the grounds, and he passed it by. If God was moved to punish these imposters, he could zap the church himself. 2 charges for the mess hall, 1 each for the generator housing and the camo hut, and he was done. Almost. The map in Boland's memory had singled out 1 barracks hut where Eddie Kirk allegedly resided with his father. Going in, the executioner had no idea if Eddie would resist his liberation, but he had a throwaway syringe prepared with sedatives prescribed by estimated size and weight. Boland had gambled on the barracks being left unlocked and won his bet. He saw 4 cots, 2 of them empty. Figures huddled under blankets on the other 2, one of them noticeably smaller than the other. He moved past the elder Kirk's bed. Boland made his way to where the boy lay sleeping. Eddie moved underneath the blankets, stiffening, his eyes wide open. The executioner pressed a hand across his mouth.
Your mother sent me.
She loves you very much and wants you back. You mustn't make a sound, okay?
At a shaky nod, Bolin took his hand away.
Are you from outer space?
The warrior smiled and tapped the goggles with his index finger.
No such luck. These help me see without the lights, is all.
What about my father?
He won't be coming with us, Eddie. I'm afraid we have to go right now.
He'll stop us.
They'll try, but they won't succeed. And that makes all the difference in the world.
Okay.
He thought of letting Eddie dress, but decided that they didn't have the time. A pair of sneakers and a jacket with pajamas underneath would have to do. He checked his watch and saw that they were running out of time. Before they left the barracks, Bolin dropped the empty satchel.
It's gonna get a little loud from here on in.
I'm not afraid of noise.
Good boy. Let's do it. Come on!
He kept a grip on Eddie's hand and sprinted toward the fence, 100 yards away. In front of them, a pair of startled sentries seemed to come from nowhere, packing automatic rifles, firelight etching shadows on their faces. The taller gunner spotted Bolin first, another beat passing before he recognized the boy and got a grip on what was going down. By that time, Bolin had a fix.
You!
Not bad for shooting on the run, one-handed, but they still had far to go, another 100 yards at least before they reached the hole in the fence. The warrior spotted other sentries racing toward the center of the compound now, all homing in on the flames. A bullet zinging past Bolin's ear told him that his luck had just run out. He veered hard left, behind the nearest Quonset hut, half dragging Eddie Kirk behind him.
Are you all right?
I think so, yeah.
I need to throw them off so we can get away.
Be careful.
Right.
He poked his head around the corner. It was just a brief glimpse, but it was enough to show him 3 men cautiously advancing through a pall of smoke, spread out with 10 or 15 feet between them. Time to raise the ante. 2 were down, the third dazed by the blast. Getting a bead was child's play.
Let's go.
Confusion in the compound helped them reach the fence without another interruption. But a lookout spotted Bolin as he followed Eddie through the gap. A spotlight blazed to life and tried to follow them, but they were in the trees before the gunner found a target. They had a lead, but that was all.
Take my hand. I've got you.
Bolin found he could move a lot faster once he lifted Eddie into a fireman's carry. It was a long mile down the mountain to his vehicle, and Bolin knew that they would never make it with a hunting party on their heels. He had to stop the trackers cold, or they were finished. 20 yards beyond a clearing, Bolin found a tree that he could climb with Eddie draped across his shoulder. He picked out a fork that offered both concealment and a fairly stable resting place. A length of nylon rope secured the boy in place.
I'm going back. I have to stop them here so we can get away, okay?
What if you don't come back?
I'll be back.
Okay.
Stay quiet now.
I will.
The warrior scrambled down and doubled back to reach the clearing, picking out another tree and climbing swiftly to a vantage point that let him scan the ground for 30 yards on either side. He didn't know how many guns were tracking them, but some were bound to pass this way, and any Bolin missed would be attracted to the firefight. He counted off 6 minutes, was working on the 7th when he heard them thrashing through the undergrowth, weekend warriors showing off their lack of expertise. He marked positions by the sound and estimated there were 4 or 5 approaching in a ragged skirmish line. The first one broke the tree line just in front of Bolin, eager for the kill, without a thought for any kind of ambush waiting in the dark.
Hey! Hey! He's here! We got him!
Below the executioner and to his left, another rifle opened up. This one had the range, its owner doubtless sighting on his muzzle flash. No time to lose. He palmed a stun grenade and pulled the pin, waiting for the rifleman to stop and reload. The executioner homed on the sounds, leading with his submachine gun, prepared for any sort of trap his blinded adversary could devise on a split second's notice. His index finger kept a steady pressure on the weapon's trigger, holding it at half pull as he circled the smoky clearing, moving closer to his prey. 5 minutes later, Bolin and Eddie Kirk were on their way to Mountain City, 40 miles across the border. The year-old Blazer, painted primer gray and flecked with rust in places, made the ride as smooth as possible. Eddie Kirk was silent on the drive. Bolin tried to see it from the boy's perspective. dating from the separation of his parents through abduction by his father, living with the Aryan Dominion, to a night of fire and blood. It was a bust, of course. He couldn't psychoanalyze a 9-year-old, but he could feel the young boy's fear, imagine something of the pain he must be feeling. Bolin had been fully grown, a combat veteran, when his own family was torn apart by violence, and it had been difficult to cope with, even so. He only hoped that the youngster could hold it all together, find the love he needed with his mother, and try somehow to make sense of the waking nightmare that had jeopardized his life. The kid was still alive, and that was something anyway. The Cactus Inn Motel in Mountain City featured satellite TV and magic finger beds that shook when you inserted quarters in a coin box mounted on the wall. The coffee shop had slot machines lined up against one wall to catch the suckers bright and early while they waited for their ham and eggs.
My mother's here?
Room 17. Just let me check it out first, will you?
Sure.
It wasn't trust, he realized, so much as weary resignation. Eddie made no move to follow Bolin as he got out of the car and walked up to the numbered door.
Eddie? Eddie? Oh, God!
A young blonde woman rushed by Bolin. The warrior made no move to stop her. Inside the room stood the congressman. Next time the man spoke on television, Bolin thought the makeup crew would have to earn their money. Pushing 55, the politician looked like he had aged another 10 years overnight.
Is everything, all right?
The boy's uninjured. Beyond that, I'm not qualified to say.
Well, of course, I understand. He'll have the finest care available.
I hope so, Congressman.
I wish there was something I could do.
Just do for Eddie and his mother.
Yes, I will. Oh, you got a call.
Say what?
A message on the telephone. Call Leo, I believe it was.
That's it?
Call Leo. Yes, I'm sure that's all he said.
Thank you.
The executioner brushed past him.
Yes?
I got your message.
Are you finished up out there?
Looks like.
Okay, we've got ourselves an unexpected situation.
Is there any other kind?
I keep my fingers crossed. The man was hoping you could pay a visit to the farm.
How soon?
We could have used you yesterday.
I'm on my way.
Reynosa, Mexico. Friday, 10 o'clock a.m.
The chicken hawk was on his way. Carl Lyons scanned the curving stretch of desert highway with binoculars, picking out the glint of chrome in the distance, tracking until the flash of sunlight resolved itself into a sky-blue Mercedes. Figure $60,000 with the built-in extras, and you might be close. Crime pays, damn right. This morning, though, it was about to pay off in a way the chicken hawk didn't anticipate. His name was Agustin Cavillo, Paco to his friends, who knew him best and shared his tastes. The list included politicians, businessmen, and entertainers, judges, attorneys, and law enforcement officers. When they got together for the special parties Agustin Cavillo held each month at his estate outside Reynosa, they put all their differences aside and concentrated on pursuing pleasures of the flesh. As fate, or pure dumb luck would have it, all of them were pedophiles, unable or unwilling to perform with partners much beyond the age of 12 years old. They patronized Cavillo's service in the knowledge that his inventory was reviewed each month, old items giving way to new, and they would never have to see the same faces twice. In fact, it was Cavillo's method of rotating inventory that had brought Carl Lyons to Reynosa, left him crouching in the shade of thorny Joshua trees and sipping tepid water while the desert temperature began to climb. Cavillo's private parties were repulsive in themselves, but he wasn't content with servicing the so-called cream of Mexican society. Aside from pimping children to his cronies in return for cash and favors, Agustin cleared several $1 million yearly by producing and distributing a line of kiddie porn for paying customers in the United States and Canada. A relatively recent sideline was the trafficking of kidnapped children, stolen from the rural countryside of Mexico for shipment north, where certain well-heeled bits of human toxic waste paid anywhere from $10,000 to $30,000 each for living, breathing toys. The FBI and INS suspected Agustin Cavillo had been moving children north through Texas and New Mexico for more than 2 years. They could only estimate the numbers based on hearsay testimony and a covert scan of Paco's many bank accounts. Conservative reports stood fast around an estimated 100 victims. Feds with more imagination hinted that the number might be double, even triple that. No matter. One child stolen from a loving home and sold like so much livestock would have been enough for Lyons. It was time to cancel Augustin Cavillo's ticket in the name of common decency. I've got him. Any company?
He's clean.
All right. Let's bring it home. The tip on Paco's whereabouts had set them back 10,000 pesos. Call it $100, give or take. It would have startled Cavillo to discover just how little he was worth. Carl Lyons made it roughly 50 cents on the pound. Dead meat. Cavillo had been staying overnight in Matamoros, but the risks were greater if they tagged him there. An extra day would see him home, and they could have some privacy at his estate. Of course, they wouldn't have the place entirely to themselves. Cavillo had his servants, bodyguards, and there were always 2 or 3 young guests in residence to keep the master occupied. Today, there should be closer to a dozen, as Cavillo had a weekend party planned for several of his richest friends. Lyons had wanted to wait another day and bag the whole bunch, but justice had turned thumbs down. It was enough to eliminate the source and thereby shut down the pipeline, however briefly. Taking out a kitty pimp was one thing. Burning up the Matamoros social register was something else. He watched the blue Mercedes, following its progress for another mile or so until the sandy foothills covered its retreat. He's out of sight. I'm heading out.
We're on our way. Don't start the party without us.
Okay, but if I see my chance, I'm taking it. Lyons was driving a Cadillac, new model, lightly powdered with a layer of dust that cut the desert sun's reflection off of highly polished paint and chrome. The kind of car Cavillo would expect a wealthy customer to drive. In fact, the pimp was doubtless hurrying to make himself presentable for Lyons' arrival. It wasn't every day you had a chance to deal with someone who was interested in buying stolen lives a dozen at a time. Cavillo had been gobbling the bait for 2 weeks now, and the big ex-LAPD detective could almost hear him drooling on the telephone each time they spoke. The deal that Lyons offered would have put Cavillo in a different bracket if the bastard had been paying taxes to begin with. Greed would do it every time. Lyons would have liked to do the job himself, but he knew the odds. With Paco's muscle and domestic staff, he made it 10 or 12 to 1, and while he could remember playing worse hands, none of them had been by choice. With gadgets and the politician backing him up, he had a fairly decent chance of coming out the other end alive. It was all a gamble going in. They knew the bodyguards were armed, but they were only guessing on the staff. Did Paco have a fallback option for eliminating evidence? Would there be extra muscle at the rancho, with a party coming up? Unknown. The caddy almost drove itself, and Lyons leaned across to reach the glove compartment, lifting out a sleek Beretta 92F semi-automatic with a custom silencer attached. He checked the safety, then placed the pistol on the seat beside him, easily within his reach. 5 minutes brought him to the wrought iron gates. A guard in uniform examined his caddy from behind the scrollwork. Lyons left the vehicle, stretched his legs, and walked up to the gates, all smiles.
Senor?
Chad Lewis. I believe Senator Cavillo is expecting me. The guard frowned and stepped inside the gatehouse, checking out a clipboard, finally nodding to himself. He keyed a switch, and Lyons walked back to his rental as the gate began to roll aside. He put the Cadillac in gear and eased forward, lifting the Beretta as he pulled even with the gatehouse. Oh, one more thing.
Yes?
So, you think he'll try to hot dog?
Carl? Paul, you're kidding, right?
Damn it. Rosario Blancanales was riding shotgun in the tail car, wishing that they hadn't given Lyons such a lead. The plan was simple, but he knew how Lyons felt about Cavillo, any child abuser, and it would be oh so simple for the Iron Man to begin without them. 2-3 minutes either way, and it could still go straight to hell. Let's try some speed, why don't we?
80 isn't fast enough?
I'm in a hurry.
We're getting there.
As if on cue, they came around a corner, and the foothills seemed to melt away, the desert spreading out in front of them as far as he could see. A half-mile farther, an access road branched off the highway toward Cavillo's walled estate. He caught a glimpse of dust just settling on the driveway. Gates open. Party time. Blancanales reached under his seat and found the mini Uzi, flicking off the compact submachine gun safety with his thumb. Beside him, Gadgets had an Ingram MAC-10 resting in his lap. They took it easy, passing through the open gate, both of them checking out the prostrate guard.
One down.
Let's move it.
Hey, you gonna get that?
Maybe later. The beeper was their hotline link to Stony Man, an option that was rarely used except in bona fide emergencies. What's cooking, you think?
Let's stick to one meal at a time.
Distraction at a crucial moment was enough to get you killed. The team at Stony Man would know that going in, which made the interruption that much more disturbing. Hey, check it out. Ahead of them, Lyons' Cadillac was parked in front of Cavillo's rambling hacienda. Pulling up behind him, they could see the front door standing open, like the gate. He isn't wasting any time.
Hey, suppose he does it all himself. We still get paid?
Don't worry. You'll get your 50 cents an hour, just like everybody else.
Well, that's okay then.
Moving up the steps, they had their automatic weapons ready, scanning left and right for any sign of trouble from the guards. Surprisingly, the rancho seemed deserted. I thought Cavillo had a staff.
Must all be inside. Let's check it out.
They found one of the staff inside the open doorway, limp and leaking on a priceless oriental rug. His open jacket showed an automatic in a shoulder rig, but he had been too slow to reach it when Lyons took him down.
That's 2.
Which ought to leave us 9 or 10 at least.
Would you believe they're on vacation? That's upstairs. Come on!
Whoa, hang on a second.
Why?
Try this. 3 gunners suddenly materialized in a corridor on their left, 2 brandishing pistols, the middleman packing a stubby riot shotgun. Somehow, they had missed Lyons' entrance and his move upstairs, but there was no way they could overlook the sounds of combat emanating from the second floor. Now they were facing strangers armed with automatic weapons in the master's parlor, and in such a situation, there was only one appropriate response. They opened fire. Blancanellis flopped behind a couch that was all heavy wood and leather, feeling it absorb a shotgun blast and several rounds from someone's semi-auto pistol. Schwartz was somewhere else in the room, taking cover, hopefully. Wriggling on his knees and elbows, Blancanellis made it to the far end of the sofa, braced himself, and prepared to make his move. Schwartz's MAC-10 cleared the way. Moving clear of the cover on his knees, he found a target 15 feet away and let his Uzi do the talking. That left one, the hard case with the 12-gauge. Whatever else he might have been, the shooter wasn't yellow. With his sidekicks down, he could have run for daylight, but he stood his ground. He stepped into the open, firing from the hip. 3 up, 3 down.
Sounds like Lyons finished up too. Let's go.
No, we're still not finished down here.
Oh, man.
Moving cautiously along the spacious corridor, they checked an empty den and dining room before they reached the kitchen. Half a dozen servants huddled in a corner there. Based on their clothing, Blancanellis made them as a butler, a chauffeur, 2 maids, and cooks. Both of the women were in tears, and no one showed the least desire to fight or die for Agustin Cavillo.
Satisfied?
Let's go. All things considered, Lyons thought the probe was going better than he had any right to expect. The racket issued from downstairs told him Schwartz and Blancanellis had arrived, and they were mopping up the troops who missed him coming in. Or maybe getting mopped up on their own. No way. He knew the able warriors well enough to feel a twinge of sympathy for their opponents. Just a twinge, though, not enough to wish the sleazy bastards well by any means. In front of him, Cavillo's last 2 hard men lay like broken crash test dummies in the middle of a spacious hallway, leaking blood and brains. The pair had seen him coming, pinned him down with probing fire, and tried to rush him once they had him on the spot. Bad move. Between the silencer-equipped Beretta and his big Colt Python, Lyons had them covered. Never mind that he was acting like a goddamn cowboy, coming out with 2 guns blazing. If it worked, you said a silent prayer of thanks and turned your mind to what came next. Cavillo. Lyons had a fix on his primary target, 2 doors down, a bedroom on the right. The door was closed and maybe barricaded from within, but there was no more time to waste. For all he knew, the chicken hawk might have a child inside the bedroom with him, or he might be slipping out the window. The big ex-cop checked both his weapons, making sure that each was fully loaded. He moved silently along the hallway, stepping over bodies in his path. The floor was solid underfoot, no creaking boards. But Lyons had to figure that Cavillo would be ready for rapping on his chamber door. The gunners would have told him if they had the situation well in hand, but as it was, no pain, no gain. The able team warrior went in low and fast, coming up beside an ornate chest of drawers. His Colt was leveled, looking and searching for a target. Cavillo took a round in the side and did a sloppy pirouette right at the balcony door. Give up, Cavillo! Cavillo's rounds were in no danger of hitting Lyons, but it wasn't the best situation. It was a risky business, guessing the capacity of unknown weapons. Paco might have 3 rounds left or 10. In either case, though, he was short on cover, edging out of sight in a maneuver that left one knee exposed, poking around the corner of the door jamb as a target too tempting to resist. Lyons pictured himself on the target range, lining up a shot with all the time in the world. In fact, it took him all of a second and a half, cocking the python's hammer with his thumb to minimize the trigger pull, squeezing off the shot with loving care. He tumbled out of hiding, clutching his ruined knee with one hand. The able team leader emerged from cover to walk toward his target. Whoa, Lyons. You want to watch that? Hey, you ought to call ahead. I didn't have a quarter. What's happening? Just mopping up? You need a hand? Not this time. Lyons stepped across the threshold to the patio and kicked Cavillo's useless pistol out of reach. He knelt beside the chicken hawk and let Cavillo see the python. Your party's canceled, scumbag. Are the children here?
Will you let me live?
I'll think about it.
They are in the basement.
Fair enough. As Lyons turned toward his teammate, Cavillo scrambled for his hideaway gun sheathed in an ankle holster.
You son of a...
The basement. Let's go. Let's do it. Gadgets has a call to make. What call is that? We go to Page. 3 guesses. All this, and I thought we'd get a coffee break at least. You'll get enough rest when you're dead, I guess.
All right. A house this size, they've got to have a freaking telephone.
La Galite, Mediterranean Sea, Saturday, 12:07 a.m.
The Zodiac inflatable was running dark and silent, with its outboard engine muffled by a special insulated hood. The island was a jagged shadow, pitch black, with a sprinkling of stars behind it. There were faint lights showing, halfway up the seaward slope, but they weren't designed to reach the water, or the 5 men in their speeding boat.
Be ready.
Yakov Katzenellenbogen knew the warning was pointless, but he felt obliged to mouth the words.
I'd make it 90 seconds, ETA.
In 90 seconds, they would be on shore. From that point, Katz knew that damn near anything could happen, but he would have bet his life on these men in a pinch. In fact, he had already done exactly that. The raid had been a long time coming. Close to 4 years since a suitcase bomb had detonated in the cargo bay of Worldwide Airlines number 106 above Kilkenny, Ireland. 6 weeks had been spent picking up the pieces, another 8 months passing while the President's Commission plowed through reams of testimony, scientific documents, forensic evidence. 3 months later, a sanitized report was released that blamed the Libyans, withholding any names of individuals responsible for wiping out 267 lives. All that and the indictments were the hard part, moving at the speed of sound inside a vacuum, but they finally got it done. The lucky winner was a die-hard terrorist from Tripoli named Fazir Obari. He had come a long way from his adolescent days in Black September when he helped deliver weapons for the Munich massacre. A bust for reckless driving made him miss the show, and psychiatric profiles on the guy suggested that he had been compensating for his failure ever since. The grapevine had it that he rubbed shoulders with the PLO, Jihad, and Hezbollah. Obari was a killer who made up with calculated cruelty for what he lacked in terms of conscience. These days, he was an idea man, letting young psychopaths act out his morbid fantasies. But he was still acknowledged as the best around, a terrorist who put Carlos the Jackal in the shade. And it was the indictment handed down the previous Thursday that had brought the men of Phoenix Force so far from home. But for Katz, home wasn't that far away. 2 hours, give or take, by plane to Tel Aviv. He had long since cut his ties to the Mossad, but the war was everywhere. This night it brought him to a tiny speck of land a mile off the Tunisian coast, where Obari made his home away from home. Katz would have been pleased to execute the terrorist on sight, but his orders were specific: seize and hold for extradition. Rough translation: grab his ass and bring him home for trial. It was an action calculated to provoke Tunisian diplomats, but Washington was tired of bending over backward to appease mass murderers and those who sheltered them with legal technicalities. Possession was 9/10 of the law in his case, and the other 1/10 didn't count. Still, killing off Obari would have been the easy way to go. Less risk to Katz's men, for one thing, while reducing any chance of an escape. Too bad. He held the tiller with his good left hand and gripped his Uzi with the stainless steel prosthesis on his right. For the occasion, he had sprayed the custom pincer mechanism with a coat of flat black paint. No point in taking chances, after all. He made it something less than 40 seconds now and concentrated on the shoreline, counting down the numbers in his head. Gary Manning hit the rocky beach a step behind Calvin James, helping his teammate haul the Zodiac inflatable ashore. They were 150 yards due east of the Aubari dock and theoretically invisible to sentries he kept posted on the shoreline. The terrorist was paranoid, but you could hardly blame him. It was how he stayed alive. The other members of the team were all on shore now, fanning out and following their orders silently, like moving parts of a sophisticated weapon. The Canadian was paired with Rafael Enciso, jogging toward a goat track etched in weather-beaten stone. Their destination, a cliff 60 feet directly overhead. The other three would head downrange to take the pier before they closed in on Aubari's hillside villa. The Uzi Manning carried had been fitted with a silencer in preparation for the likelihood that he and Enciso would make first contact with the enemy. Officially, it didn't matter who they killed on their approach, as long as they were able to retrieve Aubari still alive and kicking for the run back to their waiting submarine. From that point on, he'd be someone else's headache, handled by the diplomats and prosecutors. It was more than he deserved. They reached the cliff, a quick flash of Enciso's penlight to confirm position, and they started up the narrow track. He made it something close to 45 degrees, and Manning was relieved that they were climbing in the dark instead of coming down. If all went well, they would remove Aubari by a different route. They had a layout of Aubari's villa from a CIA informant in the PLO. It had been 7 months since their informer visited the island, and the dozen guards in residence last spring could easily have multiplied, but they were counting on the floor plan of Aubari's house to be unchanged. Above them, 2 men walked towards the edge of the cliff. Enciso suddenly became a statue, Manning frozen in his shadow, index finger tightening around the Uzi's trigger. Just the patrol making their rounds. Manning and Enciso resumed their climb, and 2 minutes later they were at the top. The guards were too far to see. The big Canadian made it something in the neighborhood of 50 feet, and definitely to their left, between his own position and the villa. There would be no circumventing these guards once they made their move.
You ready?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Let's go.
When Enciso moved forward, Manning followed him instinctively, their shadows separating to eliminate one bunched-up target for their enemies. There were 3 guards dressed in army surplus jackets, denim pants, and boots. All 3 were packing AK-47s, but they weren't in their hands. A rookie mistake. Now, whatever happened at the house, it would be that much easier because their enemy had 3 fewer guns.
It's time.
I know.
They left the corpses where they lay and proceeded toward the villa. They had drawn first blood, and it was time for more. Ironically, the only terrorist they weren't allowed to kill was the most brutal of the lot. Fazir Aubari was amused by the American attempt to frighten him. He had enjoyed the headlines, citing his indictment on 267 counts of murder, all the sound and fury in the media about the possibility of extradition and a formal trial. The running dogs of fascist Israel had to find him first, and even that wouldn't help them. Not while the Tunisian government was forced to coexist with Colonel Muammar Gaddafi as its next-door neighbor. It was totally delicious when Aubari stopped to think about it. He had read the definition of a perfect crime somewhere long years ago when he was still a student radical. Contrary to popular belief, the perfect crime wasn't a secret from the world at large. The truly perfect crime was one in which the perpetrators were identified and yet remained untouchable beyond the law. Of course, it was inaccurate to speak of revolutionary acts as crimes. There was a holy war in progress, whether the Americans and others of their ilk acknowledged it or not. It had begun in 1948, when scheming British politicians ripped the very heart from Palestine and gave it to the Zionists without so much as asking the inhabitants if they would mind. From that day to the present, there had been no peace, would be none while the dark, malignant growth of Israel still endured. In such a war, there were no innocents, no non-combatants. Anyone who didn't stand against the Zionist regime was automatically fair game, an enemy by definition. Terror was the only weapon readily available to broken men, and those who took their orders from Fazir Aubari used it well. Each incident produced the same attacks by Western journalists and diplomats, but that was all beside the point. In terrorism, there was no such thing as bad publicity.
Fazir, I hear! See to the men.
Yes.
He used another precious moment, running down the possibilities. Israelis like to play commando games, but he couldn't rule out betrayal by his so-called comrades in the struggle. Angry words with Arafat had left the 2 of them not speaking for the past 3 weeks, and no one with a brain would ever fully trust Abu Nidal. A major reason why the war dragged on so long had always been the childish rivalry between committed warriors of the cause. But no matter who had chosen to attack him here, the move would fail. His soldiers were the best, and he was ready to evacuate if need be on a moment's notice, starting now. It pleased some Western journalists to call him mad, but none mistook him for a fool.
Damn it!
Calvin James felt his temper rise at the burst of AK fire. They had gotten within 60 yards of the villa without incident, but one lucky bastard had managed to tip off the whole place. The other sentries responded quickly, but without organization. It must have sounded strange inside the villa, like a weird one-sided battle, but Albari would be waiting for them now. The clock was ticking, any way you sliced it.
Time to move.
David McCarter pounded past James on his left, and the ex-SEAL saw Yakov Katzenellenbogen coming up the rocky stairs behind him. He leaped across the body of a fallen Arab, blanking out the image of a dead face with the eyes wide open, staring sightlessly through space. Albari's home away from home was close enough that James could make out human silhouettes behind the flimsy curtains now, their jerky haste an indication of the combat preparations being made. From soft and silent, they had gone to heavy metal hardball in a few brief moments, but it wasn't the prospect of a fight that worried Calvin James. Their orders were specific: bring Fazir Albari back alive at any cost. From this point on, it meant that they would have to double-check each target, hold their fire if there was any doubt at all, risk everything to save a piece of human scum who should have gone down with his Black September cronies 20 years ago.
Shit!
James sighted on the sentry's muzzle flash.
Thanks. I was pinned down.
No problem.
You guys, go on ahead. I'm going to cut him off.
Wait! How do you know where he is?
I don't, but I've got a hunch.
Fair enough. Keep in touch.
James followed McCarter toward the house, wishing the open slope afforded better cover from their enemies. They were within 50 feet of their destination when it all went to hell. Katz had to squint against the stroboscopic glare of the stun grenade's explosions to preserve his night vision as he circled the villa. Whatever else Fazir Albari was, he rated high marks for survival in the past 2 decades. The Mossad and Israel's Wrath of God assassination teams had tried to kill him several times, and an equal number of attempts by brother terrorists had also failed to do the job. Albari knew the risks involved and never let himself be caught without an exit hatch, not even here. The rugged slope put a strain on Katz's thighs, his muscles burning as he ran uphill, but he was gaining now. A few more seconds, and his instinct would be vindicated or disproved. He would either have the man they sought, or else he could approach the villa from behind and help the others with a room-to-room search. At worst, he'd have wasted several moments on the fringes of the killing field, and there was death enough to go around. He came around the corner in a crouch and met Albari just emerging from the villa with a younger gunman in the lead. Katz froze in his tracks and let them gain some distance from the house. He didn't want the terrorist ducking back inside before he had a chance to make his tag. It would have been so easy, even now. A firm hand on the Uzi, tracking left to right and back again. 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, case closed. Except that Albari had a date with justice back in Washington, D.C. No matter that the trial would offer him a chance to air his poison in the media. The good news was that he'd be exposed to millions for the sadistic animal he was. The revelation of his crimes in court, with documenting evidence, would also put more heat on Libya and other sponsors of the long guerrilla war on Israel. Albari's bodyguard, however, had a date with death.
Show yourself, infidel!
Katz ducked the first wild rounds and let his Uzi dangle by its shoulder strap, his left hand fastening around the Crossman airgun tucked inside his belt. It held a single tranquilizer dart, and a miss would mean reloading under fire, perhaps a fatal blunder at the present range. So he determined not to miss. A chip of stone drew blood from Katz's cheek, but he was ready now, the Crossman's sights lined up for target acquisition. He squeezed the trigger gently, praying for a solid hit. The terrorist brought a hand up to the bare skin of his neck, too late. The dart discharged its payload on impact, and removing it a second later did no earthly good at all.
You... How dare...
The tough Israeli smiled as the man's face made impact with the stony ground. Too bad about that famous nose. Perhaps it could be reconstructed in a prison hospital.
We've secured the villa. He's not in here.
I have him.
Still alive?
Damn right. The others?
Down and out. No casualties on our side.
Fair enough.
Katz slung the prostrate terrorist over his shoulder. It was a long walk down the hillside to their Zodiac inflatable, but there was no one left to chase them now. In 20 minutes, give or take, they'd be back aboard the submarine and on their way. Katz found he was looking forward to his next report to Stony Man.
Madison County, Virginia, Sunday, 9:15 a.m.
I wish we had some kind of fix on what this squeal is all about.
Oh, did you think they'd run it down when you were calling from Cavillo's house?
We could have set a callback.
SOP. They'll tell us what we need to know when someone thinks we need to know it.
Even so, to call us in like this.
They were rolling through the Blue Ridge Mountains east of Sperryville on Skyline Drive. The Chevy Blazer was a loaner from the Justice Motor Pool in Washington. It wore Virginia plates and had a little something extra underneath the hood in case they needed speed. More extras tucked away discreetly out of view if they should choose to stand and fight. All window dressing on the present run, Lyons thought, when the chances were that they'd neither have to run nor fight. A simple briefing. Maybe not so simple, given the conditions of their summons, but it wasn't like they should expect an ambush. Not until they got their marching orders. The Blue Ridge Mountains were a far cry from Los Angeles, where Lyons had begun the twisted trek that led him here. How many times had he been moved to ask himself, what if? What if his path had never crossed Mac Boland's in those early days, when Lyons was a young detective working homicide, and Boland was a one-man army conducting a war on the Mafia? What if he had decided Boland's world was too intense the first time out, rejecting Hal Brignola's offer of a federal job that sent him undercover, working on the kind of cases where you came out bloody every time? What if he had refused when Able Team was organized to play a role in Project Phoenix, based at Stony Man Farm? Moot questions now. But sometimes, in a quiet, contemplative moment, Lyons still amused himself by playing out alternatives. Sometimes he saw himself in charge of a police division, rising through the ranks of LAPD brass. Or maybe he decided to retire and take it easy, open up a stylish seafood restaurant in Malibu, get rowdy on the weekends with an upscale yuppie crowd.
Hey, what's so funny? Daydreaming.
Beautiful. Our wheelman's in the Twilight Zone.
They could have flown from Washington, but they had opted for an early morning drive, a vote of 2-1, with Schwartz dissenting. After Mexico, the Shenandoah National Park was a treat for the eyes, lush greenery everywhere, with traces of morning fog still hanging in between the stately trees. A mile back, Lyons had been forced to brake while half a dozen deer had crossed the highway, a speckled fawn bringing up the rear. They were a world away from drugs and ragged beggars and the blazing desert sun. He liked it fine. Which didn't mean he was blasé about their summons to the farm by any means. He shared the curiosity of his companions, but he knew that picking it apart would get them nowhere. When the time came, they'd be enlightened, more or less. The farm was coming up, with orchards masking the perimeter, the barbed wire barely noticeable from the road. It wasn't much in terms of a defensive line, but it was never meant to be. The real defenses lay within, concealed from prying eyes. Intruders would be scanned by compact TV cameras and tracked by motion sensors, headed off by mounted guards and dogs and foot patrols. If anyone got through the orchards, they were facing open, cultivated fields where farmhands traveled armed by day and hidden sentries watched their turf through scopes at night. In theory, you could only reach the farmhouse with an invitation from the management. Carl Lyons sometimes told himself that he could make it if he had to, but he never really felt the urge to try. Another time, perhaps. This visit, they had come in answer to an urgent summons from the man, and that meant there was work to do. No time for bullshit games.
You think he'll be here? Who's he?
I mean the Sarge.
In a few more minutes, we'll find out.
The narrow access road had nothing in the way of signs to beckon tourists, but a few were bound to try it out from time to time. 100 yards from Skyline Drive, they saw a cautionary notice of restricted access. 50 more, and they were warned that trespassers would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If any strangers missed the point and kept on going, they were likely to encounter armed resistance in due course. Lyons knew the guards were out today, as always, but they didn't show themselves to challenge Able Team. These visitors were welcome.
Stony Man Farm.
Hey, Stryker, we got a fix on Able coming in. You want to say hello?
I'm on my way.
Bolin rolled out of bed and retrieved his briefs from the floor, slipping into them before he reached for his discarded jeans.
I wish we had more time. You need some R&R.
So, what was this?
A little welcome home. But I'm not convinced you got the full effect.
I couldn't take much more.
A big, strong boy like you. I bet you could.
Don't tempt me.
Barbara Price knelt behind him on the mattress, both arms circling his neck, her firm breasts pressed against his back.
Would that be possible?
I wouldn't be surprised.
So prove it.
I can't right now.
I know. Can't blame a girl for trying. If Bear asks, I'll be there in a minute.
Right.
It had been many weeks since Bolin had worked with Able Team. He had known the three men for a lifetime. When Bolin organized his private death squad, mopping up the town with mafioso Julian DeGeorge, Schwartz and Blancanales were the friendly survivors, later teaming up and keeping track of Bolin's progress as high-tech private security consultants. Lyons, meanwhile, had drifted from LAPD into covert work with Hal Brignola's Sensitive Operations Group, later reborn as Project Phoenix, with its nerve center located at Stony Man Farm. The stairs took him down to the entryway and out to the front porch of the main house, where Aaron Kurtzman waited in his wheelchair.
They should be here by now. What's the holdup, Bear?
There was a little extra mopping up that needed to be done in Mexico. Dropping off the 7 children without confessing to a string of homicides wasn't easy.
And we would prefer not making an international incident out of it, I'd imagine.
Exactly. But Paul worked it out.
How?
Let's just say that they don't call him the politician for nothing.
Here they come. I suppose they made fair time, all things considered.
I suppose. They weren't thrilled at being called in the middle of a mission.
They'll survive.
I'll hold you to that, Stryker.
My pleasure.
Hey, look, a welcoming party. Good to see you, Stryker.
Same to you, Iron Man. Welcome back to the farm.
Can't wait to find out what our government wants us to clean up next.
With any luck, it'll be another child molester.
I always enjoy taking those out.
Well, our next target's a bit different.
Different how?
Let's wait until the briefing.
Barbara Price stood in the open doorway, topping off the round of greetings with a smile for each new arrival.
Come on in, boys.
Is Hal around?
On his way, Paul. Should be here soon.
Phoenix?
They had a longer trip. Say, early afternoon?
So, what's for lunch?
At 9:30?
I'm still a growing boy.
Yeah, we noticed.
Hey, I'll put my pecs against yours any day.
You'll have to catch me first.
I hope you've got the coffee on. It's always on. From what I understand, in another month or two, they even plan to wash the pot.
I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Well, until everybody's here, you all get to relax. Enjoy it. It won't last long.
The war room was located downstairs on the western end of the basement level. Access to the chamber was by elevator from the first-floor computer room or through a coded security door from the basement level itself. Inside, a conference table built to seat 24 delegates was occupied by slightly less than half that number. Hal Brignola's position at the head of the table had little to do with rank, though he effectively commanded Stony Man Farm when he was on the premises. Barbara Price sat on the Big Fed's left, holding her own as the established mission controller. A few feet to Brignola's right, Aaron Bear Kurtzman manned the console that controlled a range of video displays and speakers inside the conference room. The other seats were filled in rough approximation of the team divisions evident at Stony Man. Bolin had the next chair to Brignola's right, with Blancanales at his side, then Schwartz and Lyons, Leo Turin rounding off the side. Facing them across the table were the men of Phoenix Force, Yakov Katzenellenbogen, David McCarter, Calvin James, Rafael Enciso, and Gary Manning. Jack Grimaldi, ace pilot, had also come to the meeting. There was no artwork or superfluous adornment in the war room, but its walls were far from bare. Huge maps depicted every portion of the globe, overlaid in places with black and white glossies taken from spy planes and satellites orbiting in space. With the maps and photographs around him, Bolin always felt he had somehow burrowed into the heart of the earth, surrounding himself with all manner of life, trying to decide which should continue and which should be destroyed. It was the same choice predators made every day, except that Bolin left his own selfish interests out of the equation, examining each problem as it came from the standpoint of how he could do the most good for people at risk, simultaneously inflicting the maximum possible damage on his enemies.
We might as well get started. We got lots to talk about, and I imagine most of you are wondering why you're here. Well, I won't keep you in suspense.
The lights began to dim, and a screen descended from a ceiling fixture at the north end of the room. On the screen, a solemn face appeared. Caucasian, male, dark hair and eyes, with a mustache that hid the upper lip. It was the kind of photograph found on passports, driver's licenses, and booking sheets.
Dale Hargis, DEA. 2 months ago, he was assigned to work a syndicate of Cubans and Colombians around Miami, bringing coke in through the Keys. They tell me he had 9 years on the job.
Had?
19 days ago he disappeared, lost touch with his control. They didn't want to hit the panic button right away in case he had some kind of deal in progress. But they started putting feelers out. When he was gone a week, they pulled out all the stops. A little late.
Dale Hargis's photo was replaced by something pale and dappled red. It could have been a side of beef, except that it was wearing tattered slacks and one gray sock.
Sweet Jesus. What was it, shark?
Safe bet. But no one's really sure. He surfaced Thursday afternoon. A water skier hit him, actually. From what I understand, it ruined her vacation. The ID took some time without a head or hands, but they confirmed Dale Hargis from a broken leg he had in high school and a pelvic x-ray taken 2 or 3 years ago when he got bounced around in a pursuit.
Is there a cause of death?
ME's office found a bullet wedged between 2 vertebrae. 9mm parabellum. Could have been a fatal shot. Without the upper torso, anything beyond the bullet find is guesswork.
The bloody corpse was thankfully supplanted by another face. Hispanic this time, with the eyes concealed behind designer shades, long hair drawn back and tied off in a ponytail. It was a candid close-up, probably a telephoto job. The jacket this man wore was silk and must have cost him more than most Miami residents, the honest ones at least, would take home in a month.
Juan Rolando Escalante, Cuban. He was 18 when he caught the boat lift out of Mariel in 1980. Spent time in detention, claimed political asylum from the communists. You know the drill. They tried to check him through INS and came up empty, which isn't to say that he was clean when Castro cut him loose. We know ex-cons and mental cases outnumbered legitimate refugees 5 to 1 on that scam. But there's no way to name them all.
Was Hargis on this guy?
Like glue. He was supposed to be a buyer from Atlanta, setting up a source for major weight. The DEA thinks Escalante broke his cover somehow, and they took him for a swim.
You didn't call us in to cap some dealer in Miami.
You're right. Juan Escalante's not the problem. He's a symptom.
So?
We're talking Panama to start. Has anybody here kept track of things since Noriega went away?
They've had some demonstrations, some shakeups in the government.
That's part of it. But right now we're concerned with things that don't show up on CNN.
Which brings us back to drugs.
In spades. The GAO and DEA report that trafficking and money laundering in Panama are on the rise since Noriega took his dive. Bulk seizures of cocaine have more than doubled in the past 12 months. And I don't need to tell you what that means in terms of shipments getting through.
You're saying Noriega kept the lid on?
Let's say his ego and his paranoia made him run a tighter ship than his successors. Everybody's scrambling for position now, inside the government and out. The drug cartels are going crazy. It's another gold rush, and everybody's cashing in for all they can before the bubble bursts.
But if DEA's on top of this, why should we give it?
They know about it, but they're not on top of anything, cats. Quite frankly, state's inclined to look the other way right now and make believe we got it right the first time.
Who's interested in this if state is playing see no evil?
Let's just say the man would rather have it handled quietly this time without the 7th Fleet. I guess we'd better hear some more.
Juan Escalante disappeared, replaced immediately by a smiling man in uniform at some kind of cocktail party from the look of things. Perhaps an embassy affair. The soldier was approaching middle age and wore the lavish decorations common to a third world military officer. His smile reminded Bolin of a hungry moray eel.
Colonel Antonio Del Valle of the Panama Defense Forces. He's more or less responsible for stamping out the country's drug trade. What I hear from DEA, that translates into ripping off the small fry, executing those who give him any grief, and letting heavy hitters buy a franchise. Last report, the going rate was something like $250,000 per month per gang. That buys political insurance, banking privileges, and a free pass when it comes to customs.
This guy isn't carrying the ball alone.
You got that right, Grimaldi.
The next shot caught two men in stylish business suits, beaming at each other, and each held a cocktail glass.
Same party? I wouldn't be surprised. You got Jesus Avilla on the left, a presidential aide in charge of commerce, and a close friend of Del Valle's. Word is, he's as dirty as they come. The joker on the right is one Ernesto Montalvo, CEO of the Panama National Bank. If anybody's keeping track, he's been connected to the BCCI for years.
Bolin frowned at the mention of the notorious Bank of Credit and Commerce International. Chartered in Luxembourg during 1972, the BCCI compiled assets of $20 billion by the time its unscrupulous dealings were finally unveiled in 1990. That was the year BCCI paid a $15 million forfeiture and saw 5 of its bankers imprisoned for laundering drug money. But the scandal was only beginning. Within a year's time, BCCI had been linked with customers as diverse as Saddam Hussein, Ferdinand Marcos, Jimmy Carter, Oliver North, Adnan Khashoggi, the Medellin drug cartel, and Manuel Noriega. It was no surprise, therefore, to find Noriega's corrupt successors still doing business at the same old stand.
Montalvo runs the laundry. Looks that way, and his biggest customers right now are these two sweethearts.
On the screen, a mugshot suddenly replaced the cocktail party. Bolin locked eyes with a lean-faced predator. His dark hair was combed back and oiled to make it stay, and he had pierced ears, a diamond on the left, a gold ring on the right. An old scar ran diagonally from his lower lip, across his chin, and out of sight beneath the jawline.
Sergio Barbosa. He hails from Cali in Colombia. Word has it that he used to be a freelance shooter for the dealers there, some paramilitary action on the side. He finally got too hot for the Colombians to handle, which should give you some idea of what we're dealing with. These days, he moves a ton of coke through Panama and handles contracts on the side.
Another mugshot came up on screen, a round face this time, seeming softer at a glance, until you saw the eyes. They might have been cut glass for all the life that they displayed.
Carlos Velasquez. He's Barbosa's major competition at the moment. Also a Colombian. 3 years for smuggling in Bogota, and he's suspected of a dozen murders, give or take, before he started dealing big time. Panama agrees with him these days.
Barbosa wants him out?
Del Valle likes to keep the lid on, but there's no love lost between them. Anyway, it hasn't come to shooting yet.
What's the source?
Right here.
A distance shot this time. A man emerging from a limousine, half shielded by the body of his driver. Even so, they had a clear view of the dealer's face.
Whoa! He looks like Dracula. I'd take the vampire every time. Guillermo Santiago, boys and girls. At DEA, they rank him 5th or 6th among the richest dealers in Colombia. He might be moving up the scale if the Ochoa family keeps on taking hits the way they've been.
Which gang is he dealing with?
He covers both. They might not like it, but his prices are competitive, and no one gives him any crap. If Barbosa and Velasquez want to squabble on their own time, Santiago doesn't care. His trade is strictly cash and carry all the way.
Suppose he felt the competition heating up.
Hard to say. My best guess is he'd want to back the winner, but he tries to satisfy his customers across the board. I don't think he'd jump in to help one or the other right away, unless one side forgot to pay their bill. We've also got a wild card in the deck.
Another face filled the screen. He was a soldier, judging from the olive-drab fatigues, but he wore no insignia of rank. His beard was neatly trimmed, a touch of gray around the chin, and Bolin made him somewhere in his 40s. The cigar was vintage Castro.
I know this man. At least I know his face.
Good memory, Rafe. Major Luis Rivera. He's with the Cuban DSE.
What does the state security have to do with this?
For the answer, we touched base with Langley. I don't need to tell you how the company keeps track of old Fidel.
Go on.
Okay, I know you're current with the goings-on in Eastern Europe. The news people say that communism's dead outside of Asia, but they missed a spot. When you put Castro underneath the microscope, he looks a lot like Stalin, even now.
What else is new?
What's new is Castro looking for a shoulder to cry on. The Russians don't support him anymore, and he's looking more and more like something time forgot. The OAS won't let him in, and now the Warsaw Pact is down the drain. What's a dinosaur to do?
Drugs?
Let's put it this way. Noriega and Fidel were bosom buddies from the time Noriega took power in 1981. We can assume that Castro knew about his good friend's link to Medellin, and there's no reason to assume he broke connections with the government in Panama when Noriega took his fall. The DEA sees Castro working through Rivera, underwriting shipments and taking his payoff in dollars, maybe laundered through Montalvo's bank en route to Switzerland or the Bahamas. Speaking of which...
The next slide was of a black man in a custom-tailored suit. His diamond tie clasp caught the light, and he was holding a champagne glass. Yet another party for the rich and infamous.
Byron St. Jacques, a ranking cabinet minister in the Bahamas. On the record, he's a mouthpiece for their tourist industry, reporting back to the Prime Minister. In fact, he's Avia's Bahamian counterpart, smoothing the way for shipments in transit to Miami and points north.
Contacts?
Another black face appeared on the screen. A younger man this time, with wire-rimmed spectacles.
The man to see for drugs in Nassau would be Thomas Menser. He's a lawyer, does a lot of business with the government in terms of tourism, casinos, this and that. His link with the Colombians through Panama is Julio Martí.
The last face in Brignola's hit parade was youthful in appearance, but it had the burned-out eyes of someone who had seen and done it all. His smile fell somewhere between a grimace and a mocking sneer.
Which brings us back to Escalante in Miami. You've met the players. Now it's time to change the script.
The DEA has all this information, right?
Affirmative. But knowing it and having legal grounds to act are two entirely different things. I've heard that song before. Then you recognize the tune. We've got a warrant out on Santiago, but the government in Bogota won't extradite. Some crap about they don't know where he lives. Which is about a mile from Chigorodo. Say 50 miles from the Panamanian border.
We could mention that to the authorities.
We have. Somebody calls ahead before they stage a raid, and Santiago's never home. Surprise.
So what's the drill?
We're giving up on piecework. The man wants action to destroy the pipeline, end to end, scorched earth.
Does anybody really think we'll shut the cocaine off this way?
One source, one channel. We take it as it comes. I'm not predicting any miracles.
We've got a lot of ground to cover.
Agreed. There's no question you'll be scattered far and wide, but we're convinced that you can pull it off.
So how's it play?
You make the tag on Escalante in Miami, and proceed from there to Nassau. Contact's been arranged through DEA. They have a line on who to trust and who you should avoid.
Like everyone in town, you mean?
It isn't quite that bad. You'll be in touch with a liaison from the police force. He'll know more about the local scene, which officers are on the pad and which are straight.
About St. Jacques, if we're talking about a cabinet minister...
He's bought and paid for. If you can set him up to take a legal fall, okay. If not, you won't have anybody second-guessing your decision.
Right.
We're sending Stryker into Panama. No script, per se. Again, we have some working contacts on the ground arranged through CIA. Feel free to use them if it suits you. David, Yakov, and Gary will be close enough for backup in a pinch, but they're primarily concerned with Santiago's border traffic. Maybe they can find him hanging out around the homestead for a change.
Forgive my asking, but it appears to me you've left somebody out.
Nope. You and Raphael are going into Kingston. Langley has a couple of their anti-Castro activists on tap to help you make arrangements for the trip to Cuba.
Cuba? I don't suppose you've got a few Marines to spare.
They won't fit in your luggage, Calvin. Sorry. Anyway, you're fluent in the language, and it's Old Home Week for Raphael. We've also got a patch into the underground in case you hit a snag.
We take the major out?
Affirmative. We don't expect a syndicate in place.
You mean it's just the government and army, little things like that?
You got the picture.
I suppose it's too damn late to call in sick?
Afraid so. No other questions?
Yeah. Unless you called me out to make a fourth for bridge, I guess I ought to ask what I'll be doing.
Stryker needs a pair of wings in Panama. You'll also be on call to Phoenix for a border hop if necessary.
Oh, now you're talking.
Okay, that's it. We're finished for the moment.
Boland knew Brignola had it wrong. They were only getting started. and the finish line was still a lifetime down the road.
Tocumen Airport, Panama, Tuesday, 11:15 a.m.
I can't believe we flew commercial. I could have had us here in half the time.
And risk a spotter when we cleared through Albrook? Relax. They've got your toys on standby, ready when we need them.
It's not the same.
Bolan knew exactly what his old friend meant in that regard. Commercial flying meant they had to come in naked, leaving all their hardware at the point of embarkation. He was carrying a fiberglass letter opener designed for agents of the CIA, but it would never take the place of his Beretta or the Desert Eagle. Weapons would be waiting for them at their destination, but in the meantime, Bolan felt exposed. Tocumen Airport was located 14 miles northeast of Panama City, facing the Pan American Highway. While Americans were welcome to the isthmus now, there was still a fair degree of local paranoia where they were concerned. Compound historic feelings with a need to camouflage the thriving drug trade, and you had a situation where the government and outlaw syndicates alike were on the alert for agents of the DEA and Interpol. The fact that Bolan and Grimaldi had no concrete links with either group was totally irrelevant. If something blew their cover as a pair of copper buyers for a stateside wiring manufacturer, they were as good as dead. There was no reason to suspect a leak at Stony, of course, but they were dealing with a broader network this time. Sections of the CIA and DEA involved, along with native personnel. You could never be too careful when your life was riding on the line.
So, now what?
Now, we hope our passports get us through. Once we get to the hotel, we wait.
We wait?
And if no one's been in touch by sundown, I go hunting on my own.
That's what I like. Precision strategy.
Kingston, Jamaica, Tuesday, 12 o'clock p.m.
If anyone was waiting for them at Palisado's International Airport, Rafael and Cizo couldn't spot the tail. They had claimed their bags and found their rental car reserved under the name of Curtis Jones, Calvin James taking the wheel for the 10-mile drive into Jamaica's capital city. The Palisados Peninsula served as a natural breakwater for Kingston Harbor, and Enciso had his first glimpse of the city from a distance, with green water and sailboats in the foreground.
Always thought if I came down here, it would be on vacation.
Consider this a rest stop, if you like.
Some rest. Must feel weird, like going home again.
I'm not sure it is home anymore.
How do you mean?
I don't remember much about Havana from the days before we left, and most of what I do remember will be gone. It's not like I can just walk in and pass for someone who's been living there for 20 years.
Is that supposed to put my mind at ease?
At least we have our contacts on the ground.
And that's something else. With all the shit that goes on at Langley, how come we're so cozy, just like that?
It's called not having any choice. We've used their operatives before.
That doesn't mean I have to like it. Anytime we step outside the family, I get nervous.
So we'll have to watch our backs.
I'm watching, bro. You bet your life on that.
8th Avenue, Miami, Florida, Tuesday, 1:05 p.m.
I see it. A half block on the left.
Affirmative.
Schwartz had the wheel, with Blancanales sitting in the back. Their target was a supper club where Juan Escalante operated from a backroom office, organizing shipments out of Nassau and distributing his poison to dealers on the street.
Suppose he isn't there.
We'll know him by the Jaguar, cherry red. We miss him here, plan B.
I always hate plan B.
So keep your fingers crossed we get it right the first time.
Coming up.
The shiny Jaguar occupied its place of honor near the club's back door. There were 5 other cars in the lot, but they all kept their distance, a kind of vehicular caste system. Lyons guessed that anyone who scratched the boss's ride was gator bait and made a note to kick the fender coming out, assuming that he came out. Considering the scope of what they had in mind, the tag on Escalante was a relatively minor thing, but it could still go sour.
All right, you two, go for it.
5 minutes.
I'm on it.
Don't hang around if anyone calls the heat.
No sweat.
Lyons held his own Uzi close as they approached the entrance. It was a short 6 paces to the door, no guard outside, but once across the threshold, they'd have to watch each step.
Unlocked. They're still expecting company, I suppose. Shit. If people come in before we're done, Gadget is gonna have to take them. That could affect this whole stealth thing. Let's just make this happen.
The first guard met them 15 seconds later, emerging from the kitchen as they moved along the hall toward Escalante's office. Taking in their weapons at a glance, he thrust a hand inside his jacket, reaching for a pistol he'd never find in time. Good start to the stealth. Shut up. They both moved toward the door marked private at the far end of the corridor.
Madre de Dios!
The voice came from the kitchen, and the shooter might have scored if he had been more disciplined. Instead of crying out in shock at finding his companion slain, he should have drawn his piece and fired at once, but it was too late now. God damn it! There could be more. No time! Move! They rushed toward the door, Lyons ready to kick it open, when one of Escalante's people opened the door to see what was going on. The double blast of Parabellum Manglers had hurled him backward, sprawling in the middle of the room. The able team warriors entered side by side, their weapons tracking, automatically dividing up their field of fire. 4 faces, one of them familiar from the briefing photos. Escalante lounged behind a spacious desk, a cheroot tucked in the corner of his mouth. The others stood or sat around him, formerly engrossed by what appeared to be a 2-foot stack of greenbacks on the desk. The sudden death of their companion had distracted them from money for the moment, 3 hands groping after weapons, while their leader dropped from sight behind the desk. Escalante, you got 3 seconds. 1, 2. Escalante lurched to his feet, a snubby .38 in his hand.
Die, America!
Works for me. Fair enough. The two whirled to find a member of the kitchen staff in the doorway. No se atiere. The woman turned to run. Where's she going? Probably straight to the phone to call the cops. Then we best get out of here. They hurried past the kitchen door. No point in saying that there might be guns in there as well as a telephone. If so, nobody chose to try his luck. Outside, the sun was bright and warm. Schwartz, waiting for them in the rental car, beckoned them to hurry, pointing at his wristwatch. Blancanellis ran ahead, but Lyons hesitated, turning back to face the shiny Jaguar. $50,000 sitting there, easy. Well, shit. They just don't make them like they used to.
Panama City, Tuesday, 3:15 p.m.
We should have taken 3 rooms.
Too much trouble sweeping all the time.
He meant for bugs, of course, not dust. And it was true. 3 rooms, or even 2, meant that much extra time consumed with basic aspects of security, the sweep for listening devices each time they returned from any kind of outing. The team had secured armaments immediately. Their first stop after checking in at the hotel had been a dealer recommended by the Stony man computer. He dealt in cash and asked no questions, holding confidentiality more sacred than the profit he recorded on clandestine deals. The dealer wasn't interested in the specific politics of any customer, as long as he or she could pay the going rate for military hardware. Katz had done the shopping, picking out 5 identical AKS-74 assault rifles. The newest version of the venerable AK-47, these weapons featured folding skeleton stocks and were chambered for a new round, the 5.45mm projectile with a steel core, designed to mushroom and tumble in meat, thereby inflicting catastrophic wounds. A traceback on the weapons, if lost or discarded, would prove no link to the United States. The same was true of Katzenellenbogen's choice for sidearms, the Browning double-action semi-automatics packing 14-round magazines, their muzzles threaded to accept professional-quality suppressors manufactured in Italy. With a live round in the chamber, the Brownings were equal in quality and firepower to the M9 Beretta 92SB that was now standard issue for all U.S. military forces. A supply of Dutch V40 mini grenades completed the package, leaving the Phoenix Warriors prepared for anything short of an engagement with hostile armor. The chances were, McCarter knew, that they would need it all. Their last trip into Panama had been a scorcher, and a victory of sorts, but no success was permanent in any sort of holding action. Predators replaced each other, like a deadly spider regenerating lost legs, and sudden power vacuums often produced a population explosion of would-be masters. Sometimes, if your luck held, they devoured one another in a feeding frenzy. Other times, like here and now, there seemed to be enough loot for a breeding colony of parasites to take root and survive. Which meant that it was time to wipe the slate. Again.
That the code?
Yeah, but just in case.
Each time one of them left the room alone, there was a chance he'd be spotted, grabbed, perhaps interrogated for the kind of information enemies could use to their advantage. Katz was alone, the corners of his mouth turned upward in his stoic approximation of a smile.
Contact made. They're in.
McCarter felt himself relax a little, knowing it was premature. Confirming Boland's and Grimaldi's safe arrival was a small step toward their common goal, but it felt good to be in motion all the same. The former SAS commando's tolerance for killing time was marginal at best.
That's great. When do we start?
Right now.
Well?
That was Katz. They're clear, and they have backup weapons if our contact doesn't come through.
That's good.
Yep. We just have to...
That our contact?
Either that or we've been compromised.
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
Hello?
Senor Velasco?
Yes?
I am Maria Calderon from Panam Copper.
While the company was real enough, he wasted no time on the alias. It didn't matter if the caller was an ally or a hostile plant. She wouldn't use her real name on an open line in either case.
Good afternoon, Senora.
Senorita, I was wondering if you might be free to meet me for a drink.
Just tell me when and where.
Perhaps right now? I'll meet you in the hotel lobby. There's a club nearby. We can go and talk.
Sounds fair. How will I recognize you?
Never fear.
Well?
That was our contact. I'm meeting her downstairs.
When?
Now.
You want a shadow?
No. We're still unarmed, and there's little difference an extra pair of fists can do if it's a setup.
I don't like this at all.
I'd have been disappointed if you did.
He used the stairs. It was a small thing, but if hostile guns were waiting for him in the lobby, they'd watch the elevators first, a chance to catch him in a box and keep him there. It made no sense to Boland that his enemies would call him down to die in front of witnesses when they could storm an upstairs room without an audience. Leaving the hotel was something else, but he could only cope with one risk at a time. The lobby entrance to the service stairs was unobtrusive, almost hidden in a corner. The door was steel, a foot-square window mounted in the middle of it, wire mesh pressed between two panes of glass. From Boland's vantage point, he had a fair view of the lobby. Elevators, registration desk, some potted plants, and easy chairs for those who like to sit and watch the other guests walk by. A young woman standing near the house phone, mounted on a pillar, caught his attention and held it. She seemed preoccupied with studying a posted advertisement for the hotel's current lounge act, but he noted that her eyes kept flicking toward the elevators every 10 or 15 seconds. Waiting. Boland placed her somewhere in the early 20s. Her dark hair glimmered on her shoulders, and she had the dark complexion of a native. She was nervous standing there, but that shouldn't surprise him, even if she was his contact. Either way, she had to know the stakes were life and death. She wore no jacket over a clinging silk blouse and knee-length skirt. If she was carrying a weapon, it would either be inside her handbag or concealed about her person in some suitably imaginative way. The other bodies visible from where he stood included the desk clerk, a bellhop, and a middle-aged couple lounging on a velvet love seat, 20 feet beyond the woman. Outside, then, if there was a plan to take him down, and Boland knew there was only one way to be sure. He managed to surprise her, coming from an unexpected quarter, and he mentally subtracted points for failure to observe the obvious.
Miss Calderon.
Senor Velasco.
In the flesh.
You like the stairs?
It helps me keep in shape.
Of course. Americans enjoy the exercise.
Let's say we're interested in staying healthy. When you consider the alternative...
I have a car outside. Shall we go?
Kingston, Jamaica. Tuesday, 3:30 p.m.
The Victoria Crafts Market was crowded with tourists and locals alike. Stalls offered leather goods and handmade jewelry, intricate wooden carvings, and coconuts with grinning faces, clothing in an infinite variety of styles and colors. Haggling over prices was the rule, and most of those involved apparently enjoyed the game, but its appeal was wearing thin for Calvin James. They had been browsing, trolling really, for the best part of an hour, but James and his companion weren't in the mood for buying anything this afternoon. Their mission in the marketplace was far removed from commerce. They were looking for a man. Or rather, they were waiting for an unknown man to seek them out, provided he could spot them in the milling crowd.
How long are we supposed to hang around again?
If nobody shows by 4 o'clock, we're out of here.
The nameless caller had been vague, instructing them to try the marketplace between 3 and 4 o'clock. Someone would be in touch within the hour, he said. The password was supposed to be a reference to Montego Bay, the kind of thing a tourist normally wouldn't encounter while haggling over prices for a pair of sandals or a bracelet. Half an hour to go, and James was uneasy with the knowledge that their contact, to effect the planned connection, must already know their faces. That meant someone had been tailing them without their knowledge, or their photographs had been leaked somehow without a tip to Stony Man. In either case, it made him feel more vulnerable than he would have liked. A sitting duck, in fact. The Rasta moving toward them through the crush was average height, with classic dreadlocks hanging down like tentacles around his face. He wore a brightly colored shirt and faded jeans, old sandals on his feet. His eyes were hidden by a pair of inexpensive shades. The white-bread tourists parted to allow him room. James shifted his position, nothing obvious, enough to give the Rasta ample space. Instead of passing by, however, he veered left and stopped in front of James, perhaps a foot between them.
You looking for a first-rate guide, man?
No thanks.
Ah, sure you are, man. How you gonna find Montego Bay without you having a guide to show you there?
Montego Bay, you said?
Where else two gentlemen like you be going, then? You take your journey one step at a time, I think.
We haven't picked out all our gear yet.
Hey, man, I got exactly what you need. You come with me. I show you all the wonders of Jamaica, man, and then some. Make you glad you came.
Well, then. I guess we're in your hands.
And safer hands you're never gonna find in Kingston, man. Andrew Morant don't let you down, no. Come with me this way. We're gonna take a little ride.
Terrific.
Turning on a well-worn heel, their new guide started back in the direction he had come from, winding through the crowd with James and Enciso close behind. When they were safely on their own, without an audience, James swore to find out how Morant had known their faces. Failing that, he meant to keep a close eye on their guide, against the possibility of treachery. A little paranoia never hurt when you were living on the edge. In fact, it helped to keep you living.
Nassau International Airport, Tuesday, 3:47 p.m.
I hate flying coach.
You're just spoiled. Grimaldi always gives us 2 packs of peanuts on his flights.
Paul, you got the car on standby, right?
Affirmative. The baggage claim and immigration took nearly half an hour, but the car rental booth was clear, and Blancanella showed an Amex Gold card to the young man working on the counter. Moments later, when the mandatory paperwork was done, he palmed a set of keys and led his teammates toward the parking lot. A black man in a floral shirt and mirror shades waited for them at their rental car, reclining with his back against the driver's door. When Blancanella slowed, the stranger tried a cautious smile.
You're clean. Don't worry. I've been watching you.
Is that supposed to give me confidence?
It should. In Nassau, you can always use an extra pair of eyes.
I brought my own.
Well, then consider this a present from the DEA.
They were expecting contact sometime after they arrived, but Blancanellas hadn't counted on a welcoming committee at the airport. You alone?
I was, until you got here. Perry Tate.
They shook hands all around, Blancanellas resisting the urge to ask for credentials.
So, you've been watching us. I don't suppose there's anybody watching you.
No way. I've had more practice shaking tails than any 5 Miami strippers you can name.
I can't name any right offhand.
Well, there you go.
You have a car nearby?
Nope. I taxied out. My luck, I figured I could find someone to drive me back.
Your lucky day, I guess.
Looks like.
We're new in town. You drive.
Suits me.
When they were underway and rolling east toward Nassau proper, Blancanellas kept a close eye on the nearest mirror, watching out for any shadows they picked up along the way. Tate noticed his reaction, frowning as he drove.
I told you we were clean.
You don't mind if I check the scenery?
You're my guest.
So, what's on the itinerary?
First thing, get you settled into your hotel. Paradise. It's first class. You'll like it. Close to the casino. Anything you need. If you feel like going for a ride from there, I can show you where the bad boys spend their time.
I don't know what you've heard about our mission, but
Need to know. Assist where possible, in an advisory capacity or otherwise.
It could get ugly down the road.
Seems like I've traveled down that road a time or two.
We're mainly looking for an introduction. Beyond that point, you're free and clear.
Depends on how the shit goes down, I'd say. Considering the folks you're after, if it blows up in your face, want to have a word with me before it's over.
Maybe you should think about a change of scene once you set us up.
And miss the main event? No way.
Your choice. Just so everybody knows the score.
I'm covered.
Speaking of which...
No sweat. The hardware's waiting for you, safe and sound.
Would you have the inventory memorized by any chance?
We've got your basic smorgasbord. Glock 17s for casual wear, and if you need a little something extra, we got MP5s, AR-18s, street sweepers.
What about explosives?
Well, I'll see what I can do. You won't be needing any tanks, will you?
We'll let you know.
You do that.
Panama City, Tuesday, 3:30 p.m.
Colonel Antonio Del Valle had his mind on revolutionaries. They weren't his first concern in ordinary circumstances, but the past 12 months would hardly qualify as ordinary. Taken further, he'd have to say that nothing had been truly normal since the American troops invaded Panama and arrested President Manuel Noriega to complete their Operation Just Cause. As a career soldier and patriot, Del Valle had been outraged by the violation of Panama's sovereignty, a return to the old days of gunboat diplomacy, when the United States still viewed Central America as a kind of private game preserve. However, when he thought about the situation as a businessman, Del Valle had a rather different view. With Noriega in the presidential palace, business had been good for smugglers and the authorities who offered them protection. Even so, El Presidente's ego was a stumbling block to any kind of major wealth for his subordinates. While Noriega ruled the roost, Del Valle and 100 other officers with equally expensive tastes had seen the limits of their own ambition etched in stone. If only that one stumbling block could be removed. And so it had been, courtesy of the United States. These days, the cocaine trade in Panama was free to spread and grow without the interference of an egomaniac whose cult of personality determined every other aspect of the national experience. The power vacuum left by Noriega's passing guaranteed that politicians would be forced to scramble for their jobs, relearning some of the survival skills they had long since laid aside. If that meant making deals with traffickers in contraband, it was a buyer's market. Dealers from Colombia and other countries to the south were free to shop around and spend their money on the statesmen who appeared to serve them best, without a strongman laying down the law at every turn. And while the politicians scuffled for donations, underbidding one another, the professionals in national security and law enforcement were allowed to concentrate on getting rich. Patriotic fervor aside, it struck Del Valle as a sensible solution all around. Unfortunately, when the profits multiplied, so did his risks. It was known that agents of the DEA and FBI were focusing attention on the Panamanian connection, gearing up for action on another front in America's so-called war on drugs. No matter that the war was hypocritical, half-hearted, and predestined to fail, any foreign effort to restrict the drug trade was danger to Del Valle, since it pointed out his own long-running failure to succeed in that regard. He didn't think that the Americans would bother extraditing him, of course. If they were so inclined, the Yankees could bring pressure on the president to find himself another watchdog. Foreign aid meant more to Panama right now than covert payoffs from Colombia, and no one in the government was anxious for a second Just Cause operation. If it came down to threats of military action in the next few months, Del Valle knew that someone would be sacrificed, and he wasn't prepared to fill that role himself.
Come on in.
Del Valle walked into the inner sanctum with a villa. The office was dominated by a massive desk of polished teak. Del Valle found himself a chair and settled in. The desktop lay between them like a giant game board, where the fate of men could be decided over whiskey and cigars.
You've heard from Santiago?
Yes. He's interested in moving larger shipments. Naturally, he understands that it will mean a higher price.
And greater risk for all concerned.
With the Americans, who knows? The DEA expresses some concern, but even their television networks have dismissed the war on drugs.
We've seen what happens when we take their apathy for granted, Colonel.
That was personal. If Noriega had been smart enough to play the game, instead of waving swords in public, threatening the White House, he would still be sitting in the presidential palace rather than a prison cell.
Perhaps.
We know that Santiago will continue shipping merchandise to the United States no matter what we say or do. At least this way, we profit from the trade.
Greed kills.
We all die when our time arrives, Jesus. The question is, how do you wish to live?
Very well. You handled the arrangements. I will brief the president.
Del Valle doubted that, but it wasn't his problem.
I really must be going.
Be careful with those friends of yours, Antonio.
I always am, Jesus.
The lady's car was parked half a block from his hotel.
My real name is Miranda.
Calderon?
Nemachi.
Ah,
You understand the need for caution?
absolutely.
Bolin understood it well enough that he wasn't about to drop his guard. Legitimate or otherwise, the woman might be subject to interrogation in the future, and the less she knew about him now, the less she'd be able to reveal.
I'm with Democracy in Action.
Come again?
We lobby for a greater share of what you call the civil rights. Removing Noriega helped our cause, but there is still much to be done.
Locking horns with the Colombians could get you killed.
Protesting in the streets could get me killed. Even now, it is a chance we take in Panama to win our freedom.
How's it going?
We make progress. If you are successful, maybe it will help.
You link the drugs with this administration?
But of course, if the police and military were instructed to prevent the traffic in cocaine, it would be stopped. Instead, they turn their backs, and politicians bank the profits of corruption. Do you not have men like this in the United States?
We've got our share.
Then we are not so different, after all.
Miranda drove Bolin through a maze of streets. He noted landmarks and mentally filed them for future reference. If she was taking him to meet his scheduled contact, there would be no problem. Otherwise, he just might have to kill the lady and as many of her comrades as he could. If he survived and wound up stuck without a taxi, he would have to find the hotel on his own. So far, so good. Her destination was a residential district in the suburb of Balboa. Bolin kept his mouth shut while she pulled into a narrow, littered alleyway behind a row of houses that were universally in need of paint and various repairs. A scrawny dog staked out his territory, standing fast until the bumper of Miranda's compact came within a foot of cracking yellow teeth, and then he fled without a backward glance. Survival of the fittest in an urban jungle. Somehow, it made the executioner feel more at home.
Why are we going?
The garage is where we can do business without worrying somebody can see.
Bolin clenched his teeth. That was exactly what he was concerned about. The man who stood aside to let them in the garage was average height, mid-30s, with dark hair and eyes. He was also carrying an automatic pistol in his hand.
Here is our stop.
The dark man had both hands free when they climbed out of the car. A single naked bulb suspended from the rafters cast their faces into shadow, making moods impossible to read.
This way.
Bolin followed her to the inside of the house, their one-man reception committee bringing up the rear. Bolin half expected an assault at that point, but they made it through a fragrant kitchen to a smallish sitting room without a sudden rush of hostile movement on his heels. When Bolin glanced around to check, the man was gone, but they weren't alone. A man approximately Bolin's age was waiting for them in the sitting room. The draperies were tightly drawn to frustrate private eyes, and several lamps were burning to illuminate the room. An inefficient cooler mounted somewhere on the roof worked overtime to cool the stuffy house.
Senor Velasco, my name is Angelo Rodriguez. Welcome to my country.
Thanks. It's not my first time.
So you know the city?
Bits and pieces. I could still use help to find the things I need.
Of course. My network is at your disposal.
Network?
I assume Miranda would have told you. Please, sit down.
So, democracy in action?
That is but our public face, you understand.
It's not required for me to know your business. In fact, it's not a good idea at all.
Then know that this house has been borrowed from a friend without his knowledge or consent. When we are finished here, all traces of our presence will be swept away.
Suits me.
In that case, how can I assist you?
Let's start at the top, with Jesus Avilla and the government connection.
Time to reload. Stony Man is continued on the next CD.
Here he comes. The tiny microphone, fastened under MacArthur's lapel, was sensitive enough to catch a whisper from a range of 6 or 7 feet. The cordless earpiece had begun life as a standard hearing aid, revamped at Stony Man to serve as a receiver with a 1-mile active radius.
I read you.
The Rolls-Royce was a tank designed with luxury in mind. However Sergio Barbosa felt about security, he didn't skimp on dollars where his private comfort was concerned. They'd require statistics from the factory for any kind of detailed rundown, but McCarter guessed the Rolls would glide through 50 caliber and maybe even 20 millimeter rounds without a hitch. If they were forced to stop Barbosa on the road, some kind of anti-armor round or high explosives would be called for. Coming your way, cats.
Understood.
McCarter was crouched beside a motorbike across the street from Sergio Barbosa's office building, juggling wrenches while he waited for the dealer to appear. Katz had the stakeout on the east, with Manning on the west, prepared to trail Barbosa any way it played. The key was versatility and timing, nothing to upset their man or tip his driver off that anyone was shadowing the Rolls. Manning breezed past him in a compact rental, giving Katz and the Rolls a respectable lead. McCarter kicked the bike to life and swung around to follow in his own good time, resisting any urge he felt to rush it and produce a pileup on the limo's tail. For now, Barbosa was a lead and nothing more. They had his major operation spotted from the briefing back at Stony Man, but it remained for them to get a feeling for the man. If all they had to do was take him down, a simple visit to his office would have done the trick. Instead, it was a game of watch and wait, at least for now. They were coordinating moves with Bolan and Grimaldi, more or less, to synchronize the play. When they had checked out Barbosa and done the same to his competitor, Velasquez, they'd be prepared to strike. Meanwhile, the executioner would be securing the necessary information for coordinated moves against the government officials who permitted cocaine traffic through the capital of Panama. If they could bring it all together, it would be a triple play, clean sweep. From the direction they were traveling, he knew Barbosa must be headed for his supper club. And from the supper club, if Stony Man's prediction held, they'd be following Barbosa to a nightclub where he ran a small but plush casino in the back, remaining long enough to check out the action to see if there were any women that he fancied on the premises. From there, it could begin to come unglued. He thought about the ruling government's cocaine connections, wondering what kind of opposition they should look for when it hit the fan. Removing one man from the presidential palace hadn't cleaned the slate in Panama by any means, and if Bragnola's briefing was an indication of the total picture, they were bound to ruffle some important feathers when they put the ball in play, which fazed McCarter not at all. If there was heat to come, so be it. He was ready for the worst his enemies could do. The sooner the better, in fact. A clean sweep started with a single stroke, and he could feel it coming. Any time now. They were on their way.
Pedro Point, Jamaica, Tuesday, 6:15 p.m.
Andrew Morant had driven James and Enciso 20 miles beyond Montego Bay. From what James could determine, the taxi was meant to sound old and busted down, an auditory compliment to its appearance. Rusty patches like psoriasis, with primer gray applied too late, which validated the impression of a junker going nowhere fast. If Calvin had to make an educated guess, he'd have said that the Rasta's taxi had sufficient power underneath the hood to blow most standard-issue squad cars off the highway in Jamaica, maybe even in the States. The rust and primer paint were ugly, as intended, but the bodywork was sound, the bumpers reinforced for ramming in a crunch. There was a pistol hanging underneath the dash, though James couldn't be sure about the make and model. If Morant made any unexpected moves in that direction, James was prepared to punch the man's ticket from his place behind the driver's seat, when a simple clutch and twist would do the job just fine. Their destination was an isolated house, well screened by trees and separated from the coastal highway by 100 yards of tangled undergrowth. Its giant picture windows faced off the cliff's edge, and a blue expanse of water stretched to the far horizon.
Cube over there, but you can't see him, no. Be 90 miles about there to the nearest point of land. I have the maps and charts you need, compass, climbing gear, all kinds of things.
Well, then let's check it out.
Sure thing, man.
They could easily have flown into Guantanamo and thus eliminated the necessity of crossing open water, but the risks outweighed the rewards. The U.S. naval station was observed around the clock by Castro's DSE, and slipping out unseen would be a virtual impossibility. And once the Cubans got a fix on them, they were as good as dead. Morant led the way to some steps leading down to a basement carved out of the rock. There was a rugged path from the top of the steps to the beach, 100 feet below. Inside the basement, bright fluorescent lights showed off a combination storage area and workshop where their gear had been collected. Morant pointed to a crate that held a 15-foot inflatable.
This one, she be hard to find on radar. Get where you're going. You can hide her out somewhere, or slit her up the belly with a knife. She sink real fine.
The outboard motor was a compact model with a special cowling to reduce its noise. In spite of the precaution, James knew they'd be rowing for the final mile or so.
What else? The goods be over here.
Morant moved toward a workbench where 2 stacks of peasant trousers, shirts, and sandals were arranged. Each pile was anchored with a faded duffel bag. Inside each bag, they found a PA-3DM 9mm submachine gun made in Argentina, plus an Argentinian copy of the Browning high-power automatic pistol and extra magazines for both. A pair of folding knives and plastic bags with their forged ID inside completed the ensemble. James found his partner watching him, a strange expression on his face, as if expecting the ex-SEAL to renege.
Well? It works. What the hell? We've done with less. Let's get it on.
Paradise Island, Nassau, 6:40 p.m.
The casino was doing fair business when Lyons arrived. He spent a moment at the cashier's cage and turned $5,000 into chips before he started trolling, making his way toward the baccarat tables. It was a Vegas layout with a Monte Carlo crowd. No faded jeans or loud Hawaiian shirts to mark the tourists. Tuxedos and formal evening gowns were the rule, presenting the image, however erroneous, of a high-quality upscale crowd. In fact, the dress code seemed to modify behavior, toning down the raucous laughter that was normally a fixture of the carpet joints in Vegas or Atlantic City. These gamblers had come to risk their money, the same as anywhere else, but they meant to do it with style. It was ironic considering the origins of the Paradise Island casino. Meyer Lansky and the Mafia had done the groundwork a quarter-century earlier, trying to recoup their losses after Castro closed the mob's casinos in Havana. Lansky's brainchild was an innocuous-sounding construction company called Mary Carter Limited, designed to lull suspicious locals while their legislators were seduced with bribes. By 1967, Lansky and his pals were raking in the skim and cashing in on liberal Bahamian banking laws. For ranking leaders of the syndicate, the islands were a profitable hybrid of Hawaii, Switzerland, and Vegas, all rolled into one. Lyons spotted his man at the second baccarat table, gold-rimmed glasses bright against his ebony skin. The tux that Thomas Menser wore had set him back an easy grand, but from the pile of chips in front of him, it looked like he was doing well enough to buy the tailor out.
Hi, room for one more?
Yes, sir. Please wait until this hand is over.
You can take my place, son. I'm getting hosed here.
9.
Player?
Damn it. You see?
Thanks.
Next hand, the shoe passes to you.
Thank you.
Place your bets.
Lyons picked up his cards and glanced at them, seeing a queen of spades and 9 of hearts.
Natural.
Oh, shit. I knew I shouldn't have left.
It's all about timing, pal.
Bets?
I'll bet $2,000 on player.
$2,000 banker.
I'll match that. 2,000 player.
Lyons held a jack of hearts and 2 of clubs. Face cards meant 0, giving him 2, where 9 was ideal.
How would you like to proceed?
I'll take a 3rd card.
8 of clubs.
I'm at 0.
Had a good start.
Menser won the next 2 hands with an 8 and a natural 9, respectively. He was a man who liked to win from all appearances. A 1,000-candle-power smile turned on each time the sweet cards came his way. The pile of colored chips in front of him had taken on the likeness of a child's toy fortress, towers rising on either side. The shoe was running low, and everybody took a break while 6 new decks were shuffled, then slotted into place.
Well, I think that's my cue to step out.
Had enough excitement for one evening?
Of this kind.
The Englishwoman leaned in close to Lyons.
But I'll stay and watch you if you promise to beat that cad over there.
I'll do what I can.
Play your cards right, and you could be very lucky.
The shoe was then passed to Menser, bringing on another smile. No way for him to cheat in these surroundings, but the man had confidence enough for half a dozen gamblers as it was. Lyons made a point of meeting Menser's gaze this time around, a hint of challenge in his eyes.
Place your bet, sir.
The able team leader looked at his cards. 4 and a 3, totaling 7. He decided it wouldn't hurt to test his luck. Again.
2 of clubs.
9. Menser's smile lost wattage. The next 4 hands were split right down the middle, 2 for Lyons, 2 for Menser. Menser had a clear-cut lead as far as money was concerned, with some $40,000 stacked in front of him. He could afford to take a chance when the able team leader was forced to be conservative, but Lyons knew that he'd have to play with cast-iron nerve if he had any hope of pulling off a sweep, beginning now.
Bets?
$4,000 on player.
Feeling lucky?
You could say that.
5,000 banker.
He caught a 4 of diamonds and a 3 of hearts to make it 7. All the rule book said that he should stand and hope the dealer busted out.
Another.
4 of clubs.
Lyons fought to keep himself from grimacing. His 3 cards added up to 1. A deuce would beat him now if the dealer didn't blow it.
I'll take another card. Damn it.
6 of spades on banker's 4. Player?
The money came to Lyons, and he felt a new rush of adrenaline kick in. His adversary let him have a natural the next time out, a 9 to Menser's 8, and Lyons closed the gap to 14 grand between them. Menser's smile was history, his full attention focused on the cards and his opponent's face. Whatever he was seeing there, Lyons hoped it left him ill at ease. The next round went to Menser, beating Lyons' 7 with another 8, but the enjoyment had begun to pale. The dealer lighted a cigarette and left it burning in the ashtray, instantly forgotten as he started thumbing more cards from the shoe. A 6 and a deuce to Lyons for a solid 8. The dealer played it safe and stood on 7, losing 2 grand for his trouble. When he tried to make it back by doubling his bet next time around, the queen and 9 of hearts that Lyons held defeated him. 10 grand between them now, and Lyons knew it was time to make his move. Another hand or two could do it, if he kept his nerve and played with skill. No time like the present. Menser dealt him a 5 of diamonds and the ace of spades. With 6 in hand, the game could still go either way, but Lyons had a feeling now. It wasn't luck or even confidence so much as a conviction that the game was his. He made a show of counting chips, frowning to himself with mock concentration before he pushed 25,000 across the green field. Menser blinked once in surprise.
Excuse me, sir. Would you consent to waive the table limit in this case?
Menser began to shovel chips across. No fortress now. The pile of plastic wafers suddenly reminded Lyons of a model city gone to ruin in the wake of World War III.
Your play, sir?
Another card.
3 of diamonds.
That makes for 9.
It.
I think we're good here.
I agree. And if you'd like to keep winning, darling, I'm in the Grand Islands Hotel, room 317.
Thank you. Croupier.
Yes, sir.
See if you can get security to bag my winnings.
Of course, sir.
And here's something for you.
Thank you, sir.
As the croupier leaned over to pick up the $500 chip, half a dozen strangers were gathered around to shake Lyons' hand, hoping some of his luck rubbed off on contact. He was feeling like a candidate for city council when a black hand wrapped around his own.
Congratulations. You play courageously.
I do my best. Chad Lewis from Chicago.
Thomas Menser. May I ask if you're here on holiday or business?
Some of each. I deal in pharmaceuticals around the Midwest region. Rumor has it the Bahamas are the place to be for major deals.
With all the manufacturers you have in the United States?
They don't turn out the merchandise I need.
Ah.
Thing is, it's not that easy making contact.
But there's a possibility that I can help you there.
You think so?
Oh, I'm convinced of it.
In that case, let me buy you a drink.
Panama City, 6:50 p.m.
The key to rattling an enemy, Bolin figured, was to find his weakest point and hammer it relentlessly until you had a breakthrough. In the present circumstances, he assessed the common weakness of his adversaries as their competition, breeding paranoia, and a passion for security. If he could plant a wedge between the city's major dealers, drive it deep enough, they just might turn on one another and proceed to do a measure of the soldiers' work. If nothing else, it was a chance for him to thin the ranks. He flipped a mental coin, deciding he'd start with Sergio Barbosa. The dealer made his home in Balboa Heights, north of Panama City. But his business headquarters occupied the top floor of an office building near the waterfront, symbolically watching over the port where much of his merchandise entered the country. Considering the Latin trend toward a siesta in the afternoon and dining late, it came as no surprise to find Barbosa's office occupied in early evening. Bolin had no way of knowing if Barbosa would be there in person, and it made no difference. For the moment, it was adequate to know that he'd get the message one way or another. Something for the smuggler to think about while Bolin cinched the noose around his neck. He wore a set of workman's overalls emblazoned with the logo of a non-existent plumbing company. He carried a 3-foot toolbox as he walked on the rooftop opposite Barbosa's office. Underneath a tray of drill bits and screwdrivers lay a Walther WA-2000 sniper rifle. The German rifle was unique in both appearance and design. A bullpup model with its 6-round magazine behind the pistol grip, it had a fluted 26-inch barrel clamped at either end to minimize the loss of accuracy when a shot was fired. Recoil was further reduced by the weapon's semi-automatic action and a heavy muzzle brake. The Walther was chambered for 300 Winchester Magnum rounds, and its standard telescopic sight from Schmidt and Bender offered a 10-power zoom, which was more than adequate for Bolin's present needs. With the supporting bipod bolted into place, he had a sturdy, compact killer in his hands. A quick scan of the lighted office windows showed him 6 men on the job, no women visible at any point. Barbosa's machismo was showing, to Bolin's relief, eliminating any need for him to pick and choose. Another sweep confirmed that Sergio wasn't among them, and he settled on a squat hard man near the window, riffling through the contents of a filing cabinet. Bolin's sniper scope picked out the bulge of hardware underneath his target's coat before the crosshairs settled on a pockmarked cheek. The warrior took a deep breath, let part of it go, and held the rest. He was across the street and only 2 floors above his target. There would be no correction necessary for the bullet's rise or drop. Bolin watched the silver-tipped Super X round drill through the glass and rip into his target's face. The executioner swiveled to the right a few degrees and caught a second member of the team still gaping at his dead companion, trying to make sense of what he saw. Bolin watched the gunman's lower jaw disintegrate, explosive impact punching him backward in his swivel chair. The 4 survivors knew they were in trouble now, but there was still initial shock to overcome, a natural confusion as their comrades fell among them. 2 of them dropped instinctively and scrambled under nearby desks, reactions typical of soldiers with experience. The other 2 were green, one of them actually reaching for a pistol on his belt. The window finally shattered, and the quick-draw artist's white shirt turned red. He was slammed against the nearest wall, hanging there for perhaps a second and a half before surrendering to gravity. 3 down, and 3 rounds still remaining in the Walther's magazine. The only gunner still remaining on his feet had reconsidered his decision, ducking toward a bank of filing cabinets with his shoulders hunched, head down. Bolin helped him get there. The other men were safely out of sight and not coming out anytime soon. Bolin used his last 2 rounds on target practice. The office water cooler was now a fountain, and the wall clock turned into an expressionist's masterpiece. He packed the Walther, left the scattered brass behind, and headed for the waiting elevator. It would take a few more moments for the 2 survivors to recover and alert police, but anyone who heard the shots could place a call, and Bolin knew that he was running out of time. Barbosa would receive the message, but he wouldn't understand at first. The dealer would begin to cast around for enemies, and he wouldn't have far to look. Within the next few hours, Bolin hoped there would be enemies enough to go around for all concerned.
Stonyman Farm, Wednesday, 5:30 a.m.
It would be the best part of an hour before the sun lighted up Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains, but Aaron Kurtzman was awake and on the job. His console in the Stony Man computer room was fashioned in the aspect of a giant horseshoe, with a master keyboard and auxiliaries, 4 monitors, a laser printer, and a battery of telephones. The room itself was something from a hacker's high-tech fantasy, with sophisticated hardware online to the Pentagon, Langley, the Justice Department, and a satellite surveillance network that could count the trees in someone's backyard. This morning, though, Kurtzman's thoughts were far removed from any problems in the Eastern Hemisphere. The troops were working relatively close to home, but their proximity didn't mean they were safe by any means. The battle had been joined, on one front anyway, and Kurtzman hated knowing there was nothing he could do but watch and wait.
Hey, Bear. You're up early.
No, I'm up late. And judging from those bags under your eyes, so are you.
You got it. What's happening?
It's quiet at the moment, but they had a busy night. 5 hits against Barbosa and Velasquez that I'm sure of. Close to 20 hostiles down. The locals think they have a gang war on their hands.
They will, before he's finished.
Kurtzman nodded, recognizing Boland's plan. It was divide and conquer all the way, made easier by the suspicion that prevailed between Barbosa and Velasquez in their world of subterfuge and double-cross. It didn't take much agitation to provoke a fight between 2 jackals, and the executioner was skilled at rattling his enemies. With any luck at all, the dealers might dispose of each other, or at least reduce the odds by thinning out the ranks. Whatever else went down in Panama in the next 2 days or so, the local cops and coroner would have their hands full counting bodies, trying to control a situation they'd never fully understand.
How's Abel doing?
Contact with the money man. It's early yet for any kind of deal, but they'll be pushing. Lyons doesn't like to wait around.
I wish we had a better fix on Menser's contacts. He has to have an in with the police. The way it is, we're damn near working blind.
Now, their contact from the DEA should have a line on that end of the game. He's got enough time in to know the players on a first-name basis.
Still no comeback on Miami?
Escalante wasn't anybody's favorite citizen. They aren't exactly lighting candles down at Metro-Dade, and DEA's been falling on his operation like a ton of bricks. Whoever's taking Escalante's place will have a hard time moving any merchandise the next few days.
And if they catch a break?
Those few days could be enough to shut the pipeline down.
Right. Well, one pipeline anyway.
No lasting victories, but what the hell?
That just leaves Raphael and Calvin.
En route. They should be landing any time within the next half hour, but we can't depend on any contact after that until they wrap it up.
And Cuba was potentially the joker in the deck, he realized. At least in Panama and the Bahamas, their respective governments were still on speaking terms. The very act of penetrating Cuban territory raised the kind of diplomatic questions Washington would rather sidestep and ignore. It was essentially an act of war, and while precautions had been taken to reduce the risk of any demonstrated link to the United States, Kurtzman's primary concern lay with James and Enciso. They could easily be lost without a trace in Cuba, and pursuing them would be a no-win proposition all around.
How solid are their contacts on the island?
According to the company, they're granite. Of course, the company was certain everybody in Cuba would revolt against Fidel and kick his ass in '61 when they set up the Bay of Pigs.
I like your confidence.
Truth is, the information network in Havana is about the best thing that Langley has. I mean, they've had the net in place for over 30 years, working on a second generation of devoted spooks. I think we'll be all right.
I'm sure we will. It's Raphael and Calvin I'm concerned about.
No, they'll make it.
But even as he spoke, he wondered whether he was reassuring Barbara or himself.
Cabo Cruz, Cuba, 5:50 a.m.
They had begun their run at 10:30, and they were pushing daylight even so. On solid ground, with any kind of decent vehicle, they could have made the transit in an hour and a half, no sweat. This was different. Traveling by night on open water, navigating by the stars, and stopping twice to fill the outboard engine's tank with gasoline, they managed barely 18 miles per hour for the trip. The last mile and a half without the engine had been even slower, rowing toward the darkened coastline, constantly alerted to any sound of engines that would mean a communist patrol. Enciso had to trust the fact that they were underneath the coastal radar. Otherwise, there should have been patrol boats massed and waiting for them, many helicopters in the air. The Fidelistas were as conscious of security as the Israelis, moving swiftly when perimeters were breached and uninvited visitors set foot on Cuban soil. Those visitors were prone to disappear without a trace, Enciso knew, though some of them were kept alive for propaganda purposes. A captured agent now and then, whose presence on the island could embarrass Washington sufficiently to satisfy Fidel's colossal ego, make him think he was one up in the game of national diplomacy. These days, the satisfaction of a nuisance victory from time to time was all that Castro had. It was incredible the way the man hung on in spite of everything that happened in the world around him. In the recent past, communism had been repudiated by Moscow and the nations of Eastern Europe. Germany was reunited, with the Berlin Wall reduced to scrap and chunk souvenirs for Western tourists. Hungary's dictator had been executed by firing squad, and Russian moderates had defeated a short-lived coup attempt by hardline Reds. Still, for all the worldwide changes, Castro's Cuba seemed to exist in a political vacuum, divorced from the reality of international events. Gray hair aside, he might have been the same Fidel who tried to bluff America with Russian missiles decades ago. Imprisonment of dissidents was still the rule, with cruel interrogation teams and firing squads still gainfully employed at the Principe prison in Havana. Censorship remained a fact of life, and government reports proclaimed that Castro still enjoyed a widespread popularity among his people. But the truth was difficult, if not impossible, to judge. This morning, with the pre-dawn darkness giving way to a faint light in the east, Enciso dared not let himself be sidetracked by the broader cause of Cuba Libre. He was pledged to a specific mission, with precise and limited objectives, in and out if everything went well. Someone had written that you can't go home again. Of course, it wasn't literally true, but Rafael Enciso understood the sentiment. Your life, the lives of those around you, changed irrevocably each and every day. Once years had passed, returning to your roots became an exercise in preordained futility. And yet, some men were bound to try, against the odds, determined to reverse the course of history. Enciso had decided it was one thing to repay old scores and punish enemies, another to expect that what you did for private motives would eventually change the world. In joining Phoenix Force, he had accepted and acknowledged his responsibility to stand against the savages in any form, forsaking private grudges for the most part, working for a common cause. But if the two should intersect...
Move, move, move!
There was a flooded cavern close to where they landed, carved out of the cliff by several million years of wind and water working constantly on polished stone. They carried the inflatable inside and weighted it with stones against the possibility they might be able to return and use it for their getaway. And if it blew up in their faces, they'd have to find another way, assuming they were still in any shape to leave the island once their work was done. Once safely stored away, James and Enciso retreated into the nearby rocks where they had left their duffel bags.
That's it. You ready?
It was a long walk to Niquero, where their contact would be waiting, but discretion was the better part of valor, and they had specifically requested that they not be met. In fact, the man they were supposed to meet had no idea of how or where they would be entering the country, just in case.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
And he hoped that it was true.
Panama City, 6:15 a.m.
It was early for the jackals to be stirring, but in Boland's estimation, they had passed a restless night. Before he broke off contact, shortly after 2 o'clock, he had allowed both major gangs to feel the heat, a switch-off that would make Barbosa and Velasquez realize that both of them were under fire. All things considered, with the atmosphere of competition they had cultivated during recent months, the logical result would be suspicion aimed at each other, hopefully igniting sparks that could be fanned into a full-fledged shooting war. In fact, he was prepared to fan some sparks right now. The shipping office was Velasquez's pride and joy, a point of entry for approximately half of the cocaine he moved through Panama and the Bahamas and Miami. Other shipments traveled overland or came by air, diverse routes utilized to frustrate customs and the DEA, but ocean-going traffic from the east coast of Colombia to Panama was fairly constant, with official payoffs minimizing interference from the law. So far, the information Boland had received from Angelo Rodriguez and Miranda had been accurate in all respects, but he reviewed each target in advance, allowing for the possibility of error or deliberate deception. He had no reason to mistrust the dissidents as yet, but he had seen how personal agendas sometimes skewed perception and produced erroneous reports. The last thing Boland needed was to find himself caught up in any kind of local power play. According to the intelligence, Velasquez was expecting, or had just received, a major shipment at his warehouse on the waterfront. For Boland's purposes, it hardly mattered either way. If he could torch a load of coke, so much the better. But his goal was simple havoc, come what may. He wore a knee-length overcoat that covered up his hardware, a Beretta 92SB autoloader slung beneath his left arm in a quick-draw rig, and the stubby Heckler & Koch MP5K submachine gun carried on a swivel mount to Boland's right. The outer pockets of his coat were heavy with M68 impact fragmentation grenades and spare magazines for the H&K stutter gun. The warrior believed in preparing himself, leaving little or nothing to chance. Gray dawn was breaking on the waterfront as Boland left his vehicle and walked the long block to his target. Even with the night's turmoil, there were no guards posted in the warehouse parking lot or on the loading dock. Velasquez was apparently intent on broadcasting the image of business as usual, biding his time until he could identify his enemies and move decisively to mete out punishment. Meanwhile, the executioner had no doubt that there would be guards inside the building, but the absence of perimeter defenses gave him room to operate. A metal ladder had been bolted to the warehouse wall beside the loading dock, and Boland took advantage of it. The executioner looked over the broad, flat roof. Skylights had been employed to save on electricity, and the warrior used them now to scan the indoor killing ground as best he could. Below him, crates and cartons were arranged in east-west rows, with aisles between them, forklifts standing off to one side like a pair of drowsy dinosaurs. He couldn't see the office, but he counted 4 armed men and doubled that to play it safe. He stared at the west end of the warehouse, farthest from the ladder, with a frag grenade in one hand and his MP5K submachine gun in the other. 4 skylights, 4 grenades. He dropped his grenade in the newly made hole, racing on toward the next skylight in line. He reached the west end of the building, pausing only long enough to feed the stutter gun a brand new magazine. He leapt the last few feet to the ground and was ready by the front door, waiting for Velasquez's troops. The 7 of them never really had a chance. The secondary explosion told Boland 1 or more of his grenades had sparked a fire, the hungry flames exploring, looking for a place to feed. He didn't know what kind of merchandise Velasquez had inside the building, and he didn't care. His point was made. Until the next stop. The executioner was only warming up, and he had much to do before the main event. Along the way, he meant to give his enemies a taste of hell on earth. It was the very least that he could do.
Havana, Cuba, 7:15 a.m.
Major Luis Rivera was an early riser by disposition and training. A child of peasant stock, he grew up working in the cane fields from the crack of dawn to sundown, a compulsive regimen that followed him into the military service of his country some years later. These days, when his rank and duties would have normally allowed him to relax a bit, he found himself controlled by force of habit, instinct, call it what you will. He rose near dawn each day, regardless of the season or the work at hand, and rarely went to bed before the stroke of midnight, even on his rare days off. It happened, therefore, that Rivera was on duty, working in his office, when the call from Panama came through. It was his private line, reserved for sensitive communications, theoretically unmonitored by his superiors within the DSE.
Hello? This is Del Valle. We have a problem.
Explain.
A war of sorts. Our friends are killing one another in the streets.
I believe enforcement of the law is your department.
You have a sizable investment in the operation. I thought that you should be informed.
And what is it that you will have me do?
The colonel thought about it for a moment, taken by surprise. He called sometimes to ask advice, more often to complain about the risk that he was taking in return for getting fabulously rich. But their arrangement was a relatively simple one. Rivera and the Cuban government agreed to underwrite the traffic in Colombian cocaine and share in any profits made in Nassau. If the DSE was needed to facilitate a shipment, calling on its covert sources to resolve occasional emergencies, Rivera was prepared to go the extra mile. But there was clearly nothing he could do about a gang war in the capital of Panama.
I thought you should be told. If it continues, there will be investigations. Should your link to the arrangement be disclosed?
It will not be disclosed. I have your word on that. Unless I am mistaken.
No, of course not. I simply meant...
A revelation of the sort that you suggest would surely point to you as well. And if you somehow manage to escape detection, I would still be forced to re-evaluate our contract.
As I
There
said...
would be diplomatic protests, I imagine. But in the absence of compelling evidence, the President would hardly recognize such blatant propaganda as established fact. We would be forced to cut our losses, as the Yankees say.
There was a momentary silence from Del Valle as he registered the message, taking it to heart. He got the point, but it could do no harm to emphasize.
Remember Salazar?
Of course.
And please, feel free to keep in touch if you have any more concerns.
I will.
Rivera leaned back in his swivel chair. He was concerned about the prospect of disruption to the trade through Panama, since he was banking on that traffic for his own retirement fund. Beyond the personal concern, Rivera's guarantee of safety had persuaded his superiors to let the scheme proceed, and any failure now would place his own neck on the chopping block. He would begin to monitor the situation closely through his eyes in Panama, but he would take no action yet. Direct involvement would be premature, potentially disastrous if the game went sour. He could wait a while before he made his move. And if Del Valle weakened, showed signs of strain, well, there were ways around that problem too. In fact, no matter how the game played out, it might be wise to look for new associations, insurance, as it were. It was always good to be prepared.
And please, feel free to keep in touch if you have any more concerns.
I will. Remember Salazar. As if I could forget. The fool.
Ruben Salazar had been a Cuban operative in Panama, a go-between of sorts when Noriega was in power, handling payoffs, running messages between the presidential palace and the DSE when there were matters that required extreme discretion. He had served for 18 months before he lost his mind and thought that he could play both ends against the middle, holding up his masters with a threat of airing their dirty secrets, scuttling the Panamanian connection with America if he revealed the Cuban bond. It was a gamble, and the agent lost. Rivera had no tolerance for fools, and he reserved a special hatred for the kind of traitor who would sell out his country for private gain. Not that the Major's communistic principles prevented him from banking money on the side by any means, but he demanded loyalty from his troops at any cost. When Salazar went missing on a Friday night, Del Valle knew he was as good as dead. The shock had come when he surfaced 3 days later, bound with barbed wire to a telephone pole on the outskirts of Fort Clayton, overlooking the canal. According to the medical examiner's report, he had been tortured brutally, non-stop, for most of the 3 days that he was missing. Shock and blood loss had eventually spared him further agony, and he was then discarded as a public warning to Rivera's other agents in the field. Betrayal had a price, and there was no escape. Del Valle thought it had been an error to involve Rivera in his current problem, but the news was bound to reach him either way. At least in this scenario, Del Valle demonstrated loyalty, full disclosure of the facts, before Rivera heard the story from his spotters on the street. And if the Cuban was uncomfortable with the night's events, so much the better. He might actually be moved to help Del Valle for a change, instead of simply waiting for his bonus payments to arrive. Or did he really want the Cubans' help? It crossed Del Valle's mind that DSE involvement meant a loss of personal control, intrusion by a band of foreigners who took their orders solely from Havana. Intervention by the Cubans placed another wild card in the deck when he was faced with two rogue players as it was. Barbosa and Velasquez had to be controlled, and that would mean involving Santiago. Del Valle bit back a curse. Overnight, his neatly ordered world was threatening to fall apart, and at the moment he had no concrete idea of how to put it right. His first attempt, the phone call to Rivera, now appeared to be a grave mistake. His next move, calling Santiago, would be calculated in advance to guarantee the desired result. Santiago enjoyed his privacy, avoiding contact with business associates whenever possible, but this qualified as an emergency in Del Valle's mind. Barbosa and Velasquez were on the verge of open war if they hadn't already crossed the line. Both purchased their supplies from Santiago, and he had to understand how much a shooting war, with the resultant heat of an investigation, stood to jeopardize his safety. No one was untouchable these days if thrown into the eye of publicity. Guillermo Santiago had a reputation for resolving problems, and Del Valle hoped he'd agree to intervene between Barbosa and Velasquez, making them understand that all this killing would be bad for business. If they refused to listen, one or both of them would have to die. It was a drastic step, but as the bodies started piling up, there would be public calls for justice, restoration of the peace. Arresting either of the dealers and subjecting him to trial would be like opening Pandora's box. Who could predict what either man might say if he was called to testify? The payoffs he had made to ranking members of the government since Noriega's fall, the links with Santiago in Colombia and other friends in the Bahamas, moving drugs to the United States. It would be scandalous, disaster for them all. Of course, such felons had been known to struggle and resist arrest. In that case, no one would be startled if a gun went off and blood was shed. The officer who pulled the trigger would become a hero, earn promotion. The dealer who replaced Barbosa or Velasquez, maybe both, would learn from their mistakes and make an effort to avoid embarrassing his friends. Del Valle was beginning to enjoy the fantasy, but logic told him he should strive for a more peaceable solution first. Barbosa and Velasquez paid their bribes on time, and they had caused no major problems up until the last few hours. It was premature to think of killing either man before they had a chance to talk. But he would speak to Santiago first, a point of courtesy or protocol, and personal insurance, just in case things went from bad to worse. Besides, Del Valle liked to share his troubles. He was so much nicer than attempting to discover the solutions on his own. And if he failed by any chance, there would be blame enough to go around.
Chigorodó, Colombia, 8:30 a.m.
The swimming pool was lined with tile imported from Venice, hand-painted with erotic scenes that would have made the Kama Sutra's author stop and stare. Below the surface of the water, they were magnified, distorted slightly, so the figures almost seemed to come alive. Guillermo Santiago liked to dive and hold his breath, imagining the several thousand figures come to life, all coupling frantically around him as he watched. Sometimes it made him so excited that he had to call for one of his women and possess her right there in the pool. It was a privilege that came from owning money, land, and people. His father had worked on a coffee plantation near Bello, north of Medellin, but they were caught up in La Violencia, Guillermo's parents and two older brothers killed by left-wing guerrillas in a Sunday raid on the village. Or had they been right-wing guerrillas? It was hard to remember after 26 years, and Santiago had only been 14 at the time. Still, he was old enough to remember faces glimpsed from his hiding place in the forest, along with the names their attackers had called back and forth to one another while they killed the men and boys, dragging some of the younger women and girls away for their pleasure. It took Guillermo Santiago 19 months to find them all and kill each one in turn. Before he finished, he was almost 17, and he had earned a reputation as a ruthless killer. In the neighborhood of Medellin, that background either got you work or got you killed. Santiago took the work. For 7 years, he executed contracts for the cartel, collecting information all the while and memorizing the mistakes his masters made so that he could avoid them in the future. By the time he was 25 years old, Guillermo Santiago had a nest egg that allowed him to acquire a shipment of cocaine. He also had the necessary skill and nerve to smuggle it through the Dominican Republic to Miami, where he tripled his money. That shipment led to another and another, until he had a different sort of reputation. Now he was a ruthless killer with a growing fortune on his hands, and those who wished to deal with Santiago didn't snap their fingers anymore. They showed respect, which is to say, they were afraid. Respect and fear were flip sides of the coin in Santiago's business. You couldn't have one without the other when you dealt with jackals every day. A show of weakness on the smallest matter was enough to get you killed, and there were always several dozen would-be leaders waiting in the wings to take your place. So far, pretenders to the throne had had no luck with Santiago. When the leader of the Medellin cartel got jealous and dispatched assassins to his rancho in the north, Guillermo sent the genitals of his attackers home in plastic sandwich bags. When the guerrillas pressured Santiago for extortion money, he invested in a pair of military helicopters, tracked them to their village, and destroyed them in the middle of the night together with their families. It was the only way he knew to play the game. Clinging to a ladder in the deep end of the pool, he saw one of his servants approaching with a cordless telephone in hand. Guillermo frowned. In his experience, the unexpected calls were mostly trouble, seldom news that anyone would want to hear. Still, trouble was a part of power, and its resolution was the final test. He scrambled halfway up the ladder, heedless of the fact that he was naked. As Santiago found a towel, the servant placed the phone on a nearby table and left. The drug dealer didn't ask the naked woman on the chaise by the pool to leave. The headphones covering her ears would give him ample privacy, and Santiago liked the view.
Colonel de Valle.
I must apologize for calling you at home, Guillermo.
Never mind.
We have a problem here.
Go on.
Our friends are quarreling. There are casualties.
How many?
17 so far. More wounded, I suspect.
The cause?
It's difficult to say. The trouble started overnight. I have not spoken with them yet.
But you are calling me.
I thought you should know in case I cannot reason with them. If I must take steps...
Of course. I'll see what I can do. Meanwhile, if there are any further difficulties, use your own initiative.
I will.
Guillermo frowned. Barbosa and Velazquez were subordinates, but they weren't his men per se. Both dealers came to him for their merchandise, and so he exercised a fair amount of influence, but they could always turn to Medellin or Cali if they didn't like his rules. At least, they thought so, anyway. In fact, Guillermo Santiago rarely let a customer escape. He was a reasonable man, where business was concerned, and did his best to look out for the interests of his customers. When they betrayed him, though, or jeopardized his safety, there was hell to pay. He wouldn't judge Barbosa or Velazquez on the basis of a phone call from Del Valle, but it was enough to make him seek more information on his own. A shooting war in Panama was bad for business, worse than all the killing that went on in Medellin and Bogota. At home, the violence was accepted as a fact of life, a means of helping nature weed out her defective specimens. In other countries, where the Yankees had expressed an interest, random bloodshed in the streets could bring on punitive reactions that were bad for all concerned. Guillermo meant to find out what was going on and solve the problem for the benefit of all concerned, but mostly for himself. He didn't like intrusions on his quiet life at home, and he would punish those responsible. Beginning now.
Panama City, 9:05 a.m.
The crowd had started turning out by 8 o'clock, responding to the flyers circulated over several days. Miranda had been hoping for a group of 6,000 or even 7,000 people, but she estimated nearly twice that many in the ranks when they began their march downtown. The organizers soon ran out of placards, but a number of the demonstrators brought their own. It was Democracy in Action's largest protest demonstration in the past 3 months, and she could see that they were gaining bodies all the time, new marchers falling into line with every block they traveled. Traffic snarled on side streets, blocked by the procession, and police were out in force to keep the peace. So far, they hadn't tried to stop the march, but she expected opposition well before they reached the presidential palace. And from that point on, it would get interesting. Miranda marched along and enjoyed the atmosphere, but she couldn't help thinking of the tall American and the explosive violence he had triggered overnight. If there were fewer police along the line of marchers than usual, it was because their officers had called them off to pick up bodies, scouring the urban battleground for evidence. Miranda, near the middle of the crush, jumped up on tiptoe long enough to see the armored cars approaching 2 abreast. With just a glimpse, she recognized the AMAC vehicles that had been purchased from America, their windows screened with heavy wire. Each car would have a dozen riot officers inside, but they were weapons in themselves, equipped with ramming bumpers, water cannon and grenade launchers, water cascade pipes to keep the sides slippery and douse petrol bombs, electrical wires in the hull to shock any unwelcome hangers-on. Behind the vehicle, she saw a line of riot clubs and helmets steadily advancing, easily 100 officers. They were still nearly half a mile from the presidential palace, and the gauntlet had been thrown. Rocks began to fly. In a public demonstration, when troops arrived, you started throwing rocks. It was the thing to do. And when the rocks got a little too close, the water cannon opened up. Marchers were swept off their feet by the pounding torrent, their clothes tattered by the force of the onslaught. The vehicles advanced, and Miranda was jostled by the crowd as it began to break and turn. Another moment, and pale clouds of nauseating pepper gas erupted around them. Miranda started pushing through the crowd, not running from the vehicle so much as making for the sidewalk, knowing she could easily be trampled if she tried to stand fast in the middle of the street. She found the recessed doorway of a shop, stayed long enough to catch her breath, then plunged back into the frenetic, churning crowd. There was an alley up ahead, perhaps an exit from the riot scene if she could get that far. The hot tears in her eyes weren't entirely due to CS gas. What kind of government preferred to gas its people rather than sit down and listen to their justified complaints? How could she champion non-violence when the state replied to every peaceful protest with a show of force? The riot troops were charging now. Men fell and blood spilled from open wounds. Behind the tinted plastic shields, the troops' faces were invisible. She ran, half blinded by the gas now, almost to the alley. Miranda turned to see who had pushed her and was greeted by a raised club. It was 2 feet long at least, black plastic gleaming with a bright steel knob at either end. It was drawn back, prepared to strike. A man came out of nowhere, stepping past her and delivering a swift kick to the soldier's groin. The riot stick went flying, clattering on the pavement. Her attacker clutched himself and went down to his knees. The stranger turned to face Miranda, one hand reaching out for hers.
Time to go.
Time to reload. Stony Man is continued on the next CD.
Nicaro, Cuba. Wednesday, 12 o'clock p.m.
The produce truck had been a lucky break, all things considered. 3 other vehicles had passed them by, suspicious drivers fearing they were thieves or worse, and Calvin James had braced himself to walk the 15 miles if necessary. It would blow the best part of the day, but there was no alternative, until the grinning, almost toothless farmer had come along.
Gracias.
Man, wish I could have tipped him for that ride.
It wouldn't quite jibe with our traveling peasants looking for work in town story.
True. So, this is Castro's revolution.
Most of the people here are fishermen or farmers. They earn a little less than 2,000 American dollars a year. Not much money for good-looking storefronts.
Not much money for stores at all.
You know about Fidel and baseball?
Can't say I do.
A year or two before the revolution in the 1950s, Castro went to New York City. He was famous as a baseball player then, if you can picture that. He tried out for the Yankees as a pitcher, but he didn't make the cut. Instead, he came back home and entered politics.
I always leaned toward basketball myself.
In some ways, I believe he never moved beyond those times. What you would call his glory days. Fidel still dreams of Kennedy and Russian missiles, fighting exiles at the Bay of Pigs. Today, he finds himself alone and doesn't understand the changes in the world because he can't change himself.
Sounds like your people need another revolution.
I believed that once.
And now?
What would happen if Fidel was overthrown tomorrow? Do the millions of Cubans in America run home and pick up where they left their lives in 1959 or 1980? What about the generations born in the United States? I have no answers now.
So, let's try a different question. I'll start. Why don't we try to find our contact?
Right. We have a job to do.
Their destination was a leather shop, located on a side street 2 blocks from the central plaza. They continued on their way with caution, James imagining suspicion in the glance of every Cuban citizen they passed. He was intensely conscious of the pistol underneath his lightweight jacket and the submachine gun in his faded duffel bag. They paused again outside the shop. If they were being set up for an ambush, this would be the time. An easy shot for gunmen stationed on the roof directly opposite, or lounging in a small cafe across the street. Or would the shooters wait until they stepped inside the leather shop? Perhaps the plan included taking them alive for questioning. James caught himself before his paranoia ran amok. There were no snipers on the roof, and 2 old women occupied the cafe's window seats, sipping coffee. Neither of them gave the Phoenix warriors so much as a second glance. The few pedestrians in sight appeared to have no interest in the two men standing on the sidewalk, and he would have bet that none of them were armed.
Let's go.
Inside the shop, a young man wearing denim and an apron made of oilcloth sat reading a newspaper. James let Enciso do the talking and checked out the shop. A beaded curtain screened the back room from his view, and he began to drift in that direction, checking out the wallets, shoes, and belts on sale, his right hand ready for a draw if there was any indication of a setup.
I have boots on order, vaquero style.
I have them in the back. Follow me.
It would be now or never, James thought, his fingers resting on the pistol grip as Enciso preceded him. They were alone inside the tiny office storeroom, and he let himself relax a bit.
I am Raul Guerrero. I did not expect you to arrive for several hours.
We got lucky.
So, I call for transportation now.
Whoa, whoa, hold it right there. What transportation? Are we going somewhere?
You will meet our leader, but he cannot come here to see you. The police and DSC, you understand?
Where is he?
That is not for me to say. The trip will take some time. You should begin as soon as possible.
Enciso glanced at James and saw him shrug.
Fine. Make the call.
Nassau, 12:25 p.m.
Herman Schwartz had earned the name Gadgets when he served in Vietnam, a tour of duty that included service with Mac Bolan's penetration team Able. Schwartz's specialty included bugging, booby traps, and any other gadgetry or dirty tricks that helped to put his unit one up on the enemy. In private life, teamed up with Blancanales as security consultants and investigators, it was only natural that Schwartz would call the operation Able Team. The truth was, Gadgets had missed the war sometimes, when he'd been stuck behind a desk or analyzing data for a corporate security account. He had never missed a chance to grab himself a piece of Boland's private war, and Hal Bragnola didn't have to ask Schwartz twice when he began recruiting soldiers for the Phoenix Project, based at Stony Man Farm. No one with half a brain would ever call his life smooth sailing, but the easy road had never much appealed to Gadget Schwartz. When he ran out of time and luck, as every man inevitably does, the Reaper wouldn't find him drooling in a rest home, blank eyes staring at a game show on the tube. He was prepared to trade those golden years for living on the edge, right here, right now. Which brought him to the offices of Byron St. Jacques, Bahamian Minister of Tourism, identified by DEA as the man to see for permission when it came to moving through Nassau. Anywhere in the Bahamas when it came to that. St. Jacques was out to lunch just now, with meetings afterward and none expected back before late afternoon. His absence was a bonus, and the able warrior meant to take advantage of it while he had the chance. The minister's receptionist was black and beautiful. Potential cover girl material if she could tear herself away from her job. Self-assurance and surprise were mingled in her gaze as she glanced up at Schwartz in his workman's coveralls.
I'm here about the telephones.
Indeed.
We got a call. Somebody couldn't reach you. I believe you'll find the line is dead.
Really? Well, that's odd. It was working earlier.
It happens. I need to check your other phones before I hit the trunk line.
Well...
Or if you'd rather wait, I'll take my lunch break now and take some other calls I got lined up. I could be back by 5:30 or 6 o'clock.
Oh, you better do it now.
Suits me.
She let him into St. Jacques' office, where paneled walls showed mounted photos of the great man shaking hands with politicians and celebrities.
Nice place.
You'll find the telephone.
Ah, right over there.
Will this take long?
It could.
Ah, I'll just leave you then.
She also left the office door wide open, just in case. No point in leaving a repairman, white at that, alone with all the photographs and trophies St. Jacques had accumulated in a quarter-century of politics. You never knew when someone might decide to swipe that glossy black and white of Mel Torme and sell it for a 5-spot to some tourist on the beach. Schwartz knelt beside his toolbox, opened it, and took a small screwdriver from the tray. In 40 seconds, he had cracked the box on St. Jacques' telephone and picked the wire he needed. 30 seconds more, and he was finished hooking up the miniature infinity device. He was on his feet again when Miss Efficiency looked in to check his progress.
Have you found out what the trouble is?
Not here. I need to check your phone before I head downstairs.
All right.
He wasted several moments in the outer office, going through the motions. There was no point planting anything on this phone, since St. Jacques would never use it or discuss his private business in the woman's presence.
Clear. Now try the trunk line next. With any luck, I'll call you back within the next few minutes.
Oh, good. I hope so.
Never fear.
He rode the elevator down and went straight for the still-open junction box, restoring power to the lines in St. Jacques' office. For the purpose of a simple tap, he could have done the work right there, but Schwartz wasn't content to simply eavesdrop on the politician's calls. With the Infinity device in place, he had the private office covered wall to wall, including interviews conducted face-to-face. Phone service was restored. If Byron St. Jacques had company in the private office, though, their every word and sound of movement would have been picked up by the Infinity transmitter set to broadcast for a 2-mile radius. The beam would reach his hotel room with ease, and they could also pick it up on mobile monitors at any point within the unit's maximum effective range.
Perfect.
Ministry of Tourism, may I help you?
I think we got your problem covered.
Yes, I see. Well, thank you.
Anytime. The pleasure's mine.
Niquero, Cuba, 12:30 p.m.
The DSE was everywhere in Cuba, keeping track of counter-revolutionaries and assorted enemies of socialism, tracking their attempts to undermine the state. Miguel Ortega was the party's watchdog in Niquero, and he took his duties seriously, noting humorous remarks, subversive sentiments, along with mundane violations of the law. He didn't work with the police per se, his orders from Havana calling for a less obtrusive role. Ortega watched and listened, made his notes, and filed reports with his commanding officer. These days, the questions from Havana mostly dealt with rebels hiding out in the maestras. They were known reactionaries, running dogs of the American imperialist forces, bent on overthrowing Fidelismo if they could. Of late, their inspiration came from Eastern Europe and the Russians, where once loyal socialists were busy dismantling the institutions forged in 80 years of struggle. If the Russians could abandon communism almost overnight, the traitors said, why not Havana? Could the working people not exist without Fidel, without the DSE? State security was serious business to Miguel Ortega, and his recent failure to expose the rebels had been preying on his mind. Each week, there came new questions from Havana. Was he making any progress? Had he learned the names of any traitors who could be arrested and interrogated? When would he have something to report? In fact, it didn't help for him to know approximately where the rebels were. In the maestras, there were many places where an army could conceal itself. Had not Fidel himself conspired against the fascist pig Batista from those selfsame mountains? The informants whom Ortega cultivated in Niquero promised much but never quite delivered. Not until today. The peasant called himself Armando Duro, and he claimed to be a member of the counter-revolutionary force. He didn't look the type, but anything was possible, Ortega thought. At least his motive was believable. Armando Duro wanted money. Word had reached his ears of the reward Ortega offered for substantial evidence against the traitors, and he wanted to collect. First, though, the little man would have to prove himself.
There were two strangers, men I never saw before.
That hardly makes them traitors, does it?
Strangers! And they were talking to Raul Guerrero in his shop.
Two customers, perhaps.
Perhaps. I think it is unusual for customers to wait inside a leather shop for half an hour, then be picked up in a car and driven out of town toward the maestras.
This Raul Guerrero, do you know him well?
Enough to know that he is one of those you seek.
As you have called yourself. Why should I trust you now?
Because I've seen the error of my ways.
Ortega smiled at that. Translation, Duro saw a chance to profit by betraying those who trusted him.
Where did they go, these strangers?
The maestras.
I know that. Where did they go specifically?
I only see them come and go. Guerrero might know where they went, or he might not. Such matters are a closely guarded secret. I myself have no idea.
Oh, but I should pay you all the same.
For information on the rebels? Yes.
For information from a rebel?
You have signed your own death warrant here today.
But...
Enough! 2 nameless strangers come into Niquero, and they leave within the hour. You, a traitor by your own admission, tell me this and ask for money in return. Perhaps you will remember something useful in Principe prison.
This Guerrero!
He can join you. There is ample room.
I beg you.
I require a reason now to spare you.
Yes, the license number.
What?
I saw the license number on the car. It's HR 4810.
If you are lying...
The truth! I swear it! On my mother's life.
If you deceive me, Toro, I will make you wish that she had kept her legs together on the night you were conceived.
You have my word.
And you have mine. Go now. And when you think of running, think again.
About the money?
I'll be in touch, one way or another.
Thank you.
Ortega smiled as Juro left his office. There were calls to make. Oh yes, Ortega had fresh leads, his first in fact, and he'd waste no time reporting them, requesting help from his commander in Havana. This time, Miguel Ortega thought the Major would be glad to hear his voice. It would be a refreshing change of pace.
Chicorodo, Colombia, Wednesday, 3:00 p.m.
The helicopter ride from Panama City took 90 minutes. Colonel Antonio Del Valle was buckled in his seat and silently cursing himself for getting involved with these Colombians in the first place. It had seemed like easy money at the start. Just look the other way and count your winnings while the smugglers took the risks upon themselves. But it was turning out to be a rather different game these days. The past 2 days, to be precise. The jealousy and tension had been evident between Barbosa and Velasquez for a period of months, but that was all you could expect from narco-traffickers. They lived in filth, survived on paranoia. No day was complete without a few psychotic episodes, imagining that some foe had breached their personal security. A shooting war was something else again. Stray murders here and there weren't a problem. Independent operators being weeded out, defectors punished, thieves reminded of the risk involved when they were stealing from the drug cartels. From time to time, Barbosa and Velasquez quarreled over territory, making noises like a pair of schoolyard bullies, but they never took it all the way. Since yesterday, Del Valle had more bodies piling up than he could handle. Civil war between the narco-traffickers on top of the continuing protests staged by Democracy in Action to embarrass the current regime. And now the call from Santiago, strongly urging Del Valle to drop whatever he was doing and fly directly to Chicorodo for a private consultation. Del Valle had only made the trip once before, when he closed his original bargain with Santiago. Personal contact had been unnecessary beyond that point, a liability, in fact. But now... Del Valle knew the problem, of course. His intelligence sources had advised him of the Rio Atrato ambush on the bridge soon after the first Colombian military broadcasts were made. At least 15 dead, with 4 vehicles destroyed, including 2 truckloads of merchandise bound for Panama. Incredible. Guillermo Santiago's private helipad lay close beside his outdoor tennis courts. A houseman met Del Valle on the pad and led him toward the rambling house. Conspicuous consumption run amok. A glance told any new arrival Santiago was a very wealthy man. It took a second look, sometimes a third, to finally decide he had no taste. The giant house appeared to be the work of several different architects whose styles and personalities couldn't be reconciled. Brick here and stucco there, with tall white columns in the front evoking memories of the colossal American film in which Atlanta burned. There were several swimming pools, at least one built indoors, and a complete gymnasium. Inside the foyer, a marble sculpture of Elvis Presley, twice life-size, regarded the new arrivals with a brooding pout, his giant face as pale as death. Guillermo's taste in artwork ranged from European masters to a wall of classic movie posters mounted under glass. All vampire movies, as it happened, most of the posters featuring Christopher Lee, who could have passed for Santiago's brother in the actor's younger days. 2 vampires, Del Valle thought. Given any kind of choice at all, he would have chosen Dracula and put his faith in garlic or a wooden stake. Guillermo waited for him on the glass-enclosed veranda, with the air conditioning turned low enough to raise a crop of goosebumps on Del Valle's arms. Or was it a reaction to the very presence of this man, who ordered death in wholesale lots without a second thought?
Antonio, sit down. A drink, perhaps?
No, thank you.
Was your flight enjoyable?
It was unexpected.
So many things are unexpected nowadays. It keeps life interesting, I think.
Del Valle thought about the ancient curse. May you live in interesting times. At last he thought he understood the twist.
I was advised of your misfortune.
Our misfortune. Such incidents affect us all.
Oh, of course. I meant to say.
I hope you might be able to assist me with this problem.
How?
It must be clear to you that our problems are related. This sudden violence cannot be coincidence.
Barbosa and Velasquez?
No. Fighting in the streets, perhaps. They might be rash enough to start a war in Panama, but they are not insane. Attacking me? If either one of them had nerve enough to try, he surely would not burn the merchandise.
Who then?
The very question I will put to you. If these events are linked, then we must have a common enemy, agreed?
But who? I mean, if it is someone from outside.
Outside? A possibility that we must not ignore. Who worries more about our business than Barbosa and Velasquez put together?
The Americans. But it makes no sense.
Because the Yankees have their constitution? Where were all their rules and regulations when they came for Noriega, eh?
But this, without the military and the press, it seems improbable.
But still a possibility. And if their government is not involved, the answer may still lie within America.
Your competition.
Hardly that, considering the small percentage of the market they control. But if they seek a larger share...
Del Valle saw it now, the prospect of a war between Guillermo Santiago and his gangland enemies in the United States. With Panama, Del Valle, caught between the two belligerents. It didn't answer all the questions in his mind, by any means, but it could make a twisted kind of sense, and it would give him cause, if any more was needed, for anxiety.
I could investigate.
An excellent idea. Your contacts in intelligence?
Of course.
With all dispatch.
I understand.
Santiago smiled. No vampire fangs were in evidence, but he could bite, oh yes.
I knew you would.
Sierra Maestras, Cuba, 3:30 p.m.
It was a long drive from Niquero back into the mountains. Rafael Enciso rode in silence, Calvin James beside him in the back seat of an old sedan that creaked and grumbled as the road began to climb. Their driver concentrated on the task at hand and didn't try to keep them entertained. Though born in Cuba, Enciso had never been to the Maestras, seat of so much revolutionary history. It had been here, he knew, that Castro hid and plotted to destroy Fulgencio Batista, with covert assistance from the White House and the CIA. Fidel hadn't been a communist in those days, or at least he'd claimed he wasn't. And the Americans considered him a fair alternative to the regime in power. Castro promised liberty, agrarian reform, a kind of Cuban populism that would clear away the rot of the Batista government while leaving great American investments more or less unscathed. Once he had taken over, though, the mask came off. Fidel soon declared he was a die-hard Marxist after all. His closure of the mafia's casinos in Havana was the prelude to a sweeping campaign that nationalized agriculture, mining, and industry throughout Cuba, with little or no compensation to the American power brokers who were suddenly stripped of their holdings. The exodus to Florida began, and Soviet advisors soon arrived to teach Fidel the fine points of managing a one-party republic. Almost overnight, a new breed of rebels had been drawn to the Maestras, plotting yet another coup. Once more, the CIA was on their side, red-faced with the embarrassment of having helped install a communist regime 90 miles from the Florida Keys. Fidel would never wholly crush the organized resistance to his rule, but it would wax and wane with time and circumstance. These days, with communist crumbling worldwide, a new generation of rebels had begun to sniff the wind, detecting the aroma of potential victory within their grasp. And when it came, Enciso wondered, what would it really mean? Would the victors finally secure democracy for Cuba? Or would history repeat itself with yet another despot seizing power? In front of them, a tall man stood beside the one-lane track, his face deadpan as they approached. The driver stopped a few yards short of where the man held his ground. Enciso stepped out of the car, James close behind him, carrying their duffel bags.
Huh. You think he plans on backing all the way down in a Caro?
His problem.
As the Phoenix warrior spoke, two other men emerged from cover, one on each side of the road. They held weapons, one of them an Army surplus M1 carbine, the other a Kalashnikov. Enciso watched the tall man reach underneath the loose tail of his spotless peasant shirt and draw an automatic pistol from its hiding place.
Terrific. Now we're looking at a firing squad.
An escort. You are armed?
We are, as you have doubtless been informed.
You won't mind letting Pablo and Ricardo hold your bags until we reach the camp?
That's fine.
The Phoenix Force warriors passed their duffel bags to waiting hands. They still had folding knives, their combat training in the martial arts, but none of it would matter in the face of automatic weapons fired at point-blank range. Enciso made himself relax as the leader guided them along a narrow forest trail, their escorts bringing up the rear. The woods weren't precisely jungle, they were too high up for that, but it was close enough. Trees grew close together, right up to the trail, with tangled undergrowth and insects buzzing into their faces with every step. As far as the humidity was concerned, he figured it was somewhere in the 80s anyway. Sweat soaked the back and armpits of his chambray shirt before they covered 50 yards.
Nice weather for a hike.
Silencio.
It took nearly an hour to reach their destination, planted in a forest clearing strung with leafy netting 10 feet overhead as camouflage. The rebel camp was tents and people, with a slit trench well down slope for the latrine. Mobility was everything, and it was obvious they wanted to be ready for departure at a moment's notice, strike the tents and pack them up if there was time, or run and leave them if the enemy got past your outer guard somehow and took you by surprise. And it wasn't one camp he saw now, but a string of 3, each visible between the closing trees. The clearings were connected, more or less, by narrow trails, and that was good enough. Enciso listened for the river sounds, but couldn't hear them. Still, he knew there would be running water close at hand. Beyond the layout, his attention focused mainly on the guns. Each man, and woman too, he noticed several, was armed, a major violation of prevailing Cuban statutes in itself. Possession of a gun could earn you prison time, but bearing arms against the state was tantamount to suicide for any rebel captured by the Army or the DSE. The tall man suddenly turned to the Phoenix Force warriors. Enciso noticed that he had the darkest eyes he had ever seen.
I am Clemente Villa, leader of this troop. I offer you our hospitality and hope that I will not be forced to kill you later on.
Balboa Heights, Panama, 3:42 p.m.
The telephone on Sergio Barbossa's desk had recently become his enemy. It brought him unrelieved bad news, or worse, no news at all, and he was sick to death of waiting for his goddamn luck to change. And he was tired of sitting still, hiding really, while his soldiers took a beating on the street. 11 dead so far, and his accountants would be working through the evening with their calculators to evaluate the monetary damage he had suffered. Men could be replaced as easily as office furniture, and they were often less expensive. At the moment, Sergio Barbosa was concerned about the damage to his reputation, his loss of personal respect. If others came to think that he was weak, an easy mark, they would devour him like wild dogs, ravaging an injured deer. He thought about Velázquez, the reports that told him Carlos had been taking hits as well. It was a riddle, and Barbosa had no head for riddles. When he was attacked for no apparent reason, logic told him to suspect the first most likely adversary on his list of possibles. Velázquez envied Sergio's success, his profit margin. There was no love lost between them. Thus, when Barbosa was confronted with a threat, Velázquez's name immediately came to mind. Who else would dare to challenge him this way? There were a handful of competitors he ranked as small fry, nibbling around the edges of the business to support themselves, but none of them possessed the nerve or the expertise to launch a series of attacks on par with what Barbosa had endured the past 2 days. There might be enemies outside of Panama, the Cubans or Jamaicans, for example, but they like to do their killing in Miami, picking off a runner here and there. For full-scale warfare, it required more brains than nerve. Velázquez had the courage, certainly. As for the brains, he was about to learn that trifling with Sergio Barbosa was a grave mistake. 4 cars were lined up in front of him. Behind the tinted window glass, Barbosa noted faces turned in his direction, weapons showing here and there. The drug lord's Mercedes stood second in the line. Counting himself and 5 men per car, he made 21. It didn't constitute his total force by any means, but it should be enough for what he had in mind. He nodded to his wheelman, their eyes connecting in the rearview mirror. As one, the convoy started moving. Barbosa didn't fear a raid against his palace in Balboa Heights specifically, though one could never tell exactly what a madman like Velázquez might be thinking. Anything was possible, including an audacious move like this one, guaranteed to make Barbosa's enemy think twice about continuing his pointless war. As if the foolish bastard really thought that he could win. The traffic slowed them a little, entering the capital, but Sergio had time to spare. Velázquez was a creature of habit, and it mattered little in the last analysis if he should vary his routine this afternoon. It was the gesture that mattered, a demonstration of contempt for one who waged war without reason, wasting precious time and resources in the pursuit of personal spite. The gunner on Barbosa's left had an Uzi in his lap. On his right, the soldier held 2 Model 61 Scorpion machine pistols, passing one of them to Barbosa. Its curved magazine held 20 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, the wood grip warm against his palm. Their target was a private club Velázquez patronized each weekday afternoon from 3 to 5 o'clock. Velázquez owned the place, which made the staff and visitors fair targets in Barbosa's mind. He didn't have a man inside the club to tell him if Velázquez had arrived on this day, but someone would be there, enjoying cocktails or a meal prepared by the imported chef, pretending to be gentlemen, when they survived by selling drugs or filching cash from other people's bank accounts. Barbosa leaned forward for his first glimpse of the club. It would be on his left as they approached, and he reached up to find the crank that opened the Mercedes' sunroof. Any moment now. He stood, head and shoulders poking through the open sunroof, with his right hand wrapped around the Scorpion. Its 4-pound weight was nothing braced against the roof of the Mercedes. He would have to watch the recoil, with its rapid cyclic rate of fire. The first car rolled past Velázquez's club. Barbosa's car was next. He stole a glimpse inside the club through shattered windows, seeing bodies diving for cover behind pieces of furniture, each man scrambling to save himself. A startled face popped into view as they were passing. Rolling out of range, he held on, watching as the car behind him continued dealing damage. The last car in line brought dessert. A grenade launcher poked through the driver's side window and back. Fire shot from the shattered windows and smoke came pouring out through empty window frames. The second shot was an incendiary, finishing the job. Barbosa didn't fully understand the military chemicals, but he had faith in their ability to wreak destruction. By the time fire trucks arrived, the club would be a total loss. Much like Velázquez's effort to secure the country for himself. A nagging doubt nibbled at Barbosa, but he dismissed it, satisfied to settle back and gloat. Velázquez might not be inside the club, but he would get the message. Loud and clear, as the Americans would say. And he would reconsider any further moves against Barbosa in the hours and days ahead. Or he would die. It was as simple as that.
Sierra Maestras, Cuba, 5:15 p.m.
Once they had satisfied Clemente Villa of their mission and identity, things loosened up a bit around the rebel camp. There was a giant stew pot on the fire, and James could feel his stomach rumbling, though he wasn't about to ask the meal's ingredients. His training in the Navy SEALs had taught him to survive on grubs and fungus if he had to, but there were occasions when he found that ignorance was truly bliss. Except where strategy and combat was concerned. Clemente Villa had been waging war against the communist regime for 7 years, full time. He stayed alive by planning out his moves and keeping one eye on security around the clock in every situation that arose. He understood the risk of sellouts and betrayal, but his luck had held so far. As for their mission to eliminate Luis Rivera, it didn't concern the rebel cause directly. Villa's people hated every member of the DSE, but some were worse than others. Villa recognized Rivera's name, but since the Major's duties were primarily external, dealing with Havana's sympathetic contacts in Central America, their paths had never crossed. Still, any blow against the DSE was worth a modicum of risk, and Villa's troops could claim the credit afterward if they desired. In fact, James thought, it would be perfect if they did, another layer of cover to disguise the work of Stony Man.
Dinner is ready.
This is good.
We make do.
Well, you do great. You live here in the mountains all year long?
We move from place to place. A month here, 3 weeks there. The mountains have become our home.
It must be lonely.
My family is here, or all that remains. The Fidelistas killed my brother long ago, but I have different brothers now. We stand together, and we hit back where we can.
What kind of progress are you making?
We gain a foot here, inches there. Some days we lose the ground we gained the week before. Fidel is conscious of our presence. It constrains him, but the moment that is victory enough.
James frowned and spooned more stew into his mouth. He recognized the fatalistic attitude, a mark of living on the edge so long that war became a way of life, perhaps the only life a man could recognize. It wasn't that you fell in love with war exactly. On the other hand, you couldn't seem to live without it either. It became addictive, validating your existence and defining everything you did, all that you ever hoped to be. And if the Phoenix Warrior recognized a measure of himself in Villa, it would come as no surprise.
We'll need connections in Havana.
Of course. We have friends there. They will assist you, to a point.
We don't need backup gunners. Some logistics, information, this and that.
Enough to get them killed.
Not if everybody does his job.
You are not from the company.
Not exactly. Sometimes in a pinch, we help each other out.
Cooperation.
Right.
I will send a message on ahead.
We'd rather not warn anybody in advance.
You do not trust my people?
Nothing personal. We all have little tricks we use to stay alive, you know?
Indeed. 2 months ago,
Villa?
Shh. Listen.
2 aircraft coming in from the north. Vámonos! Ahora!
Bodies were in motion around him, rebels scrambling to douse their cooking fires and grab their weapons, making ready to defend the camp. The first chopper roared overhead, already banking for a comeback, and James recognized the Mi-24 Hind, a Russian gunship with plenty of lethal firepower on board. A second Mi-24 swept past right behind it, some 50 yards away. They immediately started looping back as if the choppers had some kind of homing beam locked in. It was about to hit the fan.
Vámonos al sur, ahora!
Whoa! Get your bag. We're taking cover to the south. Go!
The first run was for cannons only. The second pass brought the big guns.
Rafe! I'm fine. James, behind you! Shit!
These guys aren't messing around.
Just think, all this for us?
Yeah, lucky us.
Americanos! This way!
James and Enciso rushed towards Clemente Villa, leaving the ruined camp behind. The Hinds were ranging farther now in search of targets, and there was time for James to wonder if their gear included thermal imaging equipment that would stalk a living target through the trees. If they could seek out the rebels by body heat, there would be nowhere safe to hide. The angle of descent was steeper here, and James nearly lost his footing as he followed Villa down the slope.
Whoa! I got you! You hear the river?
Yeah.
Follow me!
In another heartbeat, the river was visible, a gleaming slash between the trees. James didn't know if Villa had a boat, but the rebel leader was their only guide just now. Around them, darting shadows in the trees were moving in the same direction, but the dodging shapes were few and far between. How many dead or injured in the camp behind him? James had no way of knowing, but a casual estimate had placed Villa's strength close to 40 guns on sight, so many targets for the circling, prowling Hinds. The mountain stream was swift and narrow, overhung by trees that screened a clear view of the sky. Arriving on the bank, VII led them several yards due north to reach a point where 6 canoes were lined up. 2 other men were there ahead of them, and James saw others coming through the trees. But they were few. So few.
We have no time to waste.
The others!
The look on Villa's face was enough to silence James. He helped with the canoe, Enciso pitching in, the other rebels picking out a second boat. Behind them, farther off now, the gunships were strafing the camp. Now that they had time to think, they had to wonder how they were found out, and how they were going to exact revenge.
Paradise Island, Bahamas. 5:45 p.m.
Okay, guys, I got something. Listen to this.
Schwartz unplugged his headphones and rewound the tape back to the beginning. The compact tape recorder was voice-activated with a twist, keyed to remote signals from the Infinity device Schwartz had planted in Byron St. Jacques' office. Simple noises in the room, like squeaking chairs or footsteps, would activate the mechanism, but a human voice brought everything to life, regardless of the speaker's volume. Magic, or the next best thing.
So, you got something?
Yep, 6 or 7 minutes.
Mr. Mintzer on line 1, sir.
Thank you. Thomas, good afternoon.
You're hard to reach these days.
That's Mintzer.
The trials and tribulations of a public servant.
How you suffer.
I survive.
Which brings me to the reason for my call. I have a customer who's interested in doing business at the standard rate.
I see.
I don't suppose you want the details.
Not just now. Perhaps another time.
Of course. You want to check him through your sources, I suppose.
As always, Thomas.
Right. Chad Lewis from the States. Passport number 03728-149.
Thank you.
Anything you can do to expedite the process would naturally be much appreciated. Mr. Lewis strikes me as the sort who doesn't like to wait.
It won't take long. If there was nothing else...
that's it for now.
Thank you, Thomas. I should be in touch sometime tonight. Tomorrow morning at the latest.
Fair enough.
Sounds like I'm getting some of their business.
Did you hear how stiff Byron got when Mintzer asked about details?
Yeah, he just doesn't want to talk specifics over any line, even without knowing it's been tapped. Smart man.
So what's on the next few minutes of the tape?
Nothing important. Just him calling an immigration officer for details on your alter ego, Iron Man.
Schwartz primed the tape deck to receive new messages.
So, I guess we're off and running. I told you he was hooked. When I started taking money to him last night, it was like he saw a chance to balance out the game or something. Maybe better. He's a cagey bastard, just like you'd expect, but greed's the driving force.
Like any pusher. Paul's personal contempt for drug dealers was nothing short of monumental. And the only time he tried to hide it was when he was working undercover on a mission. If their present target had been running down the street on fire, the politician would have gladly offered him a cup of gasoline to douse the flames.
And now we keep our fingers crossed. Have faith in the machine.
It hasn't let us down so far.
In this case, the machine was the Stony Man operation itself, a complex network of communications, contacts, switchbacks, relays, and the like, that routed predetermined queries to a central switchboard in the Blue Ridge Mountain stronghold. Queries on a valid passport went to State, but any bite on Lyons's number, or the others periodically released from Stony Man, would come up empty, with resultant problems of the lethal kind for agents in the field. To solve the problem, Aaron Kurtzman had invaded State's computer with a program of his own, referring queries on a given list of passport numbers, visas, and the like to operators at a sterile front, where background information cleared by Stony Man would be released, albeit grudgingly, to callers with a need to know. In that way, covers were preserved and lives were saved. The right lives, anyway.
Assume St. Jacques already made the call. He's in the system now, unless they shine him on with bureaucratic bullshit till the morning. Either way, we should be rolling by tomorrow.
What about the money? All eyes turned to Perry Tate, a silent shadow seated in the corner near the door. The DEA man glanced from one face to the other as he spoke.
No problem. I got $500,000 standing by for earnest money. It's a confiscated stash, of course. You lose it somehow, no one's apt to have a cow. You won't be thrilled, you understand, but Easy come.
You're covered all the way on this.
So far, so good. If anybody's tracking me, I haven't caught him at it.
Okay, let's wait and see. I think I'll take another run at the casino, try my luck. You want to join me, Perry?
Couldn't hurt. Get seen with a high roller like yourself. It's bound to help my cover.
Happy to oblige. It isn't every day I get to play celebrity. As long as you don't wind up on the tube. Film at 11, that kind of thing. No sweat. I'm on vacation here, remember? I need to change before we make our entrance. It won't take long. Schwartz watched him go, the door shut tight behind him, blocking out a brief view of the corridor. A feeling of anticipation gripped him, as it always did when they were on a mission, counting down the numbers, waiting for the crucial action to begin. In fact, it had begun already with St. Jacques. The rest would either happen or it wouldn't. There was little he could do to shape events from that point on. But it could never hurt to try. A nudge was all it took sometimes to keep the game on track or send it spinning out of bounds, whichever you desired. The situations varied, but the end result was always similar. Somebody dead, somebody else alive to tell the tale. Schwartz hoped they didn't blow it this time. Losing was a stone-cold bitch when you were betting everything you had.
Panama City, 6:05 p.m.
By any normal standard, in the Latin tropics, it was still late afternoon, but businesses were closing throughout the city, workers drifting home or into taverns where they could relax. It was a time for catching people on the move, if you were so inclined, and Boland still had work to do. The pot was simmering in Panama, but it hadn't yet reached a rolling boil. More heat was needed, and the executioner had fuel to spare. His efforts with Barbosa and Velasquez were already paying dividends, according to the latest news reports, and it was time to raise the ante, take the game a step beyond the street gangs kicking ass scenario. He wanted to involve the local VIPs, and there was nothing quite like starting at the top. Or near the top, at least. Jesus Avila was dismissed from Boland's calculations for the moment. He was dirty all the way, but in the city's present climate, an attack on a politician could be misinterpreted, mistakenly assigned to any one of a half-dozen revolutionary groups. For all he knew, democracy in action might be blamed and punished for the incident instead of focusing the heat where it belonged. Accordingly, he chose the banker Ernesto Montalvo and timed his move to maximum advantage. When the target left his downtown office in a chauffeur-driven limousine, he had a tail. The executioner was pursuing him through early evening traffic, watching from a distance when the driver dropped him at an apartment house 3 miles from where the banker spent his days. The girlfriend's place. He knew about the banker's mistress from the dossier at Stony Man, the kind of trivia that hung a man unless he watched his step. When Montalvo's chauffeur was out of sight, the executioner started for the entryway. The doorman didn't recognize his face, but he accepted 50 pesos and forgot to ask the gringo stranger's business. Later on, if there was any flack, the doorman would remember he was in the washroom for a moment when the stranger slipped inside. A call of nature, it could happen to anyone. This evening, it was happening to one Ernesto Montalvo, and it was overdue. Boland turned left along the corridor until he reached the number he was looking for. The banker wasn't wasting any time. A knock was risky, so he used the picks. The executioner's M9 Beretta was in his hand. He moved towards the sounds and found Montalvo in the bedroom. The warrior watched them for a moment, feeling nothing. He wasn't the voyeuristic type, but he appreciated style and noted Montalvo's apparent lack of it. The man's companion made the proper noises, moving to his rhythm, but the expression on her face was bored, distracted. It changed when she saw Boland moving toward the bed. Her scream prepared for liftoff when she spotted the pistol in the executioner's hand. The banker's wide eyes were the biggest thing about him as he shriveled, staring up at Boland's face and the Beretta in his hand.
They tell me you speak English.
Si, senor.
So speak it.
Yes, I do. Speak English.
There you go. I hate to interrupt your coffee break, but we've got business to discuss.
Business?
You've been dealing with some gentlemen who don't have long to live. I thought you'd want to know.
What gentlemen?
Avila, Del Valle, Santiago. Ring a bell?
The banker came up short on words, but the expression on his face told Bolin everything he had to know.
They're going down. You want to warn them? That's all right with me. There's nowhere they can hide. Comprende?
Si.
He poked the banker's flaccid stomach with the muzzle of his automatic.
You should really try to stay in shape.
Bolin was finished with Montalvo for the moment. If they met again, it would be over in the length of time it took to squeeze a trigger. Just like that. Bolin was confident that all concerned would hear about his chat with the banker within the hour. Soon enough. And in the meantime, he had other calls to make. The executioner continued his blitz.
Panama City, 7:40 p.m.
Colonel Antonio Del Valle hated working nights. He had drawn his share of sleepless duty as a young soldier coming up through the ranks, but a colonel has certain privileges, including the assignment of obnoxious graveyard shifts to his subordinates. Except, that is, when crisis situations call for special expertise, like now. The Santiago ultimatum, and it could be seen as nothing else, all things considered, made it clear that delegation of authority wouldn't suffice in the present situation. A handful of Del Valle's trusted subordinates were directly involved in his dealings with the drug cartel, as were one or two of his superiors, but the relationship was by no means general knowledge. Violence in the streets focused unwelcome attention on the local cocaine trade, and if it escalated to the point where new investigations were demanded by the legislature, then Del Valle would be seriously compromised. But it would never go that far, he realized. Guillermo Santiago and the politicians had too much to lose. If necessary, they would find themselves a scapegoat, silence him to circumvent the need for public trial, with its attendant risk of confession or a bargained plea, and let the public think one venal man had been responsible for an unforeseen, unpredictable crime wave. A man like Del Valle, for instance. The colonel had other ideas, none of them incorporating martyrdom. His first imperative was restoration of the peace between Barbosa and Velázquez, for the gangs were certainly at war by now, regardless of whoever was responsible for the original attacks. Del Valle didn't buy Guillermo's argument concerning the Americans. He couldn't rule it out, of course, but in his own mind, such a drastic course of covert action seemed improbable. More likely, Santiago was unwilling to admit that his competitors in the United States had power to reach out and challenge him at home. The drug baron's ego was a fragile thing, and it might one day get him killed, but it wasn't Del Valle's place to tell him that. Instead, the colonel concentrated on a strategy to save himself. Step one was meeting privately and separately with each of the identified combatants, buying time. If he could talk Barbosa and Velázquez into laying down their guns, however briefly, he'd have a chance to scrutinize the early incidents more closely, search for proof that outside elements were trying to foment a shooting war in Panama. And if there were no outside elements involved, then he'd have to start from scratch. The best scenario would be a small-time independent dealer playing off one major trafficker against the other for his own advantage, hoping that Barbosa and Velázquez would eliminate each other, leaving open territory for a would-be drug tycoon. In that case, once the culprit was identified, it would be relatively simple for Del Valle's troops to run him down and solve the problem permanently, meting out swift justice from the muzzle of a gun. But if Barbosa or Velázquez was responsible, then he'd have a choice to make. Which dealer was potentially more valuable and more manageable in the long run? Which could he more readily afford to lose in the interest of peace, harmony, and self-preservation? Should it come to that, Del Valle knew that he would make the choice and see it through to execution. If the evidence was strong enough, he saw no reason to consult Guillermo Santiago first. When the Colombian assigned Del Valle to complete a task, his orders carried the authority to use initiative along the way. Santiago could live with Del Valle's decision and like it, or he could start to do his own dirty work for a change. Velázquez first. It made sense to Del Valle, since Barbosa had been first to suffer an attack on Tuesday, kicking off the round of violent incidents that still continued unabated, brand new victims chalked up by the hour. Del Valle couldn't picture Sergio Barbosa planning an assault against his own troops, even to divert suspicion from himself. It would require intelligence and subtlety that Barbosa did not, in Del Valle's opinion, possess. Velázquez was Barbosa's major competition, and his placement at the head of any suspect's list was thus assured. The meeting had been relatively simple to arrange, Del Valle mentioning that a refusal to discuss their common problem would have drastic repercussions for Velázquez and his troops. Right now, the dealer was on roughly even footing with Barbosa, but Del Valle could shift the balance of power in a moment's notice, committing his troops to battle on one side or the other as he chose. Neither smuggler could afford a head-on clash with the Panama Defense Forces, and anyone insane enough to tough it out would recognize Guillermo Santiago's guiding hand behind Del Valle's move. Case closed. Before Velázquez tried to fight Barbosa plus the army and his chief supplier in Colombia, he would be well advised to have his head examined. While he might be slow in some regards, a wild man when it came to honor and revenge, Velázquez couldn't be mistaken for an idiot. 3 minutes on the telephone, most of it listening in silence while Del Valle told him how things stood, and Carlos had agreed to meet. Del Valle let him choose the place, an ego stroke that he could well afford. Velázquez wouldn't try to harm him in the present circumstances when there was nothing to gain and everything to lose. The colonel knew the nightclub by its reputation only. He had never been inside to mingle with the pimps and prostitutes who waited for their gringo tourists to arrive with money in their pockets, looking for excitement and a chance to say that they had been around. Tonight would be a first. Del Valle's driver stopped across the street, a zone where parking was forbidden, but their military plates would keep police at bay. One thing you had to say for Noriega, he had trained his lackeys well, and their conditioning hadn't broken down entirely since El Presidente was removed from office to a Yankee prison cell. The local officers still knew their place and recognized the established chain of command. Del Valle and his driver left the car. Both men wore civilian suits, a concession to Del Valle's covert mission, but their military bearing instantly set them apart from the street denizens of this seedy neighborhood. All eyes were on the colonel as he moved to cross the street, an easy 40 feet to reach the entrance of Velázquez's club, unless you had to make the crossing under fire.
Shit!
The second round was almost on his heels, another ricochet. The colonel said a silent prayer of thanks that his assailant was no marksman, sprinting now, his driver looking startled, then aghast. The back door of the car was closed. A hole spouted from the trunk of the car. Del Valle threw himself headfirst across the seat. A bullet followed him and drilled the window of the right-hand door in back, perhaps a foot above his head. Most of the glass was blown outside, but several jagged shards caught in his hair and stung his scalp. The left-hand door stood open behind him, leaving his flank exposed, but Del Valle was frozen, unable to turn back and close it. The left headlight exploded in a spray of shattered glass. The colonel's vehicle shot down the block and out of range, momentum slamming the open door. The back window shattered from the parting shot, dropping more glass on the colonel's huddled form. Del Valle's mind was racing as they sped beyond the line of fire. He thought about Velázquez, wondering if the Colombian was really mad enough to risk his life on such a move. And if he was, how would the dealer react on learning he had failed? Del Valle cursed the fear that kept him huddled on the seat, below the line of sight from anyone outside the car. Velázquez still had much to answer for, but he couldn't assume the dealer's guilt without more evidence. The sniper could easily have been dispatched by Sergio Barbosa or by someone else. The colonel had gained nothing for his sojourn to the wrong side of the tracks, and now he found that he was running for his life.
Paradise Island, Bahamas, 7:50 p.m.
Nicky Dean was getting used to freedom, and he liked it fine. 11 years inside a cage was too damn long. He never once forgot the judge or prosecutor who had sent him up, the scheming undercover agents who had busted him when he was running hot and pulling down an easy $400,000 free and clear. It wasn't like he had made it or anything. He wasn't set for life by any means, but Nicky Dean was getting there before the roof fell in. Now he was free and on vacation, soaking up some sun, enjoying life. A man of leisure, checking out the Paradise Casino, relaxing and living it up for a change after paying heavy dues. The last thing he expected was a blast from the past, until the pig walked in. A man didn't forget a face that sent him up for 20 years. A big, mean bastard, smiling at him when they made the deal, flashing his badge when the heat came down and sticking an automatic in Dean's face, asking him if he wanted to try his luck. A guy like that, you knew he'd love to take you down and call it line of duty just because you were making more than civil service pay without a time clock marking off your life in bits and pieces. Loving it, the way he clamped the handcuffs on and prodded Nicky toward the car. Now, here he was. The kind of money federal agents made, Dean knew he couldn't afford Paradise Island on his own dime. That meant he was working, seated at a corner table in the lounge. The agent hadn't spotted Dean yet, and the ex-con meant to keep it that way. Slouching lower on his bar stool, shoulders hunched, he watched the two men from the corner of his eye, nursing his drink and wondering how he could best turn the situation to his own advantage. Payback at the very least, and if he had an opportunity to profit on the deal. 3 scenarios came to mind off the top. First up, the big guy could be working with the other dude, scamming some third party, which initially ruled out the direct approach. A second possibility, the other dude might be big guy's target, willing to pay for some timely advice, but the only way to check that out would be to wait and see. Last option, the other guy could turn out to be some kind of go-between, connecting the narc with a local target, pocketing a finder's fee. In that case, he would have no relevance to Nicky Dean at all. Like anything, it was the timing that would nail him if he didn't watch his ass. Jump in too soon, he wouldn't know the players, maybe spill his guts to a Fed, and buy himself another couple of years for violating his parole. Hang back too long, and big guy just might drop the net before Dean had a chance to warn his target. Not that it would damage Nicky, watching someone else go down, but he would miss the chance to pay an adversary back for all the hassles he had suffered in the joint. Those opportunities were few and far between. He didn't want to screw it up, especially if he had a chance to make some money in the bargain. He got his break 10 minutes later when a black man joined the narc and his friend at their table, dressed to kill with the look of major money. If he wasn't the big guy's mark, Dean figured he would have to be the next best thing. It was a simple thing to watch and wait, find out who Mr. Money was and speak to him in private, even if Dean had to risk a beating in the process. Make him listen for his own sake, waiting for the gratitude to overflow and manifest itself as cash. No sweat. Unless the three of them were shacking up or leaving town together, the ex-con reckoned he would have his chance that night. He settled back to watch and wait.
Havana, Cuba, Thursday, 5:10 a.m.
The all-night journey from the wasted camp in the mountains had exhausted all concerned. They paddled for an hour in canoes to start, prepared at any moment for the hinds to sweep in low behind them, spewing armor-piercing rounds and rockets. But the gunships never came. Once they had ditched the boats, it turned into a waiting game. Another 90 minutes waiting for Villa's contact to arrive with a sedan that had been well beyond its warranty when Calvin James was born. James sat in back with Enciso, Villa and their driver in front.
We've used that camp for 7 months. Too long, perhaps. And yet...
You're wondering if we did something wrong. Well, I can tell you no one trailed us from our landing to Niquero or from there to your camp. We double-checked our gear for bugs and homers in Jamaica. Nothing. If you think we sold you out deliberately, I guess you'd better spit it out.
The rebel stared at James for a moment, frowning, then finally shook his head.
If I believed that, I would be forced to kill you.
Only way to go with traitors. The point is that we didn't sell your people out, which means the choppers found your camp by pure dumb luck, or
someone else betrayed us.
It looks that way to me.
How many people knew where we were going? Outside the camp, I mean.
Raul Guerrero, and the man who brought you to the camp.
That's it?
Unless...
I'm listening.
There is a chance you might have been observed.
Another way to go. Guerrero or the driver could have let it slip.
I trust them both.
Your call. Let's say they mentioned it to someone else inside the group who didn't need to know.
I will investigate. First, though, we must count our losses. Find out who is left.
Their destination on the outskirts of Havana was a ranch-style house, with poorly tended trees out front and a wooden fence around the yard and back. Chickens wandered the backyard. They made one drive-by, Villa checking out the neighborhood, then a second pass before he finally nodded for the driver to approach. James had the duffel strap across his shoulder with the bag unzipped, his right hand in the bag and wrapped around the submachine gun's pistol grip. He noticed Enciso had done the same, prepared to cut loose at the first sign of a setup. You could never be too careful in the Hell Grounds, least of all when it appeared your luck was running on a downward turn. A man of middle age came through the front door of the house, hands empty, moving toward their car across the scruffy yard.
Hello, Paulo.
The two shook hands, and James saw Villa whisper something in the man's ear. He then turned back toward the two Phoenix Force members.
Come with us.
I hope we get it right this time.
At least we're in Havana. For such a price.
Somebody owes on that one big time. Thing is, might not be our tab to pay.
The house was cool inside, or cooler than the yard at any rate. 4 other men were waiting for them, all with weapons close at hand. James saw an M1 carbine and a Thompson submachine gun, plus 2 AK-47s, obviously liberated from the Cuban military. There were solemn faces all around, nobody jumping in to make them feel at home. All things considered, James didn't blame them for their attitude. How many dead in the Maestras just that afternoon? It might be days before they got a final count, if ever, and the loss of every man or woman was a telling blow against the Revolutionary Front. They lived and died on dedication, and today it had been mostly dying.
We have been hiding long enough. It is time to fight, repay the communists for the losses we have suffered.
With just the 8 of us?
We aren't alone. This is merely what you see. By nightfall, other members of our cadre will be in the city, ready to proceed.
I hate to break the mood, but 2 of us have a specific job to do, if you recall.
Luis Rivera, I don't forget. None of us will forget. He is as good a place as any to begin.
James thought about it for a moment, glancing at Enciso, picking up the wiry Cuban shrug. It was a change of plans, but what the hell? With reinforcements, maybe they could salvage something from the mission that had gone awry and still come out of it alive.
All right. What's the plan?
Panama City, 5:30 a.m.
Hey, I asked for a 6 o'clock wake-up call.
I understand the weather's clear today.
The sound of Katzenellenbogen's voice sent voltage racing down Grimaldi's spine. He was awake now.
That's so?
Why don't you meet us at the big house later on?
Say when?
Our goal is 1930 hours, give or take.
I'll see you there. Good hunting.
That's affirmative.
Grimaldi smiled. Still 13 hours, but at least he had a goal now. Anything beat waiting in his room for Boland to report. The Panamanian authorities had trouble on their hands, and then some. Much of it was Boland, but the big guy's targets had begun to duke it out between themselves without his help, and things were heating up. Aside from the sporadic raids and drive-by shootings, members of Democracy in Action were denouncing the police for their reaction to a protest march that left 24 demonstrators in the hospital. More violent footage, clubs and tear gas, bodies writhing in the middle of the street. It was Grimaldi's kind of town. Today, the men of Phoenix Force were going for the big house, simple code for Santiago's fortress in Colombia at Chigueroto. The flight would take him roughly 20 minutes once he picked his warbird up at Albrook Air Force Base, and that meant he had time to kill. But it was different now. At least he had a target and a deadline. Only Katz could call the mission off from this point on to 0 hour minus 60 seconds. After that, no one on Earth could save the big house from a dose of hell on wings. Grimaldi knew the risk involved in Katzenellenbogen's plan. A U.S. warplane striking at civilian targets in Colombia and ducking back to roost in Panama would qualify as an outrageous act of war, assuming anyone identified Grimaldi or his plane. Colombia had coastal radar, and he figured some of it was bound to overlap their border with the Isthmus, but it was a chance that he would have to take. The dealer's stronghold lay just 40 miles across the border, less than 60 seconds as the jet flies, and 5 minutes would complete the strike if he was dawdling. The nearest fighters the Colombians could scramble would be coming out of Monteria, and the pilots had to catch him if they wanted any part of Jack Grimaldi's action. He thought of Boland, wondering if he ought to try the guy's room and tell him what was going on, but thought better of it. The executioner would have been in touch if he was back at the hotel instead of ripping up the town. In any case, it was agreed in advance that Phoenix had his services on call. There was little he could do for Boland in the city, nothing in terms of what the warrior did best.
Panama City, 7:15 a.m.
Oh, a dream.
Miranda Lamachi's first thoughts upon waking from her violent dream were of the tall American. Belasco hadn't been present in her dream, but it didn't require a psychoanalyst to find the link. In the dream, she was in danger, and the stranger had just recently saved her life. How many had he killed? She wondered where he was right now, what deadly game he was involved with. She left her bed and moved to the bathroom. She stepped under the steaming shower, trying to forget her dream and thoughts of violence. She felt herself relax, but not so much that she missed the sound.
Idiota!
Sudden panic flared inside her. There were people outside. She was intensely conscious of her nakedness as she grabbed her robe. Miranda scanned the bathroom for a weapon, anything with which she could defend herself. Her eyes locked on her metal rat-tail comb. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. A twist of facial tissue covered the sharp metal teeth and provided a handle of sorts, the 5-inch gleaming spike protruding from her fist like a stiletto blade. Holding the makeshift weapon out of sight against her thigh, Miranda cautiously advanced until she reached the doorway. 3 men waited for her in the bedroom. One faced deadpan, while the other 2 were smiling at her, dark eyes running up and down her body like insects, making her skin crawl. The curtains next to her bed were billowing inward.
What do you want?
We want you, little one.
And what for?
We can discuss that in the car. Perhaps you will enjoy our company.
Perhaps if I was dead.
I thought of that. But our orders are to bring you back alive.
And you expect me to cooperate?
It matters little one way or the other.
The man made his move before the others, stepping toward her, reaching for Miranda with his right hand. Miranda lashed out with her own. She felt a little resistance as the comb punched through the man's cheeks and scraped between his teeth on the way out the other side. The stranger lurched away from her, Miranda glad to let him keep the comb, although she thereby left herself unarmed. The man raised both hands to his face, another moment lost before he understood exactly what had happened to him.
Ah! No, bitch! Ah! Ah! You idiots! Subdue her!
Ah! Let me go! Don't you...
Enough! Now you sleep.
Nassau, Bahamas, 7:45 a.m.
It was an early start for Thomas Menser, but the man said his business was urgent, a matter of life and death. That would be true, at least if he was wasting Menser's time, but it would be the caller's death, and that, the dealer thought, might prove amusing in itself. Meanwhile, he was awake and he could spare the time to listen, satisfy himself that there was nothing in the wind before he had this pallid beetle crushed for waking him ahead of schedule. If there was some urgent matter he should know about, it wouldn't do for him to let it slide. The white man had been trying too hard for a suntan, as they often did. He would have been fish-belly pale when he arrived on the island. Now he resembled something close to lobster red from lying in the sun too long, a lighter ring around each eye where thick sunglasses had provided some protection. Menser would have laughed at him another time, but at the moment he was curious, willing to listen, briefly.
Ah, come in. Have a seat.
Thanks.
Your name is...
Nicky Dean. I'm from the States, you know.
Of course. I did not think you were an islander.
I mostly live and work in Florida, but for the past 11 years I've been up in Atlanta. See, they got themselves a federal pen up there, you know?
A federal pen?
A prison-like.
I see.
You want to ask yourself, so what's this ex-con doing here, and why is he taking up my time?
The question crossed my mind.
Thing is, I figure I can help you out. You got trouble coming and you don't even know it yet.
Such as?
One of the fellows you were drinking with last night at the casino? He's the fucking knock who set me up.
Have you been spying on me, Mr. Dean?
Whoa, hey, no way, man. I was drinking in the lounge, that's all. I spot this guy across the room and figure, what the hell? Couldn't hurt to stick around and find out what he's doing. Maybe get a chance to pay him back for all the grief he's caused me. Dig it? Help somebody else get out of a tight spot while I'm at it.
You're an altruist, I take it.
I never thought that much about religion one way or the other.
I mean to say, you do this favor as an act of charity.
Well, sure. I mean, if it's important to you and you feel like giving me some kind of a reward, hey, I'm not gonna throw it in your face, okay? I'm easy.
There were 2 men at my table, Mr. Dean. Which one was your acquaintance from the States?
The big dude.
Did you recognize the other man?
I never saw him before in my life. But if he's traveling with Knox, there's only 2 ways he can go. Dude's getting set up for a burn, or he's a cop himself.
I cannot argue with your logic, Mr. Dean. The question still remains. Why a narcotics officer would waste his time on me?
Hey, I don't know a thing about your business, man. And I don't want to know, you get my drift? I mean, your business is your business all the way. I'm on vacation here, you know? I'm sure as hell not looking for trouble.
Ah, a wise man as well as honest.
Well, I didn't reach this ripe old age by jumping up and down on anybody's toes. Not strangers, anyway.
Menzer stared at this man, 10 years younger than himself, and resisted an urge to slap the man's face.
Of course. Go back to your hotel. Relax and find yourself a woman. If your information is correct, I will be pleased to cover the expenses of your stay. Say 2 more weeks? Perhaps a little something extra on the side.
All right.
If it should prove to be erroneous.
He left it hanging, but from Dean's expression, Menzer knew he didn't have to spell the warning out.
Oh, listen, man, this is straight. I swear to God.
Then we should have no problem, Mr. Dean. Enjoy your stay.
Yeah, right. Thanks.
Menzer knew he would spend the rest of his vacation looking over his shoulder, and that was fine. The dealer had more pressing problems at the moment. It was obviously time for cleaning house.
Unguia, Colombia, Thursday, 10 o'clock a.m.
It would have been easier for Katz and his team to get an airlift to the target, but that would have risked radar contact and a military response, and quiet was the way to go, at least before they had marked their targets. So it was up to them to find their way there, and it would be up to Grimaldi himself to deal out the big damage. One of the pilot's foremost tasks would be to stop Santiago from escaping in a plane or helicopter while the men of Phoenix Force were looking for him on the ground. They picked up an antiquated military jeep at a local town without anybody asking too many questions. There was no doubt the seller saw them as cocaine cowboys, but those were a dime a dozen in Colombia. The purchase wouldn't even make for a conversation in the local bars. With wheels, the 60-mile trek was simpler, but still not easy. They would have 2 river crossings, the Atrato and the Uraba, plus the miles of swamp that lay between Unguia and their target outside Chigurodó. Even so, there was a road that they could use until they got within a mile or so of Santiago's hard site, thereby saving precious time. With any luck, there would be ample opportunity for them to hide the jeep, check out their target, burrow in, and wait for darkness. Waiting was the hardest part of any hit-and-run campaign. Once battle had been joined, the action took care of itself, with instinct kicking in. The waiting took a different kind of courage and determination, though, especially when you had to do it in the enemy's backyard, with hostile soldiers breathing down your neck. It was the kind of mission where experience counted double, and a Green Warrior's eagerness could get him killed, along with his companions. Katz rode in back, with Gary Manning in the shotgun seat, McCarter at the wheel. They kept their weapons close at hand, with no real effort to conceal the hardware they were carrying. If they encountered enemies along the way, speed would be more important than discretion when it came to saving lives. It stood to reason that Santiago would be on his guard, alert for any follow-up attacks, but Katz was banking on the arrogance of power to assist them with their strike. The drug lord would be shocked that anyone had nerve enough to challenge him so close to home, and while he mobilized his troops, he wouldn't seriously entertain the thought that anyone would dare attack his home. Or so Katz hoped, at any rate. No matter, they were on their way, no turning back. Grimaldi would be there with backup when they needed him, if he had to fight his way through the whole Colombian Air Force to keep their rendezvous. It was a relatively simple matter of concealment and evasion for the next few hours, picking out their fields of fire and lying low until the proper time arrived for them to strike. And then, whatever happened, Katz and Ellenbogen knew it would be a night to remember for those who survived.
Panama City, 10:15 a.m.
Before he made his move against Jesus Avila, long postponed until the other members of his Vino clique were made aware of danger to their operations, Boland thought it would be wise to touch base with his contacts at Democracy in Action and alert them to his plan. No details, naturally, but just enough to let them brace themselves for any possible reaction from the government.
Hola, lo siento, pero no puedo tener su
Angelo.
This is Belasco. I'm on the move.
Velasco, where are you?
Why?
Miranda, she has been kidnapped.
When and where?
The time is not precise. This morning, early. She was taken out of her apartment. When she did not come into the office, calls were made. We got no answer. Finally, I sent a courier to check on her, and she was gone. The boy found signs of a struggle in her bedroom. Blood.
What else?
A call at 9:30. A man's voice, no one I could recognize. He said Miranda would be killed if we continue to harass the government. Specifically, they want the man or men who fired upon Del Valle. They believe our people were involved.
I'll handle it.
But Miranda is in great danger.
She doesn't have a chance if you negotiate from weakness. If Del Valle's people are involved in this, they can't afford to let a witness live, no matter how they wrap it up. And if they're not, you're dealing with Barbosa or Velasquez. Maybe even Santiago.
I regret the day we asked for help.
I know the feeling. Stick around the office if you can. I'll be in touch.
It didn't take long for Boland to come up with a plan. It was one the executioner had used before. In hostage situations, never yield. It was a doctrine quoted frequently by governments, honored more in the breach than in the observance. When a life was riding on the line, too many hard men folded, handing over anything a predator demanded just to string the moment out and buy some precious time. Mac Boland had a rather different approach. When someone whom he cared about was threatened by his enemies, the executioner hit back. He didn't plead for mercy, soil his shorts, or promise anyone the moon and stars if they would please resist the urge to maim or kill. The only way to deal with savages was savagely, and Boland was a man who wrote the book on that score. Without the bargaining chip of Miranda Limachi's life, his enemies had nothing Boland wanted, nothing in the world that would divert him from a battle to the death. Before this move, they could have scattered to the winds, escaped, abandoned their illicit network in the middle of the night, and Boland might have let them go. Before. From this point on, it was a brand new game. The executioner was fresh out of patience, and his enemies were standing on the wrong side of the firing line. The Panama campaign was getting personal. He would do everything within his power to prevent more harm from coming to Miranda. If he failed, his enemies could look to God for mercy. They would get none from the executioner.
Nicaro, Cuba, 10:15 a.m.
Raul Guerrero was about to close his leather shop and start the long trip to Havana when he saw Armando Duro on the far side of the street. It was an odd sensation standing there, Armando watching him from 50 feet away. What did Duro want? Had Villa summoned him to join the action in Havana? If so, Guerrero knew nothing of it, and his plans didn't include taking Duro with him on the long drive north and west to reach the capital. Two men in matching leather jackets joined him across the street. So it seemed, at any rate, although they made a show of window shopping, neither man approaching Duro or addressing him directly. Still, Armando glanced across his shoulder as they stopped behind him. When he turned back toward Guerrero's leather shop, there was a new expression of determination on his face. And something else. A trace of fear, perhaps. Guerrero didn't recognize the other men, but he had seen their type before. If they weren't the DSE, they did a perfect imitation, from their close-cropped hair and jet-black leather to the attitude of smug superiority they carried with them like a badge of rank. How many more outside, invisible from where Guerrero stood? Too late to worry now. He moved to the office storeroom and back and approached his desk. He walked back to the public portion of the shop, found a paper sack and tore a hole in one side to accommodate the pistol in his hand. From any distance, it would simply look like he was carrying the bag, a personal delivery perhaps. And if they let him reach his car without attempting to detain him, there would be no problem. He would have some extra time to think and forge a plan. He pretended not to see Armando as he locked the door behind him, knowing it would be the last time that he ever saw his shop. Duro had betrayed him to the DSE, and there was no life for him in Nicaro now. Perhaps no life in Cuba.
Guerrero! Hey, Raul!
He pretended not to hear and kept walking toward the alley where his ancient van was parked.
Raul! Where are you going?
Swiveling to face his enemy, Raul saw the men in leather turning from the window of a bakery across the street. There were probably more behind him, emerging from the alley where his van was kept.
I need to speak with you a moment.
Of course.
No!
The bullet struck Duro in the stomach, just below his sternum. Raul had time for one more shot, a good one to the traitor's face. At once, Guerrero's shooting arm went numb. He felt a strong arm locking around his throat from behind, cutting off his wind. In the seconds of surviving consciousness, Guerrero seemed to stand outside himself and watch the hectic scene. At least, he told himself, Armando Duro had been duly paid for his betrayal of the holy cause. When darkness overwhelmed his conscious mind, it came as a relief.
Nassau, Bahamas, 11 o'clock a.m.
The morning meet had taken Lyons by surprise, but he was ready to proceed. He'd gotten a call from Menser saying he was ready to discuss the proposition in more detail, but he had to see the earnest money first. For the amount of cash and product Lyons had proposed, there could be nothing left to chance. So be it. Perry Tate was riding shotgun, serving as the local go-between, while Schwartz and Blancanales scoped the meeting from a distance. It wasn't supposed to be a hit. They wanted Menser's link with the Colombian machine on tap for that, but Julio Martí wasn't about to show himself until his frontman gave the go-ahead. The meet was set for Windsor Park on Mackey Street. Lyons approached from the north, taking his time.
You packing?
Absolutely, man. I don't leave home without it.
The able team leader had his own Glock 17 tucked in the waistband of his slacks, a reassuring pressure at his back. But it was good to know this wouldn't be the only gun on their side if it hit the fan. Experience had taught him anything could happen at a drug deal, even in the early stages. With a cool $500,000 tax-free dollars riding on the line, there was a risk from so-called friends and unknown enemies alike. Trust no one but your proved comrades when the stakes were life and death. It was a simple rule, and Lyons had survived this long because he never let his guard down on or off the job. Some famous thinker had described eternal vigilance as the price of liberty. For Lyons, it was simply life insurance.
There's the park.
Let's take a walk.
Reaching in the back seat, Lyons grabbed the briefcase filled with $100 bills, 100 notes to the bundle, 50 packs in all. They started across the grass toward an ornate bandstand, 100 yards due west. Tate walked beside him, looking casual, but Lyons felt the DEA man checking left and right as they proceeded, missing nothing with his eyes. The bandstand was their destination, picked by Menser as a place where they could sit and talk while the dealer counted Lyons' money, leaving with it if they made a deal. The sticking point would come with the demand for a personal meeting with Julio Martí, but Lyons felt that he was in a decent bargaining position. $500,000 down, no strings attached, and more where that came from if they went into business. Martí would be drawn out of his hole by greed, and all they needed was a nibble at the bait. One meet to put him on the spot, and they could wrap it up. At 50 yards, they saw a figure waiting for them on the bandstand, sitting on a bench, his features masked in shadow. Trees closed in on either side, a backdrop for the bandstand during concerts underneath the open sky. In retrospect, it would be difficult to say who saw the gunners first. Tate pivoted to face a pair of figures on his right, and Lyons confronted two more on his left. Fuck! Lyons left Tate to hold the right flank and chose a moving target at the tree line. The second trigger man immediately started firing on the run, his aim suffering for it. Lyons gave him 3 strides.
Damn it!
Bullets slapped at the briefcase, left abandoned on the ground. Lyons turned to the bandstand. The shadow man spun, his shoulder split open by Lyons' shot. Lyons spun to his right in time to see the DEA man bucking, a string of submachine gun bullets ripping through his abdomen. Across the bare expanse of lawn, one gunner stretched out on his face, swinging his weapon toward Lyons. Lyons scanned the trees for any further sign of hostile movement. Perry Tate was dead before the able team warrior reached him, and it made no sense to drag his body from the scene. Instead, he grabbed his riddled briefcase, ran back toward the parking lot, waving Schwartz and Blancanales off as they piled out of their car. It was too late for any help. The hit had gone down so fast that there had been no real time to think about it. But he was thinking now about revenge.
Stony Man Farm, Thursday, 12:05 p.m. Able team's been compromised.
Did they say how?
No.
But at least they're intact.
Aaron Kurtzman had been working on a turkey sandwich when the word came in from Nassau. Guarded phrases, even with the scramblers, just in case. The Able warriors didn't stay alive by overlooking small details. And from the way it sounded, they were in the shit already, swimming hard against the tide. He was sitting with Carmen Delahunt, an FBI computer wizard who had traded in her federal badge to work at Stony Man. A divorced mother of 3, she had been tracking fugitives at the Bureau's National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime in Quantico when Kurtzman made her an offer she couldn't refuse. In their first week together, she had given Bear a demonstration of the classic redhead's fiery temper, but they mostly got along.
Abel's going to have to wrap it up ASAP or cut and run.
I don't see Able running.
Exactly.
Not even midway through the second full day of the operation, it's already time for things to break.
His appetite was gone, and Kurtzman pushed the plate away.
You done with that?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, not bad.
I'm glad somebody's having fun. No other word?
Just Nassau. All we have from Panama is news clips off the satellite, nothing from Havana.
Damn it.
Could be one time when the rule applies.
Which rule is that?
No news is good news.
Yeah, maybe.
Kurtzman knew that these things had a way of suddenly unraveling. A leak in the Bahamas meant there was a possibility of Menser or Marti communicating with associates in Panama. One thing led to another, and you never knew where it was going to end until it blew up in your face.
They'll have to wrap it up.
Right. Well, no matter what, I'm out of here.
He wheeled himself out of the mess hall and on to the computer room, Carmen catching up soon after. Akira Takaido was already there, chewing bubblegum as always. The earphones for his music player were around his neck instead of welded to his ears.
Oh, hey, I was about to page you.
What's up?
I got a rumble from the CIA. Their people have been intercepting Cuban military chatter via satellite. It's 99% routine. They do it all the time. Thing is, Havana has a flap in progress, mounting raids against an unnamed group of counter-revolutionaries. What I'm picking up from Langley is that they've already busted out a camp in Oriente province. Major casualties. No mention of foreigners yet, one way or the other.
It could be coincidence.
Yeah, and I could be running the marathon Saturday, but the odds are against it.
Okay, what's the drill?
Sit and wait. It's the pits, but I don't see any option.
You want me to contact Hal?
Damn right. He wants everything fresh off the wire. It's his ulcer.
I'm on it.
And stick with that Langley connection as close as you can.
Got it covered.
Kurtzman scanned the bank of terminals and monitors, his chosen battlefield. He missed his legs then, in a way that had nothing to do with self-pity or simple regret. It would have been a different game if he could help his comrades in the field directly, take some of the heat upon himself instead of sitting safe behind the lines. Spilled milk. He blanked his mind to yesterday and focused on the here and now. He couldn't change the past, but there was still a chance to have some impact on the present and the future. But first, he had to watch and wait.
Paradise Island, Bahamas, 12:15 p.m.
They had us spotted going in.
I worked that out myself. The question is, who spotted you and how?
It doesn't make much difference now. I'm burned regardless. The way I see it, we've got one shot left to clean this up.
Well, we still don't have a fix on the Colombian. If we take St. Jacques and Menser down but leave Marti in place, we might as well forget the whole damn thing.
Okay, we need to flush him out. We've tried the money angle. Now we need to find another way.
I'd say that's right.
Blancanales stared at the briefcase on the bed beside him. They had opened it upon returning to his hotel suite, examining the damage. Roughly half of the $10,000 bundles were intact, the rest resembling shredded paper from a rat's nest where the parabellum rounds had done their worst. $250,000 had been literally shot to hell.
I'd like to take whatever's left, find out if Tate had any kind of family, and stick it in the mail.
Suits me. The DEA won't miss it, one way or the other.
Yeah, screw them if they do. It seems to me that one of Menser's people grabbed the case and got away in the confusion. The more I think about it, I'm convinced that's what went down.
Okay, next question. How do we find Marti?
One way to go is that we assume the hit was aimed at Tate. Call Menser back and ask him what the hell he thinks he's doing treating customers this way. He wants the money and the deal. We strike a bargain on the phone. No meeting with Marti, no contract.
So he agrees to anything and sends another team of shooters in his place. It's suicide.
One minor hitch.
Oh, I always knew you had more guts than brains.
Another thought. We can squeeze Saint-Jacques until he squeals. If he can't get a meeting with Marti, we're up the creek.
And when they huddle...
We revise the playbook. I like it.
Better than a suicide mission?
You can't have everything. You know, I'm betting Saint-Jacques out to lunch right now.
I never bet against sure things. Let's check up on our friend.
Gadgets, are you calling on our own?
I got cutouts. Don't worry, can't trace it.
St. Jacques' office?
Hello. I was wondering if Byron was available to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, but the minister is out on lunch right now. He'll be expected back at 1:30. If you have any message in the meantime...
Oh, no, thank you. I'll just call back then. Thank you very much. He'll be back in a little over an hour. You think he knows about the rumble at the park?
If he's on top of things, he'd better. What's the angle then? Hit him straight, no bullshit. If he doesn't know that Menser's people blew it, he's behind the times. Whatever, once he knows we know about his various connections, and we've got him marked to fall with Menser and Marti, smart money says he'll want to talk. I wouldn't be surprised to see him call a meeting with the others, try to work things out.
Or try to save his own ass anyway.
Whatever. I've been thinking.
Uh-oh.
Don't be a smartass, Gadgets.
Testy.
Let's suppose they weren't all Menser's guns.
Why not?
For one thing, only 2 of them were black. The others looked Hispanic. Like Colombians, for instance? Works for me. Which means you've got Marti's attention, as it is. Me, or Tate, or both of you. Or both, that's right. We'll find out soon enough. Come 1:30, I've got a surprise for the esteemed Minister of Tourism. I want to let him look at gambling from a new perspective. Find out how he functions when he has to bet his life.
Havana, Cuba, 12:35 p.m.
With the afternoon heat, the house began to swelter. 8 or 9 new members of the rebel party had arrived, and it was getting crowded, 3 of them intently puffing on cigars that mingled with a smell of sweat to foul the air. 2 men were on the windows constantly, alert to any sign of uniforms or strangers on the street outside. The rest shared a midday meal of stringy beef and refried beans.
How many more are you expecting?
Another 5 or 6. Some others have a different place to meet. Say 25 if none of them are intercepted on the way.
Is our position secure if anybody is?
We shall be moving in a little while. I have another place in mind where we can wait.
How long?
My eyes are on Rivera. We must strike him at the moment when he least expects it, when his guard is down.
With last night's raid, he should be feeling confident.
I hope so. Let his pride destroy him.
You keep track of DSE commanders?
When we can. They are not the only ones who study how to spy and infiltrate. In Cuba, since the Fidelistas came to power, subterfuge has been a way of life.
How long have you been fighting Castro?
For the last...
Soldados, was ahora?
Is that...
We're busted.
The house exploded into action, several gunners peeling off to check the rear as everybody else gathered their weapons. Outside, an armored car was nosing in against the curb, at least 3 dozen uniforms dispersing to the cover of surrounding trees and hedges, ancient cars and homes. The soldiers obviously knew what they were there for, quickly staking out their fields of fire.
Paco, Miguel, Vicente, Raul, hold them back. The rest of you, out through the back. The vehicles.
It was a sucker play, James thought, but the alternative was standing fast and waiting for a larger force to bring the house down around their ears. There would be reinforcements on the way, perhaps already waiting in the neighborhood, and once the soldiers met resistance, they would unleash everything they had, including hand grenades and rocket launchers if it came to that. The house might stand for 10 or 15 minutes if their luck was very, very good. He hit the kitchen running, Enciso just in front of him. Clemente's plan to drive away was something else, exchanging one set of close quarters for another, but James reserved judgment, waiting to see what lay in store for them outside. If they were cut off from the rear, surrounded, it would be every man for himself. Their vehicles were parked in back, a spacious yard, but soldiers were waiting for them as soon as the first rebel stepped outside.
Cut off! Not yet. I count 5 guns out there. With cover fire and a concerted rush, I'm betting we can drive them back and get a fair shot at the cars.
Perhaps.
If you want to stop and think about it for a minute, it could be 15 or 20.
Very well. Men, we are rushing. You four, take positions at the window for cover. The rest, with me.
James found himself in the attacking party with Enciso at his side. Another heartbeat, and they hit the threshold. The men charged out, 2 at a time, taking hits before the cover fire forced the soldiers to duck back. James marked one sniper with his PA-3DM. The vehicle was right in front of him. A soldier showed his head, a careless move. They reached their cars, piling in, the driver snug behind the wheel.
Go! Go! Great, tell him to go!
I think he knows that!
There was no sign of Villa as they rolled toward a wooden fence. 2 of the opposing troops were waiting for them. As they plowed right through the fence and the gunfire, a soldier sprawled across the hood, eyes wide and staring at them. Someone in the front seat brought up his pistol and aimed right between the eyes. But there were no more to take his place, James saw immediately, as they raced across a neighbor's yard and through another fence to reach the street. A wall of uniforms and smoking weapons drilled bullets into the sedan. James hunched his shoulders as they ran the gauntlet, roaring down the block.
Are we clear?
Then the jeeps fell in behind them, 2 of them with mounted automatic weapons.
Calvin, you all right?
Yeah. Just got sliced by the rear window there.
Let's just hope that's all that happens to you.
James knew what had just happened. A wheel just got shot out. The old sedan began to swerve, momentum fading in the stretch. Their pursuers caught the scent of victory and crowded closer, ready for the kill. The driver obviously knew that it was hopeless, swerving hard left through another yard. James turned around and took aim at a gunner. The soldier clutched his side and slumped across his weapon, clinging fast to keep from being thrown out of the open vehicle. James didn't know exactly what their driver had in mind, and he was unprepared for their collision with the front porch of a wooden 4-room house. James felt a blade of silver pain between his shoulder blades. All this, and now whiplash. He looked up to see he was in a Spartan family room. Good thing nobody seemed to be home. Behind them, the jeeps with the troops came to a sudden halt and started to unload.
At the back! Split up and get to Rosalita's tavern if you can. See Bolivar.
The rest of it was dodging and running, machine guns cutting loose at close to point-blank range. James kept on running toward the kitchen, through it, and out the back door to the yard. How long before foot soldiers picked up the pursuit? A bullet whispered past him on the left, another on the right. In front of him, he saw Enciso hit the property fence and scale it in a flash. The next man up was halfway there, when he stopped dead, spine arching, a scarlet blossom bursting between his shoulder blades. James jogged hard left and went for a different portion of the fence. Splinters gouged his flesh, the submachine gun slapping at his ribcage on its makeshift sling. The blunt toes of his boots found traction, and his strong legs worked like pistons, going for the altitude. He needed only seconds, just another foot or so. The gunner missed him by an easy 18 inches, but the burst of automatic rifle fire ripped through the board supporting James's weight. Disoriented by the impact of his fall, James took a moment to discover he was lying on the same side of the fence where he had started. 6 or 7 feet away, the rebel who had died before his eyes lay face up on the lawn, his back still arched from the explosive power of the bullet that had snapped his spine. 4 soldiers were advancing on the spot where the Phoenix warrior lay huddled in the dirt, one hand wrapped tight around his submachine gun's pistol grip. They knew what they were doing. There was too much open space between them for a single burst to drop them all at once. James reckoned he could take one down for sure, perhaps a second if his luck held out that long, but 2 were bound to kill him where he lay. Reluctantly, he stretched his arm out to its full extension and dropped his submachine gun on the grass. The soldiers moved in close, still covering their captive. They were smiling when a sadist wearing sergeant's stripes reared back his boot.
Panama City, Thursday, 12:15 p.m.
Boland's third strike since the news of Miranda Lamachi's abduction was a cutting plant where Sergio Barbosa's people stepped on their cocaine to stretch the quantity. At that, a buyer in the States would still be getting merchandise that ranged from 88 to 92% in purity, enough to cut another 6 or 7 times and drive those profits through the roof when it eventually hit the street. Big business, right. His first stop after speaking to Rodriguez on the telephone had been a small marina where Ernesto Montalvo kept a sleek $200,000 pleasure boat. A member of the crew was cleaning up when Boland got there, and he offered no objection when the executioner suggested he should take a swim. It might have been the MP5K submachine gun Boland carried, or the grim expression on his face that did the trick. In either case, he held the swabby long enough to find out that the guy spoke English, sort of. The warrior gave the message to him once and had the guy repeat it word for word before he took his dive. A wedge of Semtex molded below the waterline helped bring his point home. It was a simple warning, but he knew the word would get around. Bad news was useful that way. Boland's second target of the morning was a stylish brothel patronized by diplomats and businessmen of several nations. It was owned by one Jesus Avila, confidant and aide to the respected president of Panama. Avila made sure that the operation was protected, and he paid his madam bonuses for any useful information gathered on the clients entertained within those walls. Avila didn't deal in blackmail, but it helped to know the weaknesses of friends and adversaries when it came to talking cash for trading rights and other economic privileges. A quick rout of the place, with little more than an MP5K and a grim expression, left the building unoccupied. An incendiary in every room kept it that way. Again, he left his message with the men there, knowing it would get back to Avila by the time he traveled half a mile. And now, Barbosa's cutting plant. It was a drab four-story building, half a block from the waterfront. There was a lookout on the street, but Boland had managed to avoid him with a quick run up the fire escape and back. The windows of the third floor were painted over as a hedge against prying eyes. No matter. His directions were explicit, and he knew exactly what to do. The grenade was an American M68 fragmentation model, with a timing fuse for backup if the first-line impact fuse should fail. He hung back several steps below the landing and made his pitch. Inside, it came to mopping up. Two gunners had survived the blast, and both of them were on their feet as Boland entered through the window, ready with his submachine gun, eyes and lungs protected from the haze of cocaine dust by goggles and a surgeon's mask. He rushed to the other end of the warehouse, going for the door. He walked out along the landing, just in time to catch the sidewalk sentry pounding up the stairs, a shiny automatic pistol in his hand. The body somersaulted down the stairs and landed in a boneless heap. Back in the makeshift cutting plant, he found a couple of Barbosa's lab rats, wounded but still alive. He chose the one who seemed to be less badly injured.
Come with me.
He dragged him to the landing where he had a chance to breathe. Without the smoke and drifting powder, Boland was surprised to find he had a gringo on his hands.
Hey, look at me.
Please don't kill me.
You've got a chance, if you can do exactly as you're told.
I hear you, man.
I've got a message for your boss. You pass it on, you live.
Yeah, whatever you say.
It's important. I want you to repeat it, word for word.
Let's hear it.
I want the girl, alive and well. Until I have her, no one's safe.
What?
Say it back.
I want the girl, alive and well. Until I have her, no one's safe.
Very good.
Boland gave the man a once-over. Fresh blood was soaking through his slacks from shrapnel wounds, but there was nothing to suggest a severed artery or major vein.
You gonna pass it along?
I've got it, man. I won't forget.
So, live.
He ditched his mask and goggles, already planning his next hit. 3 targets down. How many to go? As many as it took.
Albrook Air Force Base, Panama, 12:40 p.m.
The CO was expecting Jack Grimaldi, but he didn't like it much. Displeasure turned down the corners of his mouth beneath the bristling mustache that he wore, but he was used to taking orders, some of which ran solidly against the grain. The brass tag on his chest identified him as Colonel J. Reardon. The look on his face told Grimaldi he was pure bad news for anyone who tried to cross him in performance of his duty.
Garrett?
Right. The colonel didn't offer to shake hands. In fact, he kept his distance, circling back around his desk and lowering himself into the high-backed swivel chair. Grimaldi moved a plastic chair up to the desk and sat without an invitation, facing Reardon eye to eye.
You pack some kind of weight in Washington.
I follow orders just like everybody else.
I might feel better if I had some idea what those orders were.
If you've been on the horn to Washington...
They told me it was need to know.
In that case?
Ours is not to reason why. You're checked out on the Fighting Falcon?
That's affirmative. I keep my hand in.
And you want to supervise the arming, so I'm told.
Affirmative, if that's all right with you.
I'll tell you what's all right with me. For the record, I don't care for spooks. Civilians mucking up my base with cloak and dagger errands, much less total strangers checking out a multi-million-dollar aircraft for a night run off to God knows where. I guess we know whose ass is on the line if you fuck up.
If I fuck up, at least you'll know I won't be coming back to bother you again.
The plane's my worry, Mr. Garrett. Or should I call you sir?
Not even close.
All right then. Since we understand each other, let's go meet your bird.
Suits me.
I wasn't asking, Mr. Garrett. Come along with me.
Grimaldi missed the air conditioning as soon as they stepped outside. It was a fair walk to the hangar where his F-16 was waiting with its service crew. Inside the shady cavern, sheltered from the tropic sun, Grimaldi let his eyes adjust before he made a walking circuit of the fighter.
You know her?
Sure do. She's 50 feet in length, wingspan of 31 feet. A single Pratt & Whitney F100-200 engine is an augmented turbofan with a maximum rating of 23,830 pounds. It makes for a cruising speed of 915 miles per hour at sea level and 1,350 miles per hour at an altitude of 40,000 feet. One of the frontline fighters used in Operation Desert Storm. More important to Grimaldi, the Fighting Falcon was a single-seater, ruling out troublesome witnesses who might have qualms about attacking a civilian homestead.
Sounds like you do know her. So what did you want on her?
I've got a list, right here.
You don't ask for much.
Only what I need.
6 Maverick AGM-65E laser-guided ASMs, 1 LAU-3A rocket pod with incendiary loads, 1 MK-82 retarded bomb, 1 Paveway KMU-351 smart bomb, 2 Sidewinder AIM-9Ls. What, no kitchen sink?
Not this time.
Well, I got my orders, Mr. Garrett. This could take a while.
We have all afternoon, and then some.
Grimaldi had chosen his munitions with an eye toward the intended target, as depicted in the aerial photographs he had reviewed at Stony Man Farm. They had a lot of ground to cover at Guillermo Santiago's hard site, but the manor house would be his nerve center, and most of Grimaldi's action would be air-to-ground. The twin Sidewinder air-to-air missiles were insurance, a hedge against the aircraft, planes or helicopters that he might encounter over Santiago's property. The dealer would have nothing that could touch an F-16 in terms of combat, but Grimaldi didn't mean to let his target slip away in any case. The bulk of his munitions were designed for striking targets on the ground. The Paveway Smart Bomb and Maverick air-to-surface missiles were laser-guided, homing in on targets illuminated by a laser tracking beam from the delivery aircraft. The retarded bomb, by contrast, came equipped with air brakes that opened on release, slowing the payload's descent and allowing low-level attack craft to reach a safe distance before detonation. He would supervise the loading, even though Colonel Reardon's people undoubtedly knew their jobs. It was a small investment for Grimaldi's peace of mind, and he had time to kill before his part of the killing began in earnest. Soon enough. The waiting was a part of it, anticipation tuning up his eagerness for contact with the enemy. Not long now, not too long at all.
Panama City, 12:45 p.m.
I don't know anything about this goddamn woman. What does he want, this gringo?
Watching his lieutenants shrug in helpless ignorance, he had an urge to kill them where they stood. They were incompetent, the lot of them, and he could only blame himself for failing to detect their weakness earlier. It might be too late now, unless he found some way to save the game himself.
Velasquez. The bastard wants me to believe the Yankees are involved, to confuse me with this story of a missing woman. But I am not so easily deceived. I know Velasquez from the days when we were children, picking pockets in the streets of Medellin. He was a sly one then, and nothing has changed. He has always envied my success, believing only he should rule the roost. But I have other plans. I want all troops on standby. They must be ready on a moment's notice. When I give the signal, nothing must be left undone. I'll see to it.
His 3 lieutenants turned and left the room, leaving Barbosa to consider strategy. Of course, there could be only one response to someone like Velasquez. The direct approach, and never mind Del Valle's efforts to convince Barbosa that tranquility would be restored if he sat down and faced his enemy across some table like a diplomat. The only sure road to prosperity and peace would lie across Velázquez's grave. Del Valle had an inkling of that now, with the attack upon himself, but he was still a politician in a soldier's uniform. The colonel took his orders from Guillermo Santiago first, and then from his superiors in the armed forces. It was a delicate balancing act, and lately Del Valle had been showing signs of strain. It would be anybody's guess how long he could maintain his double life, but if he tried to interfere with Sergio Barbosa's business, he would be committing suicide. Barbosa swore this to himself. As far as he could tell, Velázquez had begun his war for selfish purposes, but he wasn't about to finish it. Barbosa meant to fight for what he had and to expand his territory if the opportunity arose. No one could blame him for responding vigorously when his life and livelihood were threatened by a vicious scavenger. In fact, he thought Velázquez might have done him a tremendous favor after all. It could have taken months to think of an excuse for wiping out his competition, but Velázquez had supplied the answer on his own. A gift from heaven, as it were. This way, whatever moves he made would be a clear-cut case of self-defense. If he wound up dominating the narcotics trade in Panama, so be it. All things come to those who wait. Miranda tugged the bathrobe close around her, wishing she had something else to wear. So far, beyond the violence of her abduction, no one had molested her. She had a headache and a queasy stomach, but she managed to console herself with thoughts of the attacker she had scarred, perhaps for life. It could have been much worse, she realized. The fact that she was still alive said something, but she didn't know precisely what. Somehow she had more value to her captors as she was, but that could change without her knowledge, since she had no real idea of why she had been kidnapped in the first place. Hooded with a pillowcase before she left her flat, Miranda had no fix on where she was. The drive had taken roughly half an hour, but for all she knew, they could have gone in circles, winding up a block or less from where she lived. The room in which she found herself was windowless, a single chair its only furniture. The walls were thick enough to make her prison nearly soundproof, so scratch the cheap apartment buildings in her neighborhood, and they had locked her door from the outside. She had an empty closet with the door removed, a plastic bucket for her toilet, and the terry robe she wore. The carpeting beneath her feet was old and dirty, like the walls and ceiling of her cell. She thought about Belasco, wondering if he had missed her yet, and whether her abduction was connected to his war against the cocaine dealers. She supposed that she would find out soon enough if she had any active role to play in what would follow. The alternative was silence, waiting helplessly while her abductors flipped a coin, deciding whether she should live or die. The proximity of death was something new and frightening. From the beginning of her struggle with democracy in action, she had known there might be danger, risks that she would have to bear, but it had always been remote, impersonal. A whiff of tear gas or a clubbing in the chaos of a demonstration. Threats from members of the opposition party applied to anyone and everyone around the office. Never had Miranda felt so singled out, so much in jeopardy as now. So helpless. She took several backward steps until her buttocks and shoulders met the wall. No place to run or hide. Miranda recognized the man at once, though she was only used to seeing him in photographs, and then in uniform. Somehow, illogically, he seemed more dangerous this way, without the epaulets and campaign ribbons on his chest. It made her concentrate on his unyielding face, the unforgiving eyes.
My name is Colonel Antonio Del Valle. We need to talk. Please, sit down.
Why am I here? Why was I taken from my home?
Please, sit on the chair.
But why am I...
I will not ask again. Thank you. You know, at first I thought we had a simple street war on our hands. It took some time for me to understand there was more involved. Subversion of the lawful government, in fact, as perpetrated by your band of left-wing revolutionaries.
Subversion? Left wing? I don't know.
No lies!
Miranda tasted blood as she lay on the floor. She felt her robe splayed open, riding up her thighs, but she required a moment to collect herself. Del Valle leaned down to grab one of her arms and hoist her back into the wooden chair.
I know about democracy in action. Such a name for communists who plot to undermine the nation of their birth. Your link to the Americans who scheme against our government is also known.
He was guessing, Miranda thought, but she didn't push her luck.
Democracy in action speaks for Panamanians. As for America...
Del Valle waited, let her contemplate the pain for a moment before he bent and lifted her again.
Your plan will not succeed. I have loyal eyes within your nest of traitors. They have given you to me, and you will give me the Americans. It is a simple trade. Your life for theirs. Unfortunately, you are running out of time.
Democracy in action is a native movement. If you fear the people, it can only mean you have betrayed them and the country you are sworn to serve.
Miranda felt her skull rebound from the carpet and the floor beneath as she fell. She already felt her eyes swelling shut. He made no motion to help her up this time.
If it amuses you to suffer, my dear, I don't mind. We have all night.
Havana, Cuba, 1:05 p.m.
Finding Rosalita's tavern was the easy part, but going in cold was a whole different story. In the past 18 hours, Rafael Enciso had twice seen the Cuban rebels routed from safe locations by government troops, and Calvin James had been lost in the second attack. Enciso had no way of knowing whether James was still at liberty or even still alive, but he always made a point of expecting the worst. That way, if he was disappointed, it always came as a pleasant surprise. If James was dead, the grieving would come later, after Enciso completed his assignment and escaped from Cuba. If he failed, and that was still a possibility, the odds against him growing steadily, then someone else would have to do the job and mourn them both. Meanwhile, Enciso still had work to do. On the way to the tavern, he was intensely conscious of the duffel bag across his shoulder and the submachine gun tucked inside. An ambush on the open street would mean a shootout, innocent civilians in the line of fire, and killer odds against him. Enciso had no good reason to believe the tavern was a setup. The rebel who supplied him with the name had clearly been sincere, caught up in running for his life from government commandos. Even so, if agents of the DSE had cracked 2 hideouts in the span of 1 day's time, he had to wonder if the tavern might be watched, staked out by Castro's personal Gestapo in an effort to complete the roundup. How many rebels were still at large? Enciso had no way of knowing. Of a dozen at the safe house in Havana, he had seen 2 die and estimated there were 4 or 5 more dead at least. If any had escaped the tap, besides himself, they'd be hiding in the city or its suburbs, running for their lives, or waiting for a chance to meet at the cantina. Rosalita's had been open for an hour when the Phoenix warrior got there, circling the block on foot as if he had to find an address that was stubbornly eluding him. He checked the alleys, shops, and recessed doorways, roofs and vehicles pulled in against the curb. At length, he satisfied himself that any ambush must be waiting in the bar itself, and there was only one way he could find that out. The tavern had no more than half a dozen customers so far, but liquor, smoke, and perspiration had combined to form a special atmosphere that met him on the threshold, causing him to flare his nostrils for an instant. It was almost feral, like the smell inside some animal's secluded lair. He half expected one or more of the drunks to turn and snarl a warning at him as he entered, but they concentrated on their drinks, immune to trivial distractions. Enciso proceeded to the bar and found a seat, his duffel resting on the empty stool beside him, with the muzzle of his PA-3DM aimed toward the street door. Anyone who tried to take him now was in for a surprise, no matter what the final outcome. He was ready when the bartender approached, fondling a towel that looked in need of washing. He was short and whip-thin, with a mustache that drooped to form parentheses around a narrow, bitter mouth. His eyes were dark, expressionless, accustomed to the men who wandered in to drown their sorrows in the middle of the afternoon.
What can I do for you? I need to speak with Bolivar. A good friend told me I could find him here.
A spark of something flashed in the man's eyes, but Enciso couldn't have given it a name.
Wait here.
The code was simple. Any Latin knew Simón Bolívar was the George Washington of South America, liberating much of the continent from Spanish rule in the early 19th century. Bolivia was named in honor of the great liberator, who also left his indelible mark on Colombia, Peru, and Venezuela. As a password for a group of freedom fighters in the area, his name would be ideal.
Go through the door in back. Someone's waiting for you there. A friend, I hope. Perhaps. If not, I might be forced to visit you again, one final time.
He left his stool, the duffel bag across his shoulder, one hand still inside. He felt the bartender watching him as he moved along the bar to reach the door marked private, reaching for the knob. No turning back once he had crossed that threshold. The corridor was narrow and dimly lighted. A man stood at the other end, alone. His face was masked in shadow, eyes downcast.
I've come to speak with Bolivar.
The man stepped out from the shadows to reveal himself. It was Clemente Villa.
You found him. Come. We still have much to do, if you intend to help your comrade.
Stony Man is concluded on the next CD.
Nassau, Bahamas, 1:35 p.m.
Welcome back, Minister.
Thank you.
Oh, somebody called to ask when you were coming back from lunch.
Did he leave a message?
No, he just said he'd call you back.
Thank you.
The call was coming in on Byron St. Jacques' private line. Only 10 or 15 people on the island had this number, and none of them appreciated being put on hold.
Hello?
St. Jacques.
Who is this, please?
A nightmare walking, Byron.
I beg your pardon?
It won't do you any good. The kind of shit your buddy Menser tried to pull this morning.
St. Jacques felt his stomach tightening, an angry fist below his heart. His palm was slick with perspiration where he gripped the plastic telephone receiver.
I'm not sure I understand.
Then you're behind the times. Menser had a deal with me, a cool $500,000 just to talk. He could have played it smart, but he got greedy. Him and Julio Marti.
These men are...
I guess you heard about the little party out at Windsor Park?
The shooting, 6 men dead, had been a conversation topic over lunch. A brief one, to be sure, since all of them were clearly hoodlums, and the motive was unknown. But it came back to St. Jacques now. He should have known Marti would be involved.
I recalled some mention of a shooting.
I bet you do. One question, Byron. Did they run the idea past you in advance or take you by surprise?
If you are seeking to imply some link between this office and...
I'm not implying shit. What I'm saying is your playmates blew it. I was set to deal, put up the going rate for first-rate merchandise. But now I've changed my mind. Somebody tries to take me out for no good reason, I start thinking we should try a new arrangement. Cut the dead wood first and start from scratch. You get my drift?
I'm afraid that you misunderstand.
My only question now is whether you're dead wood or someone I can use. I have to tell you, though, these half-assed friends of yours are going either way.
Perhaps if I had some idea of what we were discussing...
Fine. You want to play dumb? That's all right with me. The folks I represent have got no use for morons, I can promise you.
Thus far, St. Jacques had played it safe, a show of ignorance in case the call was being taped. But now his curiosity kicked in, and he couldn't restrain himself.
Whom do you represent?
Just tell Marti that New York plays for keeps. That's all they need to know.
New York.
You heard me right.
If I should meet these gentlemen you speak of, could you say the names again?
Forget about the Oscar nomination, Byron. You're not even close. And no one's taping this, unless you've got a wire on your end.
I would never...
Then you're in the clear, I'd say. Unless you try to fuck me over. Pass the word, just like I told you. And while you've got them on the line there, maybe you should tell them both goodbye.
Assuming there was some response.
I'll be in touch. Believe it.
St. Jacques felt an urge to wash his hands, as if the telephone had somehow been infected with a virulent disease. Instead, he palmed a handkerchief and blotted at the perspiration on his forehead and cheeks. New York. He knew what that meant, and he didn't have to ask Marti or Menser for interpretation. In the old days, when Sir Stafford Sands had opened up the island to casino gambling, the money flowed from New York City in an endless stream. Some of the men who brought it had Italian names, while others looked like Jews. Their ethnic backgrounds were irrelevant when you considered what they had become, the kind of men they were, and what they did to those who interfered with their designs. More recently, the men from Bogota and Medellin evoked a similar response. Their clothes were custom-tailored and their nails were manicured, but you could never really clean the bloodstains off a killer's hands. Such men were dangerous to everyone around them, but they scattered money to the winds with such apparent disregard for cost that it was difficult, impossible, to turn them down. A man would be insane to turn away when there was so much tax-free money to be made. Months later, when you had to count the cost, it was too late. Like now. Saint-Jacques had no idea what kind of ambush had been staged at Windsor Park. He didn't question for a moment that Marty was capable of murdering 6 men, or sending out 6 men to die on his behalf. If Thomas Menser was involved, a probability, in view of his association with the slick Colombian, then both of them had put Saint-Jacques at risk. It was their fault that strangers called him on his private line and threatened to eliminate him like a piece of dead wood. Ideally, Byron would have liked to put the matter out of mind and let the others sink or swim alone. Unfortunately, he had no doubt that the caller from New York would act upon his threat, and Saint-Jacques didn't mean to sacrifice himself, all that he had worked for, on behalf of 2 cheap dealers in cocaine. They would be easily replaced, especially if New York brought down its own man to coordinate the action. Any quarrel between the Yankees and Colombians would hopefully be settled somewhere else. But first, Saint-Jacques had calls to make and messages to pass along. Marty would probably demand a meeting, which was fair enough considering the odds that it would be his last. The politician's hand was trembling when he reached out for the telephone, but he was smiling all the same. There still might be a way to profit from the situation if he played his cards right. Gambling was a part of politics, and Byron Saint-Jacques was accustomed to betting the limit. This time, no matter how the cards were dealt, someone would have to pay the tab in blood.
Panama City, 1:40 p.m.
With 7 strikes behind him, Bolin took a breather and arranged to meet with Angelo Rodriguez on the sly. The spokesman for Democracy in Action had been terse and cryptic on the telephone, accepting Bolin's call, but he had something urgent on his mind. It was not something he was willing to discuss by telephone, and the executioner granted him a face-to-face. And here they were. The small garage was used primarily for auto body work, but it was closed this afternoon. The executioner approached with caution, understanding that the meet could be a trap, although it didn't have that feel. Sometimes you had to trust your gut and forge ahead, no matter what was riding on the line. Rodriguez walked out from his office. 2 young strangers hung back to flank an open grease pit in the middle of the floor.
Forgive the setting, Velasco. It was all I could think of for the privacy. And afterward.
What's going on? Is there any word from Miranda's captors?
No, but we have a lead.
What?
Returning from an early lunch, I found someone inside my office, going through private files.
One of your people?
A trusted aide, in fact. Andre Molina, curse his name.
He's here?
This way.
Rodriguez led him to the near edge of the grease pit. Staring down into the grave-like opening, Bolin saw a young man, bruised about the face and clearly frightened, cringing in a corner of the pit.
What has he told you?
Everything he knows, I think.
Are you sure?
The leader of Democracy in Action glanced at his companions, one of them nodding, while the other cracked the knuckles of his ham-like fists.
I'm sure.
Let's hear it then.
He is a spy, of course, recruited by the Panama Defense Forces with a promise of tuition payments and possibly employment when his work was done. The army still believes that we are communists because we want drug dealers thrown in jail, despite the bribes they pay.
Go on.
This piece of cow dung managed to ingratiate himself around the office. I myself appreciate his enthusiasm, working overtime and weekends. No one ever had to ask him. He would always volunteer. Such dedication to the cause. I know Miranda trusted him as well.
Enough to tell him what was going on?
Perhaps. More likely he eavesdropped on our conversations. Maybe on the telephone extension now and then. He does not know why you are here or who you are, but he had told the army we are working with a gringo, maybe several, and Del Valle must have put the rest together on his own.
Del Valle took Miranda?
So it would appear. Molina cannot be positive, but nothing else makes sense. Barbosa and Velasquez have ignored us until now. It is the government that watches every move we make.
I guess that moves Del Valle to the top spot on my list.
And this?
Your call.
The warrior wouldn't make it easy for them one way or the other. Some jobs had to go the hard way, or they didn't go at all.
He has betrayed us.
That's a fact.
And knew what he was doing when he did it.
Right again.
To serve himself.
I'd say that fits.
Our movement is, and has been, devoted to nonviolence. It is hard for me to do what must be done.
The day you feel it getting easy, then you'll know you've gone too far.
It is my job.
Rodriguez drew a small revolver from the waistband of his slacks where it had been concealed beneath his shirt. His two companions backed away, both staring. He braced the gun in both hands, took his time to aim.
Del Valle next.
He won't be quite that easy. You're not about to catch him in a pit, for one thing. And he won't be on his own.
We'll take him, all the same, and win Miranda back.
The executioner was wise enough to know that killing off Del Valle and his men wouldn't ensure Miranda's safe return. He was humane enough to keep that to himself.
Let's just take it one step at a time.
Havana, Cuba. 2:00 p.m.
It took a bit of time for Calvin James to figure out that he hadn't been shot. It felt like being shot, though, when he sat there, strapped into his metal throne, and tensed his muscles, cataloging injuries. His body was a collection of bruises, scrapes, and sprains, some minor cuts, but nothing that would kill him. He didn't know if it was day or night outside his cell, a concrete box with one beige-painted metal door, a single light bulb burning in a cage above his head. It was the kind of room where you would logically expect a drain set in the floor, but James couldn't crane his neck to verify the guess. No matter. If he bled too much and there was no convenient drain, the pricks would simply have to mop it up. He entertained no illusions that he could get out of the room without experiencing pain. His chair was made of welded metal, bolted to the floor, and leather straps secured his chest, waist, wrists, and ankles. Add to that the fact that he was naked, and the scene was tailor-made for an interrogation in the Spanish style. If his inquisitors possessed the necessary skill, James knew he might survive for days, just praying for the end. He steered his mind to happier things. He wouldn't contemplate the various techniques of torture, thereby softening his own defenses before a hand was raised against him. Rather, he considered ways of spinning out the ordeal, buying time for Rafael Enciso to escape or make the tag, assuming he was still alive. And if he wasn't, then what? Scratch 2 Phoenix warriors and start again. 3 men entered the room. 2 wore uniforms. The third was decked out in a spotless lab smock with a stethoscope around his neck.
I guess you still make house calls.
You are an enemy of Cuba. It is required for us to ask certain questions. You will answer with the truth or suffer pain.
I'll do my best.
Your name?
Sylvester Brown. I never liked Sylvester much myself. Why don't you call me Brownie?
Oh, you are pleased to joke.
I find it helps me pass the time.
Perhaps we can find another way.
Chigorodo, Colombia. 7:27 p.m.
Night falls swiftly in a tropic forest. Twilight is a luxury the hungry predators cannot afford. They've been waiting all day long, and darkness is the feeding, killing time. For Yakov Katzenellenbogen, now a predator lying in the tangled undergrowth 100 yards from the perimeter of Santiago's hard site, nightfall meant that it was time for hunting. He had traveled from the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia to destroy one man, and anyone who tried to interfere with that appointed mission would be marked for death as well. The hours of watching had been helpful, to a point. He had confirmed at least a partial layout of Santiago's estate, as depicted in aerial photographs, scanning the parts he could see with field glasses from his secure vantage point, and he was busy counting heads throughout the afternoon. In short order, Katz had begun to recognize many of Santiago's soldiers, giving them personal nicknames to differentiate one from another, while he kept an eye out for new men. Crabby seemed to scratch himself incessantly when there was no one else around. The Beak had a nose that actually put a large part of his face in the shade. Brows had eyebrows like a werewolf, grown together in the space above his nose, and so on. He had counted 37 individuals so far, without a glimpse of Santiago. That made almost 14-1, and Katzenellenbogen knew there must be others who, for one reason or another, avoided the portions of the grounds that he could see. House troops, for instance, or patrols assigned to other sectors of the large estate. Killer odds, without a little help from Jack Grimaldi's one-man air force, which should arrive any time now. Glancing at his watch again, he gave Grimaldi 5 more minutes. Jack was known for his precision on a strike, and if you told him 1930 hours, you shouldn't expect the guy to show at 1928 or even 1929. The sound came out of nowhere, a suggestion of some aerial disturbance well across the border into Panama. Katz waited, making sure, before he reached for the compact walkie-talkie on his belt. He didn't speak. There was no way of telling whether Santiago's men had radios, or what their frequency would be if so. But it was safe to send quick, pre-agreed signals. He rose from his prone position to a crouch, tucking the AKS-74 under his arm. A few more seconds remained until Grimaldi put the ball in play. The airborne thunder grew louder with every heartbeat, closing from the west. Menning and McCarter would be moving in by now, the darkness masking their approach. Katz went to join them, pushing all thoughts of death and defeat from his mind. He had a job to do, and he'd give it everything he had. Guillermo Santiago didn't know it yet, but he was running out of time. Inside the great house, Santiago was still no closer to uncovering the bastards who had torched his border convoy, and from all reports, the shooting war in Panama was escalating by the hour. His first attempts to reach Barbosa and Velázquez had been fruitless, and he gave up trying after that, convinced that one or both would have their lines tapped by the Yankee DEA or someone else. Guillermo faced an epic list of charges in the States already, and he had avoided extradition by the relatively simple means of bribing anyone and everyone that he could reach. Police and military officers in Chigurodó were prepared to say they checked his rancho twice a week and found him absent every time. Of course, they couldn't lock up a man they couldn't find. Until the ambush of his convoy, Santiago had enjoyed a feeling of security at home, whatever else might happen in the world around him. Now he had to reconsider that position, wondering if any place on Earth was truly safe. If fear and cash together weren't adequate for his protection... Santiago cocked his head, distracted by the powerful sound.
Is that a jet?
His bottle of wine forgotten, he moved to stand before the giant window that faced northward. His ranch didn't lie on a flight path for commercial airlines, and the military seldom passed this way unless the idiots in Bogotá demanded photographs of his estate to fatten up their files. As if they could expect to find a truckload of cocaine parked in his driveway for the world to see.
Oh, shit! Shit!
Clinging to the door jamb, Santiago struggled to his feet. 2 men stumbled past him, moving toward the stairs with automatic weapons in their hands. Too little and too late. He tried to think of someone on his list of enemies who had the influence and contacts to command an airstrike, and his thoughts kept coming back to the Americans. But it would be an act of war to violate the airspace of another sovereign nation, blasting its civilian targets from the sky. No matter who was trying to destroy him, Santiago could recover and repay their treachery in kind, but only if he lived to fight another day. Escape was his priority, by any means available. The helicopter. It was doubly risky in the middle of an aerial attack, but what was his alternative? He wouldn't stay inside the house and wait for it to burn down or collapse on top of him. His one hope lay in flight, and there was no more time to waste. He reached the stairs and started down. The smoke was thick here, dark plumes wafting from the dining room and kitchen, filling the parlor and the entryway. He wouldn't use the front door, where an enemy was bound to concentrate his security. There was a better way, much closer to the helipad, if he could save himself some time. The hand-carved double doors flew open, one of Santiago's gunners bursting in, wild-eyed. He gaped at Santiago for a moment, seemed about to ask his leader something. The man exploded, a stream of heavy bullets ripping through his flesh. Santiago scrabbled toward the nearby hallway on his stomach, digging with his knees and elbows. It was over in a heartbeat, and he could only guess at the number of rounds, the roar of a jet engine swallowing the sounds of gunfire. In the yard, his men were firing back, but Santiago had a feeling it wouldn't be good enough. He had to get away while there was time, if it wasn't too late already, if he still had any chance at all to save himself. Grimaldi came in low and fast, 4 minutes from the border to his target zone, and he was right on time. Somewhere below him, the warriors of Phoenix Force would be closing for the kill, but they were waiting for a sign from heaven, or hell, depending on your point of view. The Stony Man pilot armed the paveway smart bomb 2 miles out, and he was ready with the laser optics from the moment that he got his fix on Santiago's palace. It was a clear match for the aerials he had reviewed at the farm, as if there could have been another ranch on this scale within 100 miles. He made his attack run at an altitude of 200 feet, the laser lock on Santiago's mansion as he let the paveway go. Grimaldi didn't have to watch the smart bomb do its job. Pinpoint precision was the paveway's trademark, dating back to Vietnam, and carried on with excellent results through Operation Desert Storm. If you were diving on a caravan, the laser-guided bomb would let you pick and choose which vehicle you wanted to destroy. In this case, all it had to do was find a house. The pilot circled wide and came back to the attack, this time approaching from the north. He found smoke pouring from the house, a jumbled pile of garbage where the south wing used to be.
They just don't build them like they used to.
On his second pass, Grimaldi unleashed one of the Maverick AGM-65E laser-guided air-to-surface missiles. The dealer's pool house went up in a mushroom cloud of smoke and fire. It felt like kicking at an anthill, watching Santiago's gunners racing back and forth across the open yard, some of them pausing long enough to pump a few rounds at his F-16. Good luck. An airstrike was clearly the last thing on Santiago's mind when he planned his defenses. If an enemy attacked him from the air, the dealer must have reasoned it would be a helicopter bearing gunmen to assault the house and grounds, the kind of threat his sentries could dispose of with their rifles, submachine guns, and grenades. An air raid in the standard sense was so implausible that Santiago's planners would have laughed it off. And that was why it worked. Grimaldi had no way of picking out Santiago, but that wasn't his job. Distraction and destruction were the flip sides of the coin. Let Phoenix handle the precision work while he reduced the hostile odds. A line of flashy limos stood in the driveway, and Grimaldi aimed for the middle car. It was a case of overkill, no question, but it felt right. Tiny stick figures were scattered by the explosions, and a flaming tire took off across the lawn, trailing sparks in its wake. He headed back toward the house, triggering the 20mm gun in short, deliberate bursts. A gunner was on the front porch, squeezing off before he turned and bolted for the doors. Grimaldi hosed him and ripped up the whole facade of Santiago's house. He put the Fighting Falcon through a wide turn, coming back for more. The only problem with a close-range airstrike, Gary Manning thought, was that Grimaldi had no way of separating friends from hostiles on the ground. Of course, it hardly mattered one way or the other, since the smartest smart bomb still flattened everything within its killing radius, precision targeting aside. So it was Manning's job to stay alive and kick ass to the best of his ability, without absorbing any of Grimaldi's shrapnel in the process. Simple. All he had to do was penetrate Santiago's hard site, dodge or kill the sentries he encountered on his long run toward the house, and try to find the man himself. It wasn't quite a needle haystack proposition, Manning thought, but close enough. The house was burning now, and by the time he got there, it would be impossible for him to make his way inside. They could have let Grimaldi do it all when we got down to cases, sit back in the trees and watch while he delivered bombs and rockets to the narco baron's doorstep. Nuke the bastard if he had to. Anything to get it done. Except they had to do it right. Make sure that Santiago had been neutralized beyond a reasonable doubt. Manning spotted a sentry facing the house. The man was so involved watching his career literally go down in flames, he didn't even notice Manning approaching him. More running figures appeared on his left. Manning saw the burst of light created by his Dutch V-40 mini grenades, but it seemed almost laughable compared to the carnage Grimaldi was causing. It seemed a long way to the house, but he was getting there. Some of Santiago's men were firing at Grimaldi's fighter, mostly wasted effort that would make them feel like they were doing something. Manning left them to it, using the distraction to his own advantage as he sprinted toward the house. 100 yards remained, and what could he accomplish when he got there? Santiago would be bailing out if he was still alive. That meant an exit hatch, and with the limos wasted out in front, the helicopter was his last best bet. It didn't take a genius to decide their man would cut and run from somewhere on the north side of the house, if he was fit to run at all. Manning changed his direction in mid-stride, keeping the house on his left and running parallel to the driveway that circled the mansion. Soon now he would have an angle on the north side of the house, the helipad beyond. If Grimaldi hadn't already taken out the chopper waiting there, it would be Santiago's magic carpet, up and out of danger while his men were dying on the ground. But they were running out of time. Grimaldi couldn't spend much longer on the wrong side of the border, knowing military interceptors would be on their way. A dogfight with a friendly Air Force wasn't on the program, even if it meant the Phoenix Warriors had to mop up on their own. The big Canadian picked up his pace, saw more bodies scattered on the grass, less danger, fewer men that he would have to kill. But he was only seeking one man now, a dragon in a nest of vipers. It was McCarter who spied Santiago running from the house, 2 gunners on his heels. The man had some kind of compact submachine gun in his hand, an Ingram or a mini-Uzi from its look, and his companions carried automatic rifles. They were just emerging from the house and breaking for the helipad when the Briton spotted them. Santiago recognizable by firelight at a range of 40 yards. He had 3 targets on the move, but only one really mattered. McCarter dropped to one knee, lining up his shot. He had his index finger on the trigger, tightening into the squeeze. He spun towards the gunfire, saw 2 gunners charging toward him, Ingrams at the hip. It was do or die, and never mind Guillermo Santiago dashing out of range. McCarter had lurched backward at the moment the 2 fired. The bursts sprayed fountains of dirt exactly where the Briton had been a moment before. However, McCarter now had a clear fix on his running targets. In the split second before he fired, he realized how close they were to each other. The pair of gunners, used to sentry duty on a grand estate, weren't very good at real combat tactics. Immediate threat neutralized, the Phoenix Force warrior turned back to the mission at hand. Downrange, 3 runners had already reached the helicopter. Santiago close behind the pilot, with an extra gunner bringing up the rear. No! The rotor blades began to accelerate rapidly as McCarter sprinted toward the helipad. Too late. Santiago's backup gunner saw him coming and laid down a screen of cover fire. McCarter was forced back as they achieved liftoff. He saw them airborne, still technically within effective range, but it would take a fluke to bring them down from where he stood. He tasted bitter failure as he brought the rifle to his shoulder. Damn it! Out of ammo, he watched his target soaring, heading north. Gone. Grimaldi was prepared to leave, his air-to-ground munitions spent, when he saw Santiago's helicopter lift off its pad. He had deliberately avoided firing on the chopper, concentrating on the house with everything he had and leaving Katzenellenbogen's men to guard the aircraft. But their plans had fallen through. Somehow, Guillermo Santiago had escaped the firestorm that was busily devouring his mansion and made it to the Whirlybird intact. He was running for his life. Grimaldi knew that Santiago's pilot wouldn't attempt to flee without his master. The drug lord ruled his soldiers with a mix of generosity and terror, paying well for loyalty and rewarding treason with a screaming death protracted over days on end. It was a savage but effective system, and it got results. Grimaldi put the Fighting Falcon through a banking turn to port and instantly picked up the chopper's track. The Whirlybird was running dark, no fear of running into a commercial aircraft here above the trackless jungle, but the pilot couldn't beat Grimaldi's radar. Neither, in his wildest dreams, could he outrun an F-16. Grimaldi was a mile in closing when he armed the starboard sidewinder, his visual display locking onto target acquisition. In a dogfight, with the men and aircraft fairly matched, it still might not have been a killing shot, but there was simply no way for the chopper to escape. Grimaldi spent the best part of a second wondering if Santiago knew he was about to die, dismissed the thought, and sent the AIM-9L along to do its work. Whatever happened on the ground, Grimaldi's work was done. He would head back to base and Colonel Reardon's disapproving stare. He stood the Fighting Falcon on one wing, avoiding the debris, and brought it back around until the aircraft's nose was pointed west. Below him, on the killing field, the Phoenix Force warriors would be mopping up. But one of them at least would certainly have seen the helicopter soar and die. With any luck at all, it just might be enough to let them disengage. His thoughts raced back to Bolin as he set a northwest course and gave the Silver Bird its head. One battle was completed, more or less, but there was still a war to win.
Nassau, Bahamas, 8:25 p.m.
Reluctant as he was to meet with Menser and Marty, St. Jacques was also wise enough to know their current business couldn't be disposed of on the telephone. The Minister for Tourism couldn't escape a meeting then, but he could still control the time and place to some extent. He had selected the Ardastra Gardens for their privacy, rejecting Menser's first suggestion of an office building on the docks. For this occasion, St. Jacques wanted open air and flowers to relieve the stench of dealing with his business partners face to face. Of late, he had begun to think his deal with Menser and Marti might be a serious mistake, despite the income he derived from licensing their traffic in illicit drugs. In the beginning, it had all been gravy, St. Jacques banking wonderful, absurd amounts of cash, while his associates took all the risks. The government was riddled with corruption as it was, and someone else would surely take advantage of the gold rush if St. Jacques refused to help himself. But now, the massacre in Windsor Park was bad enough, with 6 men dead, but now the Minister of Tourism was looking at the prospect of a gang war in the heart of Nassau, Yankees and Colombians at one another's throats. Already his superiors were asking questions, and St. Jacques had promised them a swift solution to the problem. If he failed to make delivery on that promise, he was finished. But at least he had a plan. He would confront Marti and Menser with the threat he had received, together with the disapproval of his government. As businessmen with long experience among corrupt officials, they would realize that statesmanship, the brave facade of honesty and service to the public, must take precedence over business as usual when risks got out of hand. If Menser and Marti could strike a bargain with New York and thereby save themselves, St. Jacques would be relieved. If not, they would be on their own, with the police and courts against them in addition to their Yankee enemies. But it could be even easier. Marti and Menser would be furious if they were brought to trial. They might decide to testify against their turncoat friends in Nassau, even if that testimony wouldn't help them in a court of law. An alternate solution for the problem revealed itself in the back seat of his chauffeured limousine en route to meet Marti and Menser. Smugglers were notoriously violent, the Colombians especially. If he was forced to call for their arrest, it would be only natural for them to fight, resisting police. In such a case, authorities couldn't be blamed for firing back in self-defense. The smile felt good on St. Jacques' face. It was the first one he could recollect in several days, and it was overdue. Marti and Menser would be waiting for him. He would tell them what he knew and offer them a choice: cooperation or an end to their relationship. He wouldn't have to specify the kind of end he had in mind, not yet. And if he got another call from New York, St. Jacques was ready with a proposition of his own.
Havana, Cuba, 8:45 p.m.
At least they weren't holding Calvin James inside Principe prison. Villa had determined that much from his eyes inside Fidel's notorious Bastille, and it had narrowed down their search. No prisoners resembling James had been taken to the city jail that afternoon, and agents of the DSE would want more privacy in any case, which left El Rancho on the outskirts of Havana. In official parlance, the facility housed maintenance supplies and personnel, but it was actually employed for suspect grillings by the goons from state security. Luis Rivera had a second office there, and Villa's lookouts verified the major's presence at El Rancho on this Thursday night. They couldn't guarantee that James would be inside, but Enciso thought it worth the risk. He was prepared to go alone if necessary, but Villa had decided it was time to settle some outstanding debts, beginning now. El Rancho covered 14 acres, mostly open ground. The central feature was a concrete blockhouse where the DSE conducted business safe from prying eyes. When there were dissidents to be interrogated, covert executions to be carried out, El Rancho kept Rivera's secrets safe and sound. They had 11 men in all, including Enciso and Villa. All of them were dressed in khaki uniforms designed to pass a cursory inspection, making them resemble soldiers. Crowded into a sedan and 2 old jeeps with military paint jobs, they were close enough to fool a sentry in the dark. At least, Enciso thought they should get close enough to try a decent pistol shot. From that point on, it would be anybody's game, with no holds barred. The drive took half an hour, with Enciso riding next to Villa in the backseat of the drab 4-door sedan. They had a jeep in front of them and one behind, like escorts for an officer. Inside the car, Enciso kept his PA-3 DM across his knees, a live round in the chamber, and the safety off. An unpaved track led off the highway, flanked by trees on either side. The Jeep's headlights picked out a guard shack, a young trooper emerging to meet them. Enciso saw the trooper walk to the lead van. There was a small flash of light from the driver's window, and the man fell back, lifeless. The man in the back seat of the Jeep leaped out to open the gate. Phase 1. They rolled along the drive in the direction of the blockhouse. There were 2 guards on the entrance, packing Cuban versions of the AK-47, both men squinting into the headlights as the 3-car caravan approached. And they weren't alone. Enciso made the sentry on the roof, hunched down behind a light machine gun, watching. When it hit the fan in a few seconds, the rooftop gunner would command the high ground. If he held it, there was no way they would ever get inside. The Phoenix Force warrior gripped his submachine gun, one hand on the door latch. One of the guards on the door was stepping forward, the other hanging back. They knew their business, dividing a potential enemy's attention, but they were outnumbered this time, with nowhere to hide. The silenced pistol coughed again, and Enciso saw the lead sentry go down in a heap. His partner tried to get a shot off, but he never had a chance.
Now.
The soldier on the roof was going for the driver in the lead Jeep. He didn't notice Enciso, taking his time to aim.
Good shot.
What's our toll?
Our lead driver is dead. That is all.
Via, bring 3 men with us. We're going in.
Via handpicked 3 of his soldiers, leaving the rest to watch the vehicles and deal with any soldiers drawn from the perimeter by sounds of combat. If they found themselves outnumbered and outgunned, well, that was too damn bad. Inside, they found an empty corridor protected by a television camera. Via swung his rifle toward it.
¿Qué pasa?
The soldier's legs sprouted red and he fell in a heap. Enciso reached the man in 4 long strides and knelt beside him, roughly turned him over on his back. The soldier's eyes were tightly clenched in pain, but they snapped open when Enciso wedged the submachine gun's muzzle underneath his chin.
We're looking for a prisoner, a black man. He came in this afternoon.
The soldier thought of bluffing. The Phoenix warrior could see it in his eyes, but pain and something in Enciso's tone convinced him otherwise. Instead, he raised one trembling hand and pointed down the corridor.
Turn left. Third door. Number 103.
Thanks.
Oh!
The light went out in the soldier's eyes. Whether he survived the next few minutes was a question for the fates. Enciso's mercy was exhausted for the moment. He had no more left to spare. A left turn at the junction of the corridor, and he was ready when the door to number 103 swung open. 2 men came out. Neither one had a familiar face, but both of them were holding pistols, ready to defend themselves, or so they thought. The sight of 5 men rushing toward them, armed with automatic weapons, broke the taller soldier's nerve. He turned and ran. The dead man's comrade tried to make it back inside the room, but Enciso was ready. The guard fell dead, squeezing off a wild round. Enciso turned behind him and saw Villa down on one knee, clutching at his side.
Go on! Finish it!
Enciso reached the open doorway, glancing inside before he stepped across the threshold. James was seated in a chair that faced the door, stark naked, bound with leather straps around his chest, waist, wrists, and ankles. Just behind him, standing with a pistol pressed to Calvin's skull, was Luis Rivera.
An impasse, I believe.
Not quite.
You want this man alive, I think, or you would not be here.
I came for you, one way or another.
Ah, then I really must insist you lay your weapon down.
If I refuse?
A messy accident.
From James's looks, he had been through a string of messy accidents already. Enciso saw burns and bruises on his naked flesh, blood caked around his nostrils, one eye swollen nearly shut. For all Enciso knew, he might be dying, but it didn't change the job he had to do.
All right.
Enciso slowly crouched as he set the submachine gun on the floor. Every move from this point on was a gamble, but he was running out of options. Conscious of the pistol tucked inside his belt, he waited for Rivera's face to break into a cocky smile, the automatic moving from its place at James's temple, swinging toward a different target. Now. Rivera stared up at the ceiling, drained of life through 3 new holes.
You took your time.
Letting you soften them up.
I hope you got some wheels outside. I don't feel much like jogging home.
A car ride and a boat ride. But you'll have to dress for the occasion.
The clothes are in the corner.
Okay, let's get you dressed and out of here.
The battered Phoenix warrior smiled.
Sounds good to me.
Nassau, Bahamas, 9:00 p.m.
Here comes our good friend Byron St. Jacques.
I see him. Marti and Menser had arrived in separate cars and left their drivers waiting in the parking lot of the Ardastra Gardens. It was well past closing time, but money talked in Nassau, and the gates had been unlocked when they arrived. As for Lyons, he had simply scaled the wall. The bug in St. Jacques' office had informed them of the meeting and its whereabouts. Arriving early, Able Team had staked out the gardens, made sure they weren't walking into yet another trap, then proceeded to prepare their own. With Lyons and Blancanales inside, Schwartz watching the only approach, they had it covered going in. From his secure position in the verdant undergrowth, Lyons watched St. Jacques approaching the others, moving confidently down the garden path. He had a politician's walk, bold strides, as if he were about to speak before assembled members of the press instead of huddling with low-life dealers to discuss the cocaine trade. Lyons gripped his Uzi submachine gun tighter, following St. Jacques until he reached the table where the others sat. It would be Schwartz's job to take out the drivers. He had the AR-18 with a night scope, silencer, and armor-piercing rounds to cover any action in the parking lot, but with a bit of luck he could be finished with a rapid 1-2-3, no sweat. In the gardens, settling down to talk, St. Jacques and his companions didn't know that they were in a sandwich, pinned between Lyons on one side and Blancanales on the other. They had talked about potential compromises back at the hotel. Let St. Jacques walk, perhaps, if he agreed to blow the whistle on his various superiors, cooperating with the DEA. At last, they knew it wouldn't work because the system thrived on secrecy, in Nassau, as in Washington, Miami, LA, or New York. St. Jacques would have an accident, or else be stricken with amnesia by the time he was supposed to testify. This way, at least he'd be linked to Menser and Marti beyond a shadow of a doubt, and his superiors would have to fabricate a cover story on their own. All things considered, Lyons thought, it was the best that they could do. But he was bound to let the bastards see him first. He owed that much to Perry Tate. Emerging from the undergrowth, he took a step in their direction, then another. Menser saw him now, his dazed expression registering shock. Was it the gun in Lyons' hand, or just the able warrior's presence? Julio Marti was turning toward him now, St. Jacques the last to realize that they weren't alone. Surprise!
What the...
Panama City, 9:00 p.m.
Waiting was the hardest part, but grim experience had taught the executioner to bide his time. The counterpunch against Del Valle had to be precise, a first-round knockout. That, in turn, meant waiting for the proper moment, even with Miranda in the clutches of his enemy. She might be dead by now, Bolin realized, but he didn't think so. He couldn't explain his hunch, except to say Del Valle's people could have murdered her in the apartment without wasting time and energy to carry her away. The colonel wanted information or a hostage, maybe both. In either case, they had a chance to find the woman still alive. The odds went down, of course, if it was simply information that Del Valle wanted. It wouldn't take long to break Miranda using drugs or torture. She would tell Del Valle everything she knew and thus exhaust her usefulness. But if the colonel had a trade in mind... Too late. Del Valle had already waited much too long to make his bid. Intimidated by the executioner's response, perhaps, he had been stalling, marking time, and now the wheels were set in motion for his own destruction. There was no place he could run to hide where Bolin wouldn't track him down. Of course, Del Valle didn't know that yet. But he would learn when Bolin sprang his trap. The warrior needed a diversion, and he counted on his adversaries to supply it for him.
Hello.
Barbosa.
If we're exchanging names, you'd better give me yours.
I've got the names you want to hear, but mine's not one of them.
Whose then?
Carlos Velasquez and Antonio Del Valle.
Everybody knows those names. You haven't told me anything yet.
Suppose I told you that Del Valle and Velasquez have decided you're expendable. They start to waste your operations, take a few shots at Velasquez here and there to make it seem like someone's after both of you. Thing is, you don't fold quick enough to suit Del Valle, so he tries to frame you on a kidnap charge.
It seems to me I heard something about a woman.
And her friends get word that you're responsible, so they go out and waste a few more of your operations. Nifty, huh?
What friends are these?
Guerrillas, Sergio. Del Valle has you squaring off against some hardcore revolutionaries, not to mention anything Velasquez throws your way to wear you down.
And you know this all for sure, I guess.
Let's say I've got connections.
And you're telling me because we're such compadres?
Wrong. I want the girl back safe and sound. I want Del Valle.
For Del Valle, you might have to stand in line.
Bolin smiled. One down and one to go. Velasquez would be even easier. The man had been well and truly churned up into a paranoid mess. After that, the rest would be Bolin's play, and he was standing on the starting blocks with nothing else to hold him back. Antonio del Valle's hard site was on the outskirts of the city and was a walled estate, perhaps 3 acres, with his house positioned in the center of the compound. Bolin made his recon in the dark, picking out Del Valle's military sentries and examining their routines. The razor wire atop Del Valle's outer wall wasn't electrified, but special filaments inside each strip were linked to monitors inside the house, prepared to set alarms off if the wire was cut or moved. The answer was an oak tree standing on the far side of the wall, thick branches reaching out across the barrier. Del Valle's people should have trimmed the branches back, but they were careless. Or perhaps the colonel had a soft spot in his rotten heart for trees. Bolin tossed his nylon line around the thickest branch, secured it in a running noose, and let the branch support his weight for several seconds as a test. When it didn't snap off or sag enough to touch the razor wire, he scrambled up the line, retrieved it, and continued on his way. It was a 12-foot drop inside the compound, and he watched a pair of sentries pass below him. From where he sat, the warrior had a clear view of Del Valle's house, perhaps 2/3 of his estate. The driveway and the gate were defended by another pair of men in uniform. The soldiers had been much on Bolin's mind, enlisted men who followed orders, some of them at least presumably believing that Del Valle was a loyal and honest officer. He could compare them with policemen if he tried, demand the same immunity for them that he bestowed upon the most corrupt of law enforcement officers. And yet, unless he reached Del Valle, there could be no doubt about Miranda's fate. Worse yet, until he was effectively removed, Del Valle would continue to protect the flow of drugs through Panama to the United States, and every man who stood behind him was, by definition, an accomplice to the vast ongoing crime. So be it. He would spare Del Valle's troopers when and where he could, but nothing short of death would put him off the job that he had come to do. Miranda was an extra motivation, but his mission would have brought him to this point regardless, even if they had never met. His meeting with Del Valle had been destined from the moment that he got the call to rendezvous with Hal Bragnola and the team at Stony. And yet, he waited. It would be a critical mistake to rush his move, proceed without allowing time for the diversion he had planned. A few more moments, one way or another, would determine what came next. If he misjudged Barbosa and Velasquez, if they let him down somehow, then he would try it on his own. But he could spare some time to watch and wait. Another 90 seconds ticked away before he saw the headlights, 3 crew wagons rolling in a caravan formation, with the lead car nosing in against the gates. One of the guards stepped up to ask the driver's business, and an argument of sorts began. The voices were inaudible from Bolin's vantage point, but he could gauge the tenor of the conversation from the sentry's gestures, ordering the cars to back it up and move along. The guard suddenly fell, a boneless heap, and Bolin saw the lead car power forward to the gate. The sentries who had passed beneath him moments earlier came back the other way, both running toward the gate. Soon they were gone, with no more close behind them. He estimated 50 yards of open ground, and he risked catching a bullet anywhere along the way. No matter, there was only one way he could do this job, and that was one-on-one. Barbosa saw a limo pulling through the gates as they approached Del Valle's compound, and one more car behind it waiting to proceed. His mind began to click immediately, adding 2 and 2 and coming up with 5.
Velasquez! So he meets with Del Valle, just as the gringo said!
The facts were obvious. A secret meeting called behind his back so that Del Valle and Velasquez could cement their plans to drive him out of business, out of Panama, and straight into his grave. He slapped the driver's shoulder, pointing with his index finger.
Stop them! Ram them if you have to!
Barbosa had 3 cars filled with gunmen behind him, each man spoiling for a fight. He took the lead because it was the way a man should act, providing guidance for his troops. A riot shotgun stood upright between his knees, its muzzle pointing toward the ceiling of the passenger compartment. The limousine surged forward as his driver homed in on the last car passing through Del Valle's gate. His own car rammed the limo broadside, drove it hard into the gate post, and held it there. Barbosa's troops were bailing out on either side to return fire.
So, he wants a fight, eh? Fuck you, Velasquez!
Gunsmoke filled Barbosa's nostrils as the weapon bucked in his hands, just like old times. He didn't know exactly what was happening between Velasquez and Del Valle, but it hardly mattered now. He had a chance to clean the slate, and he wasn't about to let it pass him by. In front of him, Velasquez's car was taking hits, one of his soldiers wriggling out of an open window on the other side, then collapsing as a stream of bullets cut him down. Velasquez's limousine was burning now, a tongue of flame erupting from below. Smoke was filling up the car and forcing desperate gunners to evacuate. As they exited, they were easy targets.
That's right, Velasquez! Your men are dead, and you are dead! You hear me? You are fucking dead!
The wounded limo's fuel tank sprouted a hole, and the flames rushed up to meet it. Barbosa was thrown off his feet by the blast. His face blistered in the heat, but it didn't matter. It symbolized the fire inside him, burning hot enough to char his enemies, destroy them all. He got to his feet.
I want Velasquez! The pig is mine!
Del Valle was relaxing in his study with a pair of honored guests, enjoying vintage brandy, when all hell broke loose outside. Across the room, Jesus Avilla and Ernesto Montalvo nearly dropped their glasses at the sound of gunfire coming from the grounds outside. Del Valle felt a measure of his old control returning as he rose and set his glass on the coffee table, moving toward the door with measured strides.
Wait here.
It was an order, but the two civilians didn't argue. They were men accustomed to political debates and civilized discussions in a corporate boardroom, ill-equipped to deal with enemies who carried guns. They had arrived in answer to Del Valle's invitation, his assurance that their problem of the past 2 days was nearly solved. It was to be a celebration, but the colonel had a different notion now. The sounds of battle drew him down a spacious corridor, across the living room, and out onto the broad front porch. From there, Del Valle had a clear view of a firefight taking place at his gate, and 2 other limos already heading straight for him. Del Valle's troops were racing toward the gate, firing on the run. There were so many questions in his mind. He didn't know who sent the car, how many guns there were inside, but only one thing mattered now. His enemies had come to kill him, repaying him with treachery after all that he had done to organize the cocaine trade in Panama. The first time anything went wrong, they turned on him like a pack of wild dogs. He had had enough. He backed inside and locked the double doors behind him. It would hardly slow his adversaries, but every second counted now if he was going to escape. Del Valle had anticipated such a day as this, and he was ready. Moving back along the hallway to his study, he could feel the anger mounting, churning in his stomach, bringing bile into his mouth. Before he reached the study, he had drawn the pistol he wore beneath his jacket. It was time to lose the dead weight that would hold him back, beginning with the men whose cowardice now left him standing on his own.
Colonel Del Valle, what's happening?
Who is it?
My plans have changed. I am leaving now. You understand I have no choice.
What are you saying? Have you gone mad?
In fact, I have never been more sure of anything.
No, Colonel! No, please!
The safe.
It took a moment with the safe. Del Valle's nervous fingers botched the combination once, and he was forced to start again. Inside, the $100 bills were neatly bound, $10,000 to a pack, with 20 packs in all. It was enough to see Del Valle safely on his way and get him settled somewhere, give him time to tap his secret bank accounts. Now there was only one stop left, the girl. She still might help him get away, and there was ample time to dump her body somewhere far from the estate. Del Valle left his study with the briefcase in his left hand and the automatic pistol in his right. It was the first time in the past 2 days that he had felt some semblance of control. It was time to take charge of his life again, remind his enemies that they were dealing with a man. The battle at the gate had drawn Del Valle's soldiers from the house, or most of them at any rate, but Boland took no chances, veering wide around the back to enter through a set of sliding doors that faced the patio and swimming pool. he found himself inside a game room with a billiard table, wet bar, and a dartboard hanging on the wall. Outside, a corridor left Bolin with a choice. He could proceed upstairs and search the upper floor, or he could prowl the kitchen, pantry, dining room, and parlor first. In either case, a search would take some time, and he could feel the doomsday numbers falling as he stood there, grappling with the choice. A woman's muffled cry made the decision for him, drawing Bolin toward the kitchen pantry, where a door stood open on another set of stairs. This flight led downward to a cellar, dim lights burning down below. The perfect place to stash a hostage for a day or two. He held the MP5K submachine gun in a firm two-handed grip as he approached the open doorway. Silence from the room below, but that meant nothing either way. An army could be waiting for him. Bolin swiveled toward the kitchen door that led outside into the night. It stood ajar, as if someone had lately passed that way in haste. Miranda, with Del Valle? Bolin followed, leading with the H&K, prepared for anything. The house was bordered by strategic floodlights, one of which looked down upon a parking lot area in back. The house was bordered by strategic floodlights, one of which looked down upon a parking area in back. 3 vehicles were standing there, a military staff car and a pair of luxury sedans. Del Valle was about to make his mind up, standing with a briefcase in his hand and covering Miranda with a shiny automatic weapon.
It's over.
The colonel froze, then raised his pistol slightly until the sights were leveled at Miranda's face. That done, he made a slow half-turn until he had a view of Bolin and the submachine gun in his hands. It was only 30 feet away, and he could see the cold sweat pouring down the man's face.
I do not know you, Gringo.
I know you.
You want the woman, yes? I do not think that I could miss at such a range.
Same here, and I've got 30 chances.
Why?
Why what?
Why have you chosen me to persecute? Am I so evil?
You were bad enough. If it's any consolation, though, you weren't alone. Your friends Barbosa and Velasquez just fought each other at your gate. From the sounds of it, your guards just finished killing the survivors.
A man should not be tricked and trapped this way. An officer deserves respect and dignity.
They don't come free of charge. You could start by putting down that gun and coming out of here with me. I can arrange a meeting with the DEA. If you agreed to testify...
Perhaps. But there is another way.
Before the colonel finished speaking, Bolin saw him turn the shiny automatic on himself. Del Valle's dead weight threw Miranda off balance, and she fell with him to the pavement. Bolin rushed toward her. Del Valle's pooling blood reflected the floodlights.
We have to go.
I don't believe I know the way.
Hang on. I'll get you through.
He searched Del Valle's body for the car keys. It was a long way back for both of them, he realized. One crucial difference, though. Miranda had a home, something she could call her own. For Bolin, there would be only another battlefield, names changing with geography, but all the same when you peeled back the mask and concentrated on the flesh beneath. There was a heartbeat underneath it all, a kind of universal grim vitality that he had recognized early on, at the beginning of his endless one-man war. Something like a primal life force in the midst of violent death, which kept a true warrior fighting on as long as strength remained. Without that driving force, he thought, it would have been a futile exercise, with the hopeless outcome preordained. If that had been the case, would he have carried on the fight? Of course. But it wouldn't hurt for him to spend a few more hours, possibly another day or two, before he started back. The war, he knew, wouldn't go anywhere without him. It would be there, waiting. And the executioner wasn't about to keep it waiting for long. Stony Man Episode 7 is a graphic audio production. Stony Man, The Executioner, and Mac Bolin are trademarks owned by Harlequin Enterprises Limited, used by others under license. Copyright 1993, Worldwide Library, all rights reserved. Production copyright 2009, The Cutting Corporation, all rights reserved. Performed by Terence Aselford, Nanette Savard, Thomas Penny, Jeff Baker, David Coyne, Christopher Graybill, Richard Rowan, Ken Jackson, Jason Stiles, Elliot Dash, Andy Clements, James Konachek, Dylan Lynch, Danny Gavigan, Joe Brack, Dolores King-Williams, James Lewis, Tim Getman, Eric Messner, Corey James, Elizabeth Jernigan, M.B. Van Dorn, Bobby Aselford, and Mort Shelby. Additional red shirts by The Dead Giveaways. Directed by Terrence Aselford. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers, James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Brian Rogers and Greg Reinfeld. Adapted for graphic audio by Dan Smith, with original music by Dan Smith and Matt Webb. If you enjoyed Stony Man, be sure to look for Don Pendleton's Mac Bolan and The Executioner, available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net, where you'll find samples of all our Action Pump titles, as well as free downloadable extras, forums, and podcasts. Keep listening for a preview of another graphic audio title.
Smoke Jensen has come a long way trailing Stratton, Potter, and Richards, the bandit trio responsible for his family's brutal murder. Traveling under the alias of Buck West, he's finally found them in Barry, a town that takes up a piece of Idaho territory that's still raw, untamed frontier. Now Smoke is about to make sure that the town of Barry lives up to its name.
I'm Josh Richards. You don't much care for Deputy Rogers, do you, Mr. West?
I don't think he's got both hands in the stirrups, that's for sure.
But he does what he's told to do.
That's important to you, Mr. Richards.
Very.
You know, if the money's right, I can be as loyal as any man. More than most, I reckon.
I imagine you can. Are you looking for a job, Mr. West?
When do I start?
Oh, I know why you're here, Mr. Kirby Jensen, a.k.a. Smoke, a.k.a. Buck West. You're here to avenge your wife, your son, your father, your friend Preacher. You're so full of hate it's consuming you, eating you alive. If you let it, boy, it'll destroy you.
Potter! Stratton! Richards! This is Smoke Jensen! I'm giving you a better chance than you gave my pa, my brother, and my wife and son. 24 hours. You ready to die?
I wish I'd never heard the name, Jensen.
You'll never hear it again after today, Richards.
William W. Johnstone's Smoke Jensen, the Mountain Man 2. Return of the Mountain Man.
If you can't find that hot graphic audio title you're looking for, just head to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can order it in CD or MP3 disc format. Or, the fastest and cheapest way, download that puppy and play it on any of the many devices that'll play Windows Media. And if you're on the road or just a total computer phoebe, snatch up the phone and call 1-800-670-5220. That's 1-800-670-5220 or www.graphicaudio.net.